Mic check. Hello, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right.
Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists, this is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
Hurricane Milton at Category 4 strength right now, making the turn northeast toward Florida. The 11 o'clock track is in from the National Hurricane Center. We are here to break down all the developments with the 11 o'clock major advisory that has just been issued here on Tracking the Tropics as we kick off our Tuesday coverage from the Stream Center. Hello there to you folks. Welcome back in to the Stream Center with meteorologist Eric Stone. I'm JB Buno, kicking off a long day of streaming coverage right here on WFLA.com, the WFLA app, our Facebook and YouTube pages as well. If it's your first time on the program, this is an interactive program where we feature your comments, both text-based comments with our hashtag system and video questions that are going to be coming in as well. But the core function of this program is no matter where you are watching from, maybe you have relatives in Florida, no matter if you're watching from, somewhere else in the country or even out of country, we are here to provide you coverage right here as accessibly as possible on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, right here on social media. And should you lose power in the impact area, we're also right here in the palm of your hand on Tracking the Tropics. The 11 o'clock advisory is in. I will be monitoring, of course, your comments with hashtag HeyJB and hashtag HeyEric. Let's send things over to meteorologist Eric Stone for the latest on the 11 o'clock advisory. And Eric, the new track has just dropped moments ago.
Yes, that's right. So now the storm has strengthened a bit. It's 150 miles per hour. We did expect slight strengthening. The storm underwent an eye replacement cycle. And again, that usually means it does weaken a bit and then it strengthens a bit. But it will be encountering some wind shear. So let's show you the new cone here, in fact. And you know what? This didn't change all that much, but it did change a lot from yesterday. Yesterday, the cone was right through Tampa Bay and even slightly to the north through about St. Pete Beach. If that scenario does happen, we would have a lot of storm surge pushed into Tampa Bay, right? But if this scenario happens, where I think it's going to continue to push to the south, and that would bode a lot better for us, then water would be taken out of Tampa Bay, and so many more homes would not be as severely impacted as if this track was slightly to the north. So again, it is expected to be a major hurricane still at 8 o'clock Wednesday evening, and the times just keep pushing later and later for landfall. So we're looking at landfall now sometime between midnight and maybe 2 a.m. Wednesday night into early Thursday morning. And then once it makes its way into Central Florida, pretty close to Orlando, look at that. It's still a Category 2 storm at 100 miles per hour. Space Coast dealing with a near Category 2 storm right around the Cape Canaveral, Titusville area. And again, this cone is very key. As you can see, it's right around Anna Maria Island. And again, if this continues to move to the south, then we are going to be spared 10 to 15 foot of storm surge here in Tampa Bay. I tell you, this track is huge, and the trends have been going south, even the GFS model. So with that, let's tell you what is steering this. The jet stream is picking this up and eventually moving this straight to the northeast. Still moving east-northeast right around 10 miles per hour. But once this jet continues to lift this northward, we'll see that northeasterly motion, and then we'll see whether this comes closer to Tampa, closer to Sarasota, or even closer to Fort Myers by Wednesday. So again, the model plots, the average is still, the consensus models, right over Tampa Bay. But if you look, there's only a couple of models to the north and a lot of models to the south. Look at this. From Tampa Bay all the way into southern Sarasota County, that is where the most amount of models are clustered, right? So I do think this average will go slightly to the south with the 12Z model runs, which come out in just a couple of hours. Boy, that, again, is so much better for us in regards to storm surge, as we will have the water being pushed out of the bay. I like to show the latest models here. The GFS, that is the big one. That was way up near the Nature Coast the other day. Yesterday, it was Pasco County. Remember? Today, look at this. It's pretty much right along National Hurricane Center's track. Wow, what a shift to the south.
Eric, may I hop in here for a second?
Yeah.
I'm just curious because I'm seeing these 5 primary models. Why is the NHC's track more to really the north in line with the GFS, and we have other model runs that are going to the south?
Because the consensus, JB, which are the black models, the consensus are pretty much right over Tampa Bay. But if you look to the south, there's a lot more model activity south of Tampa Bay. And I do notice that National Hurricane Center tends to wait a little bit to see if the trend continues, JB. So if the 12Z runs come out in the next couple of hours and they do continue to track southward, then I wouldn't be surprised, JB, if we did see that trend a little bit further to the south. But if you look at the GFS, the Icon, and the Euro, they're very, very close to Manatee County, okay? So the track isn't that much further to the north of the Icon, which is the German model, and the European model. The European AI and the Canadian model are through Sarasota County. So again, still early, but let's wait and see. The next track update will come at 5 o'clock, but I'm liking the trend. Usually we see the trend of the models first, and then the track will move. So we'll see the models coming out in the next couple of hours, what we call the 12Z models, which are the morning/early afternoon runs, and we will see if this trend continues. I do think it will. As far as GFS and Euro, very much in agreement through overnight tonight into tomorrow, and then the GFS takes this really close to us around midnight landfall, okay? European model's a little bit later. It's about 3 o'clock in the morning. So I do think it'll be closer to maybe 2 or 3 o'clock because the models have really been pushing this later and later. Once we get into Thursday afternoon, then both models have this emerging off the Space Coast, and things start to improve here in the Bay Area, and by late Thursday, the breeze really dies down. So again, if this does take a more northerly track, this would be much more catastrophic for the Bay Area, as water would be pushed into Tampa Bay, and we could see 10 to 15 foot of storm surge from Palmetto to Ruskin to South Tampa to Davis Islands up to Safety Harbor, Town and Country, Oldsmar area, Shore Acres, St. Pete. Again, anywhere along the bay, and then pushed into the Alafaya, pushed into the Manatee River a little bit further to the south. But if this takes a southerly track, and if this track continues to move south, which I really, really believe it will, then this would spare all the homes along the Bay Area, all the businesses that got inundated with water from Helene. This would be huge if this stays to the south. The worst storm surge would be Manatee and Sarasota County, but I want to emphasize, whether this is a northerly landfall somewhere in Pinellas County or somewhere in Manatee County, Manatee and Sarasota not out of the woods at all. They are still going to get 10 to 15 foot of storm surge. It's not going to make much of a difference for the Manatee County and Sarasota County beaches if this moves slightly to the south, all right? But it will make a huge difference for folks that live in and around the bay, okay? Water will be pushed out if this track continues to stay south and even moves further to the south. This will be a much better scenario for folks here in Tampa Bay area. Now, again, if you live south of where this makes landfall, you're going to expect 10 to 15 foot of storm surge. Now, it's showing all the way to northern Pinellas County, but if this makes landfall in southern Pinellas or Manatee or Sarasota, folks to the north are not going to see that storm surge. These are just the worst case scenario amounts of storm surge, but the storm surge is going to be to the south of the storm. So if the eye passes over you, then right there or to the south is where the greatest threat of storm surge will be. Arrival time of tropical storm force winds. Well, you should complete your preparations today. Evacuate today if that's your plan. Tomorrow morning, you may have a small window, but I wouldn't chance it. 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, I think we'll start to see tropical storm force wind along the immediate coast, and then as we get into the middle part of the afternoon here in the Bay Area. So let's show you the wind field really starts to expand as we get in time because it's becoming rather extratropical because of that jet stream interaction. It's not going to be extratropical until it makes its way into the Atlantic. It'll still have its tropical characteristics, but the wind field will expand. So here it is at 2:30. Tropical storm force winds start. By later in the evening, 6, 7, 8 o'clock, we'll start to see those severe, damaging 60-mile-per-hour wind. And then by midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, we'll see the hurricane force wind, which right now only extend about 30 miles from the center, possibly 40 to 50 once this makes landfall. And then that strong hurricane force wind moves into Polk County, and it gets out of Tampa Bay early Thursday morning. And the severe wind by mid-morning on Thursday will be well to our east of Tampa, still into Polk County. And by Thursday afternoon, tropical storm force wind will be out of here in the Tampa Bay area. So the European model, again, this is a 3-hour point forecast. So by 11 o'clock, these will be the expected wind for the European model. Again, look at the Euro model, taking this into Anna Maria Island, into Manatee County. You can really see where this model is taking the storm. Then right into eastern Hillsborough, right over Lakeland, and by Thursday evening, things do subside. GFS model, again, this is such a big difference. It's very, very close to the European model. And again, it's very close to Anna Maria Island and then into eastern Hillsborough, Polk County, right over Orlando. And by Thursday afternoon, we start to see those winds subside. So let's take a look at the wind gusts. And we do see hurricane force wind gusts possible, especially southern areas, come Wednesday evening. Then we start to see those 100 to 120 mile per hour wind gusts all up and down from Pinellas County, Hillsborough, all the way down toward the Venice area as this moves inland. And then once we get into Thursday morning, still very strong gusts, 50 to 60 to 70 miles per hour. And then Thursday evening, we start to see those winds subside a bit. Let's take a look at our in-house model. Once again, it's very similar to most of the other models. Wednesday at 8 o'clock, you see much of our area at 40, 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. The eye getting very close to Anna Maria Island, and we see by the middle of the night, by midnight or so, hurricane force wind gust. And now we start to see 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, wind gust over 100 miles per hour to 125 as you see that blue shading right around Sarasota. This would make landfall very, very close to Anna Maria Island on this model, but wind gust of over 100 miles per hour as far east as Polk County, Lakeland to Bartow. And then by Thursday mid-morning, we start to see tropical storm force winds subside a bit, and by Thursday afternoon, things really subside. There is a very high risk of excessive rainfall with this. If you're on the northern side of the storm, you won't be dealing with a storm surge, but boy, we could see 6 to 12 inches of rain, maybe even up to 14 inches of rain. Thankfully, this is moving a lot faster than Ian. Otherwise, we would see 20, maybe even 24 inches of rain, 2 foot of rain. But it's looking like at least a foot of rain, as you can see that swath. Now, from the center southward, 4 to 8 inches of rain. Still a lot of rain, but of course, that storm surge is what's going to be the huge issue. So the rainfall forecast of the GFS model, again, shows that swath of 8 to 12 inches of rain. Tampa Bay northward. Again, this all depends on the track. If the track moves further to the south, at least we're out of the woods storm surge-wise, but we will see a lot of rain out of this one. Flooding rain, several inches an hour. European model, very similar to that too, with 8+ inches of rain. So here's the impact. Storm surge, record 10 to 15 foot. Bay Area southward. Again, it's all depending on where this makes landfall. If this makes landfall in Manatee and Sarasota County, the Bay will be spared. But regardless, from Manatee County southward towards Charlotte County, 10 to 15 foot of storm surge. Strongest wind gust, 100 miles per hour or more. I think we'll see some wind gust in the 120s come late Wednesday night into early Thursday morning. And the heaviest rain expected to be from the Bay Area all along I-4, Lakeland, all the way to Orlando. And we could see a foot of rain in some spots. So this is what we can expect from Milton as for now. We'll continue to watch the track, JB, because this is going to be interesting to see if the track continues to move to the south. And again, that would be huge for us here in the Bay Area.
Also huge for our audience to be able to monitor in real time the wobble tracker on WFLA.com. As I noted at the top of the live stream, Milton has made the turn northeast. Still, the National Hurricane Center has it moving it east by northeast, but this is appearing to be, I mean, you can just see with the latitude, longitude lines there that this is basically on a northeast trajectory to the Florida coast now. The wobble tracker is a really important tool for us because, of course, if it wobbles off track as it gets closer to the coast, that could make an enormous difference in landfall location, where the eye goes, and whether or not that storm surge scenario number 1 comes into play. So the wobble tracker, you can find the link in our comment section. It's on the homepage of our website, WFLA.com. We're streaming it all the time, and you can monitor real-time positional updates in relation to the NHC's track with the wobble tracker on WFLA.com. Back here in the Stream Center with Eric Stone, JB Buno. We've got a long day of coverage and really a long week of coverage here, because we're going to be, of course, covering the storm as it makes its approach to the Florida coast. We're going to be covering it in landfall coverage and then the aftermath. There's going to be, likely an enormous amount of people without power, and they need coverage. They'll need information, where to get supplies, what is back up online, how long things will be out for. A lot of questions to answer, and that's why bringing the expertise of the Max Defender 8 weather team, meteorologist Eric Stone, right there in the palm of your hand on Facebook Live and YouTube Live, is such an invaluable tool, and why we do what we do on tracking the tropics. Any notes before we get to the live Q&A with our hashtag system, Eric?
I don't think so. Just keep an eye on that track, and we'll see, later today if it moves further to the south.
All right, let's get to the Q&A. You've never been here with us before on the program. We are here to interactively answer your questions. We do it now in 2 ways, with our video questions, which we'll feature in a moment, but we're going to start with the hashtag-based questions. If you use one of the hashtags you see on the silver stripes on your screen, hashtag HeyEric, hashtag HeyJB, we can feature your comments on screen and answer questions out there to help keep you and your family safe and informed. Jacob, hey, this is the big question, Jacob. Is the track likely to shift back north, or is it going to stay south? So, if you paid attention to meteorologist Eric Stone's forecast a short time ago, Eric has that tingly meteorologist feeling that this track could be shifting to the south, but that doesn't mean that Tampa Bay in and of itself is in the clear.
Right. Oh, no. We're not going to be in the clear, but storm surge, we could have 2 to 3 times the impact if the track moves to the north in regards to storm surge. If this moves to the south, we're going to get the strong wind anyway, right? But if this stays to the south, and I felt this, and on my personal Facebook, I post updates once or twice a day, usually twice a day, and I give my initial thought, which was on Friday, of what I thought Milton was going to do. And my initial thought was somewhere Manatee towards Sarasota County. And as the days progressed, that gut feeling I have, I really think this is going to continue to move south. Now I see the models today, and the northernmost model takes it right into Tampa Bay. Yesterday, the northernmost model took it into Pasco County. So the models are starting to move this a little bit further to the south. It usually takes a couple of model runs before the National Hurricane Center will move the track to the south. But as you know, JB, yesterday we were looking at the track over St. Pete Beach. Remember that? And now we're looking at the track over Anna Maria Island. This is a huge, huge positive shift that may be sparing the Bay Area 10 to 15 foot of storm surge.
All right, I've got my eyes locked in here on the Facebook Live comment section. That's what we do here in the Stream Center. I field your questions. Eric answers them. There's no control room anywhere funneling the questions. I'm the one looking at them on Facebook Live and YouTube Live. Let's get to as many as we can. And even if we don't answer your particular question, the area that you're asking about, we will likely get to on screen. Real quick, we just had an update on Wobble Tracker. Let's just check that, because I saw the black frame here in the Stream Center. Look, the ice pretty much locked in on the path right now, looking good.
It's going to be hard to see any deviation because of that big 4 right there. Once we get to about noontime, I think we'll start to see it almost looks like it deviated maybe a little bit to the south. Do you see that right there?
Yeah.
But it's only been 20 minutes since the track came out, so it's really hard to say anything until I would say 11:45, 12 o'clock. So we'll keep an eye on it.
Facebook Live, YouTube Live. We're coming to your questions. Let's start with YouTube Live here. Anagrams, hashtag KJB. You'll see Jeff later, of course, Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli. How will Milton storm surge compare to Helene? Joining us from Palm Harbor near Wall Springs Park.
Yeah, so, if this stays to the south, the storm surge will be pretty much non-existent. But if this moves north of you, which I don't think it will, the storm surge would be 2 to 3 times worse compared to Helene.
Let's next go to Facebook Live. We've got Matt and Aaron joining us on a joint Facebook account, #HeyJB. Look, Brandon, I mean, isn't the center of the track
Pretty
right
close.
through Brandon right now?
Yeah, pretty close. Yeah, the eye would move right over Brandon around 3, 4 o'clock in the morning overnight, Wednesday night. So if this does move to the south, there's a huge, huge swath of rain expected to the north. There'll be flooding rain. There'll be upwards of 12 inches of rain in a short period of time. So there'll definitely be street flooding and a lot of inland flooding with this to the north of the storm. So Brandon, you're pretty much right in the eye. So you're looking at 120 miles per hour wind gust at least. So again, if you're hunkering down, make sure your storm shutters are up. You have the hurricane glass. If you have the roof bracket, that's even better.
Let's next go to Melissa. I mean, we could talk about Mulberry, but why don't we just give an overview about mobile homes too? Because mobile homes, look, it's not, if you're in the vicinity of the cone, you got to really talk about getting out of there.
Yeah, so Mulberry, western Polk County, and this looks like it's going to pretty much go right over top of you. So, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but if you're in a mobile home park and the eye goes over top of you, you don't really have. There's not much of a chance that mobile home is gonna be safe for you. So I would get out of there.
Shout out to Darlene Tucker because she's up next. Darlene, we know you're special. Special viewer, of course, joining us from Gainesville. #HeyJB. This new potential track is better for us here in Gainesville. We are under a tropical storm warning only at this time. There's some hotel rooms available up here at this time if this information helps. So yeah, I mean, look, Gainesville. You know what's interesting about Gainesville, and Darlene knows this, is that Gainesville is used to handling a dramatic influx of people because it's home to the University of Florida Gators. When you've got Florida versus Alabama, Florida versus Georgia in the swamp, you gotta be able to handle just an enormous amount of people. So there are hotels up there. Now, Darlene is saying there's still rooms available. Is Gainesville enough out of the cone that you feel comfortable that's a place where people can go?
I mean, if there are indeed hotel rooms there, and I've had friends that are trying to get hotel rooms in Orlando, and they're having a hard time. So, Gainesville would be still with tropical storm force wind 40, 50 miles an hour, but definitely not that severe wind that we're going to see here near Tampa.
Let's see. Next up in the queue, we've got Cheryl joining us. And, strength as the storm makes landfall has been a big talking point, even amongst my family members. I mean, are we getting a Cat 3, a Cat 2? Like, what exactly is going to be the strength when the eye is over us? Cheryl says it's still looking like a Cat 3 when it gets to South Lakeland. Now, that's more inland. That's Polk County.
Yeah.
The current path.
So this is a weakening storm. This isn't like Helene where the storm was strengthening. If a storm makes landfall as it strengthens, it takes a heck of a lot longer to weaken, right? Because it's got that momentum of strengthening. So it interacts with the land, and then it's, and then it kind of evens out and then weakens. This is going to be a weakening storm. So once it hits land, it's really going to start weakening. So I think in the Lakeland area, this would still be a Category 2 storm. If it does make landfall as a Cat 3, which I think it would make landfall as a weak Category 3 storm at most. But yeah, definitely Category 2 winds, 100 in Lakeland. I'd say 100 miles an hour, gusting 115-ish.
Let's see. We're going to transition to video questions in a moment, but let's get through some more in the queue here. Michael wants to know, #KJB, my mother is in Northport, and I want her to come up to Lutz with me. What is the safest decision? Lutz is north. It's not that far north. We're talking about really Lutz being right there. I mean, southern Pasco, northern Hillsborough County. Structure, I think, makes a big difference here, no doubt.
Well, not only that, but where in Northport? Are you near the Myakka River? Have you flooded? Did you flood with Ian? Because the storm surge is going to be huge in Charlotte Harbor through the Peace River and, Myakka River. So the wind isn't going to be as bad in Northport. The wind's going to be a lot worse in Lutz, definitely. The rain is going to be a lot worse in Lutz. The northern portion of the storm is going to have a lot of rain. So Northport, you're not going to get the flooding rains as you would in Lutz. You're not going to get the hurricane force wind. but you are going to get a lot of storm surge. So it really all depends on where you live and what structure you have. I would move, if I was evacuating, like I said, I would go down to Miami, Fort Lauderdale area.
Let's see. Walk by Faith YouTube Live. We see you. Hashtag Hey Eric and JB. How would you compare this to Ian? Any worse?
Well, here in Tampa, it's going to be worse. Definitely.
Right.
Overall, it's going to be a weakening storm. Ian was a strengthening storm that got very close to Category 5 status. I know the National Hurricane Center months later said, "Oh yeah, this was a Cat 5." Well, whatever, whether it was a Cat 4 or Cat 5, it was strengthening rapidly as it made its way towards Southwest Florida. So that storm for that area was a lot worse. 18 foot of storm surge. We're not going to see that with this. Although, if 10 to 15 foot of surge comes into your neighborhood, it's going to be a lot worse for you.
Let's, on this program, we're not on television. It's just a different format live stream. You know this, Eric, right?
Oh, yeah. This is great.
Tongue-in-cheek comments. You think, we're just going to let... No, tongue-in-cheek comments are something that we'll throw up here on stream. Frankie says, hashtag Hey JB, hashtag Hey Eric, will Mickey Mouse be evacuating? And so, obviously, some humor here with this comment, but let's actually have a conversation here about Florida's theme parks.
Well,
because
obviously they'll close.
Yes.
There's no doubt about that. They have... Disney is its own little city, right?
Yep.
Its own little town. There's a lot of lakes there. So freshwater, flooding is an issue. We saw that with Ian. Usually not in and around Disney, but other parts of Orlando. The way Disney was built, Disney was built to withstand hurricanes. And so they'll be closed for a day or so. They'll assess whether they can reopen on Friday, on Saturday. There may be debris they have to clean up. If they get 100-mile-per-hour wind, they have... You see when they close at night, those big cages, JB, that they put down. They bring those big metal... I don't even know what you want to call them. They're not cages, but they're big metal walls. They're almost like hurricane shutters. So Disney is going to fare just fine. And you know what? They'll probably open up Saturday at the latest, maybe even on Friday. But yeah... nobody's really evacuating, especially since people are actually going to Orlando from here to evacuate.
It's interesting. Look, they haven't closed the parks yet. I think they stopped taking park reservations for a couple of days this week. You can follow Disney on social, Universal on social. If you were planning on having, a trip down here, look, we would hope, of course, the theme parks are going to do right by people in light of, a major hurricane hitting the Florida Peninsula. The theme parks will close. What I'm actually more concerned about are all the people that are there. People that are on vacation down here that are staying at the hotels in Disney, making sure that they have everything that they need. But you know what? Eric brings up a really good point. Disney, Universal, these are like small cities, and they have infrastructure in place to provide for people in the event of an emergency. So it's going to be interesting to see that sort of that story develop, because you see there that is a Cat 2 hurricane over, I don't know, is that SeaWorld? I don't know. It's basically right near or Orlando, south of Orlando, clearly. But look, we'll pay attention. A lot of questions about, of course, a lot of infrastructure along the I-4 corridor, including the theme parks. Let's go to a couple more comments, and then look, we've got our video questions loaded up, ready to go. Angel says, hashtag HJB and Eric, what about Naples? What's interesting about Naples is that Naples was less of a talking point a couple of days ago. Now Naples is slightly more of a talking point.
They could still see 4 to 7 foot of storm surge down Naples Beach, where the pier used to be. Fort Myers Beach, even higher, 6 to 9 or so, 6 to 10 foot of storm surge. Obviously, you see Naples out of the cone, but it looks like Fort Myers is too. But still, there's not going to be all that much rain. There'll still be tropical storm force wind, and mobile home parks down in that area might be okay. There still may be some carport damage, stuff like that. But, I don't expect a hurricane force wind gust that far south.
All right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to transition to our video questions. You can go to WFLA.com/report it to send in your video questions. We did this for the first time yesterday. We had never tried this before.
A lot of firsts with us,
and
JB.
we didn't even have a practice run with it. We just tried it. I'm just being completely honest with you. As the person who runs the stream center here, we wanted to try video questions out, and there was good and bad. We got a lot of feedback from people. We know that the audio, there were some audio problems and there were some glitches, all fixed. So the audio was super loud for certain callers, for certain selfie videos. And then we also had an issue where it would glitch out. We believe that we have fixed the majority of the problems. We're going to find out. Look, everybody, this is live streaming. We're figuring it out as we go. We're doing our very best. But we do have the ability to feature your video questions, your selfie videos on WFLA.com/report it. Why is this helpful? We get more context with your question. You can show us your property when you're taking your selfie video and say, hey, this is where I'm concerned about. You can, we had the great example yesterday. We had, I believe her name was Melissa from St. Pete. She was on her balcony in St. Pete and said, hey, I have a crane right near my property. How concerned should I be with a crane in hurricane force winds? That was a great example of a little show and tell. And then additionally as well, this is great to show the human side of the story. We show so many numbers and computer models and graphics, but being able to see you, the people that have hunkered in place and are ready for Hurricane Milton after making their preparations, that's a great opportunity for us to see you and show the human side of this story. So Report It is primarily used for damage reports and people taking pictures of flooding or videos of down power lines. When we transition to damage coverage and weather videos later this week, this will be an invaluable tool for us. We ask you to send in your weather photos and videos safely and responsibly. Do not compromise your safety to take a picture or a video. But for today, we're going to use it for video questions, and that's what we have coming in to the Stream Center. Let's first go up, and we're going to do 3 of these at a time. One of the complaints that we got yesterday was that we were doing too many in a row, Eric. So we're going to do 3 at a time and then go back to the hashtag-based questions. So with the 3 video questions that we have coming in, first up in our queue is Rashad. Let's give it a go. Oh, hold on. Hold on, Rashad. We've got you. Oh, wait. Hold on. I have to hit 1 or 2 more buttons because it's the first time we're doing this today. Count to 10, and it will be there, everybody. Stand by. All right. And here we go for Rashad.
Hey, it's Rashad from Spring Hill. Just wondering how it will be here in the area, Hernando County, period. Thank you.
Hey there, Rashad. Thank you for watching. What do we got for Spring Hill and Hernando County?
Definitely 60 to 70 mile per hour wind, gusting over 80. But a lot of rain. I mean, we're talking 10, 12 inches of rain. There's going to be a lot of inland flooding. If your neighborhood floods when it rains hard in a rainy season day, then you're definitely going to be seeing some inland flooding in that area.
All right, next up, let's go to Rick.
I'm currently in Pennsylvania, but I have a property in the great outdoors in Titusville. What's the prognosis for Titusville when the hurricane's leaving the state?
We got Eric.
Yeah, so Titusville, it's going to be a pretty strong Category 1 at least. And the eye does seem to be intact all the way to Cape Canaveral, Titusville area. So I would say at least 80 to 90 mile per hour wind. We could see a gust over 100. A lot of rain as well. So the wind is going to be a huge issue.
Next up, we got Mike. It says the Netherlands. Is this right?
Wow.
The Netherlands?
Hello. I have a house in Manatee County by I-75, 6 miles from the coast. And right now I'm in Europe. I'm calling you from the Netherlands, but I want to come back and check out how my house is as soon as I possibly can. So can you tell me how long you expect before people will be able to return after they've evacuated?
Phenomenal question.
Yeah, that is a good question. I mean, the barrier islands, obviously, it's going to be a lot longer, right? We saw that with Helene, and this is more of a direct hit for Manatee County. So I would say most likely at least the weekend, but there's going to be a huge influx of traffic coming back starting on Friday into Saturday.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that, he's probably going to try to fly into Tampa. I don't know what the airport situation is going to be like. Flights are going to be, there's going to be a lot of clogging, right, at Tampa International. And, you could probably get back Saturday and start driving, from Tampa International down to Manatee County. Traffic may be pretty bad, but you'd probably be able to check on your property during the weekend.
Mike, safe travels. Hope you get back safe from the Netherlands. Let's next go to in Clearwater. We've got Bob on WFLA.com/report it.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you for the work you all do. Is the model trending south at all? I'm in Clearwater in a non-evac zone with some people with anxiety. So I'm just trying to see if we need to bug out, or is it more of a batten down the hatches if we're in a block house from 1966 but just was hardened recently through some state programs. Curious what you guys think. Thank you. My name's Bob.
Yeah, so
Bob.
if this does continue to move south, Clearwater will have fewer effects, but still it's going to be very close to being in the eye wall. So I really think that 110 mile an hour sustained wind gusting over 125, if you have roof straps and the storm shutters up or hurricane glass, then you might be okay. But if you have anxiety and you don't feel like you're going to be safe there, then I would go somewhere. I would, if you can, I would either go down to the southeast portion of Florida or go north. But I know from what I've seen, I-75 is pretty busy from Southwest Florida all the way north. There's a lot of people trying to get out.
Let's get one more in just because it'll make Eric smile. Eric, we like making Eric smile. Eric deserves smiles.
I think I know this one.
Fun fact, do you know that Eric is one of the world's top-ranked pinball players? Eric, if you went full-time pinball, you'd just be number one all the time, but you have to, of course, do meteorology.
Right. I did get to number one.
Yeah.
I think it was 2020 or 2021, I was number one.
Let's see. This question next coming in from Bash. Let's listen.
Hey Eric, you've been to our house in Brandon before. Do we have to protect our pinball machines?
Oh man!
So
protect the pinball machine.
My buddy last night said, "Hey, look what I did. I'm going to send this video in to you tomorrow." And the pinball machine that he was standing next to was mine. So I have one of my machines over there. So yeah, man. He lives in Valrico, Brandon area, and boy, there's a lot of wind. So I know he's got a lot of patio furniture, cornhole stuff outside. Anyone wants to take in anything you've got outside, because boy, 100 to 120 mile an hour wind gusts are going to be pretty bad. And if it typically floods in your neighborhood, this is definitely going to be a pretty big flooding event with 10 to 12 inches of rain.
All right. You can send in your video questions. As promised, we're going to do those segments and be a little more concise because we lingered on them for a long time yesterday. But you can send in your videos to WFLA.com/report it. We will get to video questions, I would say, every 20 to 30 minutes. We're trying to juggle a lot here in rotation. We don't go to commercial break. Fun fact. We don't go to commercials. It's all the time streaming. So we're going to try to keep a rotation up of hashtag-based questions. Questions coming in via video, via selfies to WFLA.com/report it. And also a big part of our rotation, always streaming on WFLA.com, the real-time wobble tracker, Eric.
Yeah, and I mean, the last couple of frames, it almost looks like this a little bit further to the south. I'm looking at the big screen. But boy, the center, this is like a well-oiled machine, right? You can just see those bands of convection spinning out of control from the center of circulation out. I mean, this is such an impressive looking storm on infrared satellite. But boy, you see those last couple frames, JB? It's like right there.
Yeah, a little.
Almost looks a little south.
I'm gonna use a word here to describe it. It's a little screwy. The storm is a little screwy, and what I mean by that is, everybody, I want you to pay attention here to the past line. Do you see the blue line there on the left side of your screen? That is basically Milton's exact path, the center of the eye. And It's just kind of, it's meandered north, south. It's just kind of, it's a little screwy to me. Is that fair, Eric?
I still think there's going to be some surprise with this storm. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a shift to the south, but there's going to be some surprise in the storm that we're going to say, oh, wow, look what it did. And, maybe we're going to fare a little bit better here in the Bay Area with the track moving a little bit further to the south. But I feel something is going to happen with this. And, we still have today and tomorrow to see what happens. But, we'll see if this is a wobble. And this could be a wobble. I don't think it's a movement that's going to keep on moving to the east. But, again, there's a lot at play here. There's a jet that's sagging down into the Gulf, and it's going to pick this up on the eastern side of the jet and guide this closer to us sooner than later. So, again, there's a lot that can happen with this one. We'll keep an eye on it.
I want our comment section to let us know which part of our coverage do you really want us to hone in on most? Is it hashtag-based questions? Is it video questions? Is it wobble tracker? Is it the computer models that are coming in? Various things that we can do. I want to make this clear. We stream here in the Stream Center for our audience, and we want to do right by our audience. So if there's something that you really like to see, a part of our coverage, let us know. We're always open to feedback here, and even during our streaming coverage, we can, make the necessary adjustments to best serve you, our audience, and keep you guys informed and keep you and your families safe. So let us know in the comment section what you would like to see more of, even less of. Just let us know. We're here to provide you guys with the best coverage possible. I mean that. It's a huge part of what we do. In the meantime, let's go back to hashtag-based questions. Nelly, hashtag AJB and Eric, if it makes landfall in Sarasota, how bad will it be for Northern Highlands County, Avon Park? And a thank you there as well.
Yeah, you're welcome. This is going to be moving to the northeast. So if it does make landfall in Sarasota County, I do think Sebring, Avon Park, Northern Highlands County, still seeing hurricane force wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour, tropical storm sustained wind 50 to 60. But even right now, the wind field is going to really expand. So I do think you're going to be in tropical storm force wind regardless. Obviously, it'll be a little bit stronger. The heaviest rain, though, will definitely be on the northern side of the storm, and I don't foresee the track moving that far south. You could see, the cones now, right, JB, from right around Citrus County, Crystal River, actually south of that, almost Hernando County, Homosassa area, all the way down toward Port Charlotte, Charlotte County. So, again, storms have deviated, 48 hours away from the cone. I don't think that's going to happen, but I just feel that this thing will move a little bit further to the south.
Let's next go to, well, you know what? That's a perfect setup for Cassie.
How do you do it?
I mean,
you do it so often.
I don't know. Hashtag AJB with the tracker moving a bit. Where is Sarasota in the direct path?
No.
Is it fair to say that the center of the track right now is in that middle ground between Tampa and Sarasota?
Well, yeah, it's a lot closer. If we bring up the track, you can see the Manatee County Islands right around Anna Maria Island, the southernmost point of the Skyway Bridge. That's where that's basically where the center line is. Sarasota is a lot further south than that, right? It's probably a good 40 miles or so to the south. So again, this wouldn't be a landfall directly over Sarasota, but I wouldn't be surprised with the models if this track moves significantly to the south over the next 24 to 36 hours. But we'll continue to see once what we call the 12Z model runs come in, we'll continue to see if that trend is further to the south. And the model plots that I showed you earlier, which I'll pull up real quick, show the black right through Tampa Bay, okay? Look how many models, JB, are to the south. Look how many models are from, Manatee County southward all the way into Sarasota County. Most of them are. The average is still pretty close to what we call the consensus models, pretty close to right over Tampa Bay. And there's only, I think, 2 models that I see that are a little bit further to the north. So again, given this and we'll see if this consensus model moves to the south. I think the models come out. This graphic, I think, updates 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So we'll see if that black line does move to the south.
I'm not a meteorologist. I've hosted this program. This is season 6 of Tracking the Tropics. So I don't have a degree in meteorology. I don't have a seal of any kind. I've never been a meteorologist, but all I do during hurricane season is listen to very smart, experienced meteorologists like Eric Stone, Jeff Baradelli, Amanda Holly, Rebecca Barry, and our next Star Nation meteorologist joining us from across the country on this program, because we stream every Tuesday about hurricane preparedness, hurricane education. We take this job very seriously on Tracking the Tropics. And I'll just offer a note here. I'm looking at this, right? And I remember our Eagle 8HD flight over Anna Maria Island. And that area, that neighborhood, right there on the coast, on the southern end of Tampa Bay, really the Minnesota County barrier island of Anna Maria Island. Look, I remember the damage that they experienced with Helene, which was 100 miles offshore. And now you have this track. I mean, can you zoom in on the track?
Yep.
Can we, in relation to Anna Maria Island?
It's pretty much over it now. It's very interesting. Helene was only 11, 12 days ago. Okay. Now imagine if folks there rebuilt, got their homes back, everything, and then this happened next year. I think that'd be even more devastating. Right now, and there's no best time for a storm to hit, right? But if a storm hit back to back, the homes that are already devastated, the people that are already displaced, it's not going to do much more, right, JB? I mean, I'm not trying to sound, one way or the other, but there's a lot of people that aren't even there on Anna Maria Island. If they rebuilt and a storm like this hit next year, they would have to go through this whole process all over again. But because it's only been 12 days, there's really no rebuilding, right? Like, not much has happened since Helene. So if there was a time for another storm to impact the same area, I know it's that 1-2 punch. It might be better now compared to a year from now. I mean, obviously, it's not good, period. I'm not trying to say it's good. But this would be the time that, hey, you know what? If another storm came in, there was already mass devastation there, and it's just going to be much of the same. I mean, does that make sense? I'm not trying to sound that, oh, well, this is a great thing. But I'm trying to say that if 2 storms happen, one right after the other, before people rebuild, then it's a lot less of a headache than if, like Ian, and then 2 years later everything's rebuilt, and then bam, here comes Helene. Here comes Milton.
I understand what you're saying, and rebuilding.
And I'm trying to be sensitive. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I think it's a better case scenario than if this would have happened next year. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Eric, a pinball aficionado. One of my hobbies, I'm an enormous boxing fan. I've always loved the sport of boxing, the sweet science. And, you mentioned a 1-2 punch. Helene was a jab, the setup jab. And this looks to be
the final blow.
The Mike Tyson uppercut for, wherever this makes landfall, because a lot of those barrier islands, a lot of those areas on the coast, they're still picking up the pieces and still assessing damage in many respects and trying to, formulate a plan as to what to do after Helene. But now here you have the uppercut coming, and, my heart just goes out to all the folks that are, that experienced, Helene impacts from 100 miles offshore in Tampa Bay, and now are getting this track coming basically right through the heart of our region. Sending you guys prayers, and Anna Maria Island, get out. Just
if they're even back.
Yeah.
The one thing I'm very, very, very concerned with, and we don't really talk about this much, JB, the piles of debris that have not been picked up, right? I mean, whether it's Pinellas County, whether it's Manatee County, whether it's Sarasota, whether it's around the Bay, whether it's West Shore, Town and Country, 100+ mile an hour wind gusts. That debris, JB, is going to go everywhere. If it hasn't been picked up, and I know not all that debris has been picked up yet, the projectiles are going to be flying all over the place. So that is the real bad thing with this storm being so close to Helene, is that there's so many piles of debris. And you saw Brittany when, we were doing, after damage, 7 foot high of debris from one house to the next house to the next house. Where's all that debris going to go? Where are all those things going to go? They're going to go flying.
A lot of those homes were utterly emptied because of the flood damage.
Right.
So cleanup hasn't finished here. My entire neighborhood still has debris out on their front lawns, or on their front curb, for pickup. This is an area still in large part getting, back up on its feet.
Yeah.
And here comes the uppercut. Speaking of the 1-2 punch, right? Jen is following our conversation here on Facebook Live. I understand the 1-2 punch being from Shore Acres. We lost everything. I agree. It was gone. What can we do? But the debris is still out there. That hurts to see. But is there another spot brewing down there again after Milton? Is there a 1-2-3 punch?
Well,
what do we got?
First of all, my prayers go out to you. I'm sorry, Jen, that you were one that lost everything, and I pray that
likewise, I second that,
you're able to rebuild and try to get to more normalcy. I don't see a third system out there. The GFS had been playing with a system last week for next week, but there was nothing really. There's no model consensus. No other model has anything for next week for a 1-2-3 punch. I don't see anything. In fact, the fronts are really going to start pushing south now. The weather's going to start getting cooler. The dew points are going to drop. The fronts, the troughs are going to move further to the south, pushing, anything in the Caribbean, most likely to the south. Not to say that something couldn't sneak up, right? But I don't foresee right now anything after this one. But obviously that's what we're here for. We're here on Tracking the Tropics to give you warning that, hey, you know what? Maybe there is something, but not in this case.
We'll continue to monitor the comment section for hashtag-based comments. And it's interesting. We ran just a quick flash poll on YouTube Live, Eric.
Yeah.
I just want to share the results with you because I know you can't see that. We asked people what part of the coverage they would like to see the most of, and finishing at number 1 was just computer models. Any models that we can show, spaghetti models, GFS versus Euro. In fact, we haven't shown the GFS and Euro since your forecast. Can we bring that up again and just kind of show people? Adjusting our coverage on the fly to help people as much as possible.
Yeah, and I do like to show, I do like to show this because while the models still aren't like Helene in consensus, which I didn't think they would be, it's not like there's 2 features guiding this storm in between and we know what's going to happen. I do like the progression. I like the GFS models being further to the south. That's huge. I like the European models being south. Again, this is for the Bay. Now, people say, it's moving to the south, so there's going to be more catastrophic damage. Well, not necessarily, because whether this takes a path into the Bay or into Manatee County, Manatee and Sarasota are still going to see catastrophic damage. It is still going to be 10 to 15 foot of storm surge. But the Bay would be spared. And if this does somehow move south of Sarasota, I don't know if it's going to do that. But if it does move south of Sarasota, then we're going to see improving conditions along Manatee County and then along Sarasota County. So, again, to the north of the center, that's where there won't be the storm surge issue. There'll be a lot of rain, but I'd rather have the rain over storm surge. So, again, these are the latest models that I just updated earlier. And you can see the GFS model that yesterday was in Pasco County. The day before was in Citrus County. And Jeff and I were sitting here saying, like, we like to say as meteorologists, out to lunch. All of a sudden, it's back, and it's coming into an agreement. The Icon model has shifted north over the last couple of days, but it's still
And just to confirm, Icon
the
is
German model. Yep, the yellow. But it's still into central Manatee County. The European model is right around Manatee-Sarasota County border. The AI model, the Euro AI, has always been south of the European model. And again, this is more, I don't want to say experimental, but it's very new, right? The AI, nobody hears of the AI model. The Canadian model, which, it's not really, it's probably one of the lower end performing models, is, further to the south of downtown Sarasota. So basically, if the Canadian model verified, Charlotte Harbor would see 12 to 15 foot of storm surge. Fort Myers Beach would be closer to 10 to 12 feet of storm surge. But then Sarasota and northward would have zero, right? It would pull everything out. So the GFS versus the Euro is very much in agreement. Look at that. Wednesday at 5 o'clock in the morning, JB. Look at that. They're almost on top of each other. But the GFS is a little bit quicker and a little bit further to the north. So again, it's the southern mouth of Tampa Bay, Anna Maria Island area, and this is showing landfall at midnight, right? So the European model makes landfall at about 3 o'clock, right around Anna Maria Island into Manatee County. And then both models take this over Cape Canaveral, Titusville area, and then out. Now, our in-house model, let me fast forward to that, which our in-house model is kind of...
our in-house model was correct during Helene, right?
Yeah, it was very, very... it was very close. In fact, it was a lot more accurate during Helene than some of the other models were. So you see it here, and it's, directly west of Sarasota County. And this won't update until probably 1:30.
Oh, that's the end of... No, I was going to say that's not the end of the run.
No. So right here, you could see that it goes...
That's a little more north than the GFS and the Euro, no?
Slightly.
Yeah.
So what I can do is I can really zoom this in, all right, and show you exactly where.
The in-house model is hugging the south end of Tampa Bay.
It is.
And one more time, Anna Maria Island smack dab in the middle of some serious hurt.
So here we go. So we'll go right here. And we'll zoom in.
I mean, that's look at that. That's Anna Maria Island in the eye. That's the Sunshine Skyway Bridge in the eye.
Yeah. So this model may be a few miles to the north. This would still push a lot of surge into Tampa Bay, especially the, it would be interesting because you'd be getting water being pushed into Tampa Bay from the south, and then some water in the north end of Tampa Bay would be kind of pulled out, right? So you would have kind of a moderate scenario compared to how bad it could be. But this is actually the northernmost model that I've seen.
Yeah, it is, no doubt.
And we didn't say that yesterday. This was one of the southernmost models, right? Or at least it was pretty close to average. Now, the NHC does not...
consider this.
Right. This is an in-house model that are meant for IBM, WSI, our computer systems that are not really available to the public. You need to, join a pay site or whatever in order to see this. But all the TV stations that you watch will use this. It used to be called the RPM model, and they've graduated from that. Although I love the RPM. I know a lot of meteorologists that love the RPM model. Somewhere I may have the RPM model. I probably do. I'm not sure exactly where it is, and I'm sure it's very similar to the graph. Maybe for later shows that we do, JB, I'll look for the old RPM model. I still think it updates, even though it's kind of obsolete. But I'm telling you, the RPM on rainy season was really, really, really good. Sometimes even better than the graph. But as far as these hurricanes are concerned, the graph model has really been pretty much on point from what I've seen. But again, anything can change.
Is this the last? Was that the last frame of that model? By the way,
No.
Okay,
No,
so
this goes all the way to pretty much Cape
oh
Canaveral.
wow, all the way to the East Coast. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
can you zoom in back to where it was? I want to follow the eye inland on the in-house model.
Okay,
And,
so
right, yeah. Can you pause it like right? Back it up, maybe. Yeah, right there. Okay, so that's. Can we zoom in?
so yeah.
That's the bridge. I'm only laughing because we have such tremendous clarity here.
Right.
That is the Sunshine Skyway Bridge.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
is one of the main bridges in really on Florida's Gulf Coast. Connects Pinellas to Manatee County.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm going to ask our digital content team if we can bring up a live picture of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. We can show people what that looks like.
And see how much traffic is on it right now. I mean, I'm really interested to see, even I don't know how many, FDOT cameras we have along I-75. But
I'll bring it up.
I'm telling you, I bet you 75 is backed up. I don't know about the Skyway Bridge.
What level of hurricane? The Skyway Bridge, folks, if you can look at my camera for a second, the Skyway Bridge, like many bridges, look, it comes to, there's an incline and
Yes.
it peaks like this, right? It's like it goes really
As
high
many
up
bridges
in
do,
the
but
air.
that one does go really high up.
So I'm really curious. The Sunshine Skyway Bridge, I've never had to ask this question before because we've never seen a storm like this. What level of hurricane is it graded for to be able to withstand winds of what speeds?
Yeah, that's a very, very good question. That I don't know.
Check this out. Live picture, I believe, of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. Let's see if we can load it up.
Yeah.
There it is.
All right. Well, I mean, that looks pretty normal.
Now this is heading. This is the southbound direction on the right, so that's people heading south. On the right side of your screen are people heading south into Manatee County. On the left side of your screen, heading north into Pinellas.
Yeah. So, maybe they're going down to Southeast Florida. But I know I-75, which 275 eventually connects with 75 right around mile marker like 228 or so, and then reconnects somewhere in the mile 270s or somewhere north of Tampa. So as far as I-75 is concerned, I do think I-75 probably very, very, very congested. I think this bridge, now, a lot of people, whether they know the story or not, a boat hit the old bridge and it was a catastrophe way back in the day. What was that, in the 80s or 90s?
I am not sure,
So,
but I've heard of this tale. I never actually looked into it.
And you can see the old bridge. Now I think it's a fishing pier. You can't see it here, but if you drive over the Skyway. So what they did is they built the Skyway Bridge very, very, very high, so something like that wouldn't happen again. I think because they built it, and maybe I could do a Google.
Well, yeah, that's what I just did.
Built
okay, so let me read. So just a little bit of research here, folks.
Oh, did you Google it?
Some live stream research, okay, that the Sunshine Skyway Bridge has been designed to withstand ship collisions and hurricanes.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
I don't see specifics on, and look, this is a great opportunity for our commenters. Anybody that we'll see if we get a consensus from the commenters that are joining us on Facebook Live and YouTube Live if they see a certain wind speed or a certain category. I don't see that at my fingertips right here. This bridge will be closed at some point once the wind speeds usually reach around, I think it's 40 miles an hour. They close the bridge.
Tropical storm force.
Yep. And so, and sometimes they'll even close it just as it approaches 40 miles per hour, just to err on the side of caution. So, yeah, look, this is a bridge that has withstood Irma and other storms in the past. We saw it close down for Helene. Will it, what kind of damage will it sustain in potentially a Category 4, 3, 2 hurricane? I suppose, unfortunately, we are going to find out. But right there, so you see, can you zoom?
Oh, you want me to go back to it?
Yeah, for a second?
Yep.
I wanted to know how much you can zoom in.
I can zoom in as much. So the Skyway Bridge was built.
There it is.
In 1987. It was finished.
So let's show people the bridge. I mean, there it is.
So, I mean, yeah, here's the bridge.
A main thoroughfare for the Tampa Bay area, folks.
Right.
When it's closed, look, you have to go all the way around.
And you can see the fishing pier. See the fishing pier on the bottom?
Mm-hmm.
So you
There it
kind of
is.
see it
Yep.
branch off. That was the old Skyway Bridge before a ship hit it in 1980. And I think it said it killed 35 people on the bridge. And, you know, it goes all the way up into Pinellas County right here. And then St. Pete is basically the southern end of Pinellas County.
All right. So can we now, take this model through a little bit more?
Let me get rid of my. I need to get rid of my my points. Okay, so let's see.
Kind of adjusting this on the fly, folks. Bear
Yeah,
with us,
yeah,
but
yeah.
you'll see. Again, for those
Because-
of you just joining us,
all right, so
this
now
is
I ought
our
to be able to-
WFLA in-house model, which is the most north model that we have. The GFS and the Euro are more to the south of this, a little bit more to the south.
All right, so here we are.
Okay.
So we'll zoom in,
Yep. And follow the eye.
and so you see it. You see it here. Now it's in eastern Hillsborough County. So here's Tampa.
Is that like Valrico?
No, that's Ruskin,
Yeah.
Riverview,
Yep.
not quite Brandon. It looks like Valrico and Brandon are in the northern part of the eye right there. But then look at this.
Sun City Center.
Lakeland. Look how the wind dies down in Lakeland. 13. So it's 80s.
Why?
Bartow, because the eye's getting close. So there's Bartow at
Yeah, but it's
103.
wow.
And then look at Lakeland.
Right.
And then
No,
look at
it's-
Bartow. Bartow's only 43, right? Because it's right on the edge of the eye there.
Yeah, it's interesting.
And then you see how the wind speeds go back up
right
to
back
hurricane,
up.
right?
Yep, right.
Or
when
the
it's-
gust.
No, it's just interesting that
So-
I didn't expect that dramatic of a fall off there.
Oh, of course.
With the winds.
I mean, in the eye, it's calm. I mean, there's a 10
Right.
mile an hour wind. I mean,
but Lakeland
there's not
itself
much at all.
wasn't directly in the eye. If you, I guess
close.
it's right
It's
there.
close.
It's
yeah,
close.
Yeah. I mean, it's it's really, really close. And then there's pretty much right now it's south of I-4, the center, but it's pretty much taking that I-4 trajectory, right? And then it moves, and look, the eye is still. It looks like so. There's Orlando. All right, and you see the eye is still intact south of Orlando. See that? So it's even south of Kissimmee. So it's kind of a rural area where it moves. And then there's Titusville and Cape Canaveral area. And look at that. So there's the eye. Pretty much right over Cape Canaveral. Right?
Wow.
Isn't that nuts? And then it goes out to sea. And
show people something.
And the eye is still, obviously well intact once it moves off the East Coast. So it's very interesting to see the progression as this moves across the state. I mean, the eye is so well defined. I mean, look at that in Lakeland. It's huge. The eye is pretty big. Lakeland almost all the way to Bartow.
Hey, Amanda, you got some AA batteries over there. I want to show people something, but this remote just died, and this might actually be pretty interesting for folks. Thank you very much. Stand by, folks.
So yeah, I mean,
Look at the Skyway.
Yeah, the center of this is the eye wall, or the eye is pretty much from just to the south of St. Pete Beach to Whitney Beach, in that area, Longboat Key. I mean, it's a pretty decent, it's at least 25 miles, maybe 30. So again, our in-house model is right now one of the furthest to the north, but still pretty much right over the bay, and
yeah, no, that
it's really something.
And it also goes to show the size of the eye now versus what it is presently, because the eye is so compact now versus how it's going to expand, right? We were talking a little bit about that. Let's bring a wobble tracker and show everybody what we're talking about. I mean, the eye is almost, it's minuscule now.
Well, I mean, it's going through an eye wall replacement, and so typically the eye gets filled in, and then it redevelops, and it looks like it is redeveloping right now. So I do think the eye is going to look more like a typical eye, right? Once this is complete, but it does almost look like it is south of the track on the wobble tracker, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I want to show everybody else something. People at this station know that if I have a camera that I think shows something interesting, I'm going to take it. So I have a camera here that is showing me something interesting that I have never seen before at WFLA. So I'm going to take the camera shot.
Awesome. I love it.
That's my rule of thumb.
Yeah.
If
yeah.
the camera shot has it, I'm going to take it.
We're going to see a lot of things over the next couple of days that we haven't seen before, JB.
Check out the newsroom. Okay, so there's Amanda. Wave, Amanda. Say hello to our audience. Hello, there's Amanda. After a marathon bit of broadcast coverage.
Oh, yeah.
Those are our studio cameras with the teleprompters being moved up here to the second floor on our level here in the Stream Center.
So, I noticed those, but are they...
And, there's confirmation that pizza is available in the newsroom, by the way.
Oh, see that. Oh, I see it.
Did they pass along a note to us?
It's okay. We see it.
Right.
I think we were confused yesterday because there was a huge Nexstar meeting in that conference room. And that's usually where the pizza's at. And so, I saw a meeting in there and didn't really see much else. And I didn't realize there was anything in there. And I guess Friday you guys had Jimmy John's brought some little sandwiches.
They're always mixing it up.
Yeah. And so I had made a joke to Jeff and the weather team. I said, hey, because everyone knows I like a good deal and free food, whatever. And so they did save me a couple. I mean, they were very small, but a couple little sandwiches that I snacked on. But that only holds you over for a couple of hours.
So I've never seen our studio cameras all move to the second floor like this.
Are those the studio cameras, Amanda?
From Studio B?
Yeah.
B.
That's because I was going to say we have to go on the air. So
that's from our lifestyle and talk show studio, B. We're in Studio C. Speaking of which, let's show Studio. Hey. There.
Hey,
Hi,
look at that.
Me. We've got cameras located all over the place here.
You can't get away with anything in here.
Yeah. So, okay. So, Eric, we'll stay on stream for a little bit longer. And perhaps at that point, I encourage, let me just, a PSA, self-care, take care of yourself, eat, hydrate, sure you're looking out for your loved ones as well, food for the pets, and you know what? Treats for your pets too.
Right.
These are tough times and a great time to go a little bit deeper into the treat jar.
Yeah.
And treat your pets to snacks because they might be in a little bit of a different scenario depending on where you are in the storm, and they deserve it. They deserve happiness.
Yeah.
And so look, we'll continue to take questions and comments here at WFLA, and then at some point we will be practicing what we preach by getting some food here and stepping away from the microphones. But our streaming coverage is all day. So the next update is expected at 2 o'clock Eastern. We will be back on stream at 2 o'clock Eastern. But we still have a little bit longer here to go, Eric.
Yeah.
And then we'll, of course, sit down for lunch. Let's continue to take some of the questions and comments that are coming in. We got video questions coming in here shortly. But first, we talked about Wobble Tracker. Let's show it. There it is. Yeah, maybe a bit of a southerly jog.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like between 11 and 12, it hasn't really moved all that much. But again, it's undergoing that eye wall replacement cycle, and it's going to become more well defined over the next hour or two, and we'll see if this does appear to move south of the track or follow the track.
Okay, if we can bring the track back up and let's answer some questions. Let's go to, okay, this is an interesting one, right? Some are going to be quite stubborn when it comes to the storm. look, listen to the mandatory evacuation orders, listen to the evacuation recommendations from your local EOC, your local emergency management officials. Jay Marie with this question, #KJB and Eric. I'm scared for my in-laws who are not leaving their house. Their neighbors are in an evac zone and left, but their house is just outside of it. Suggestions, they're in Clearwater. So, man, it's interesting. There are going to be certain neighborhoods where you look across the street and it's like, oh, they're in an evacuation zone, and I'm not. I'm right on the line. That's what basically Jay is getting at here with this question.
Yeah, Clearwater is not. It's in the middle, right? It's not along the Gulf. It's not along the eastern, the western side of the bay. But the wind is going to be a huge issue, and it really all depends on whether your house is hurricane ready. Obviously, if it's a mobile home or anything small like that, you can't. It's not going to survive. I hate to say it, but if they're in a hurricane-proof home and they've got the storm shutters, they got the glass, they got the roof brackets and whatnot, it's still going to be well over 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts and up to 100-mile-per-hour sustained wind at times. Possible in Clearwater. And there's got to be a lot of flooding rain to the north of the storm. 8, 10, 12 inches of rain. So flooding is going to be a huge issue. And, the number one reason people are told to evacuate is because of the water, not because of the wind. But still, the wind can wreak havoc. It did with Ian. I tell people, my friend, their roof came off their house and literally, lifted off the house and then bam, got pushed back on, obviously not in the same place. And water was getting in the house. And once that happens, you're in big trouble if you don't evacuate, if your house isn't ready for this.
#based questions are coming back up. But first, we're going to get to some video questions coming in to WFLA.com/reportit. You can send in your selfie videos and ask a question here to our team. Let's go first up to, in this session, Ashley up in Hardy County. Hello there, Ashley.
If there is an expectation for the storm to move further south, which kind of conditions should we expect here in Hardy, Highlands County? We are just outside of the Highlands Hammock State Park.
So,
Ashley, thank you for the video.
Let me show you the wind field because this really helps out a lot of people, right? When you see this. And so you're looking at Hardy, and
is there any way to point out, what's the, as far as Hardy County goes, like where it is on the map?
Yeah, I mean, Hardy County is, you see Sarasota, and then you see two rectangles just to the left of Sebring.
Mm-hmm.
Hardy County is the top rectangle
between Sarasota and Sebring.
Directly between, Sarasota and Sebring. So Hardy County right now is going to be borderline hurricane force wind. I don't think it's going to quite get there, but if this does move south, it definitely will get there. So 65, 75 mile per hour wind, and could easily be gusting over 90 miles per hour in Hardy County. Now, you look in, people have been asking about Highlands County. You don't quite see the 70, 60 to 65 gusting to hurricane force in northern Highlands County. But again, this really tells the tale of where we're expecting a hurricane force wind from Tampa to Sarasota. And then as you move into Polk County, much of Polk County, with the exception of maybe Indian Lakes and Southeast. And then, Kissimmee, not quite to Orlando, and Cape Canaveral, not quite to Titusville. But again, these are sustained winds, not wind gusts. So you got to add another, 15, 20, 25 mile an hour to the wind gusts.
But to Ashley's point, if this does trend south,
correct,
then we're talking about all of this this basically
shifting south. Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. So definitely, if this does shift south, and if Hardy County is in the direct path, okay, which right now it's not, but if it does shift south enough, they'd have Category 2 wind in Hardy County.
Let's next go to the video question submitted to WFLA.com/reportit from Jen. She is joining us from near Sarasota Airport.
Hi guys, watching you on YouTube. I'm very confused as far as how far in can that 10 to 15 feet storm surge come without a creek or a river connecting. I have a drainage ditch behind my apartments, but I don't know if that hooks to anything. Can it come that far? I'm by Sarasota Airport, And I don't know if the storm surge can come that far. I'm in zone D, but they're evacuating C. I don't know how close I am, but I'm just wondering, can the bay come in that far, or is that just the ocean that can come that far, the Gulf? And help. What do we do? Thanks. Bye.
How real quick before you answer the question, how's audio for everybody? Because that was loud in my earpiece.
Well, that was fine. I'm getting older, so the louder I hear something, the better. I hate to say it. But
can I get
yeah,
a
that was a
thumbs
little
up
loud.
or thumbs down emoji on the audio there if that was loud for people? Jen, thank you for sending your video from near Sarasota Airport.
So,
what do we say?
as far as storm surge, we saw roads by Fort Myers Beach that were very close to a mile in that the Gulf of Mexico got to, right? That was 18 foot of storm surge. 15 foot's not too far off. It really all depends on, the elevation and how, it, obviously not steep, but how flat it is from the Gulf of Mexico to your neighborhood. I definitely don't foresee it being able to get to where you're located. So I would not worry about the storm surge where you're located. Government officials are very, very, very careful. If they think there's any chance whatsoever that storm surge is going to get to you, they're going to tell you to evacuate. And if you're in zone D and they didn't tell you to evacuate, then, they're very confident that storm surge isn't going to get to you. And I would be confident too. But now you say you had a drainage ditch, that would be more likely flooded with the rain that we're expecting, especially if the track does move further to the south and you're in that 8 to 10 inch swath of rain. There's a lot of drainage ditches that are going to overflow. Now, it's weird. The house that I'm in Fort Myers, it's in a place called San Carlos Park. We've got a big, big canal in our backyard. And my roommate, they're pretty much like family to me. Just, sent me a message saying, oh, just so you know, they told us to evacuate. And I said, what? It's by I-75, okay? It's mile marker 128, Alico Road area, if anyone knows that area in Fort Myers. And I'm thinking, why in the heck are we supposed to evacuate? Well, because, we have that big canal in the back, and, if it rains a lot, that canal is going to fill up, and then you're going to get flooding, and it could flood into your house. I don't know how big your drainage ditch is. The way you made it sound, it wasn't like a big canal. So probably not a huge issue like what I may have to deal with. But the freshwater flooding would be more of an issue. You're not going to be dealing with a storm surge.
Let's go next in the queue to Lori joining us in Lakeland on WFLA.com/report it.
Okay, my backyard in Lakeland is spends my to become projectiles, but she was like, no, it'll be fine, we'll be fine. And yeah, I don't know what to do.
Did everybody hear that one okay?
Yeah, I didn't even need to hear it. As soon as I saw all that stuff out there, I said, whoa. Listen, you're talking 100+ mile an hour wind gust in Lakeland, all right? And maybe even sustained for a period of time. You got to get that stuff in. That little barbecue, those plant pots, every single one of those things are going to be blown around. You need to get not just some of it in, but all of it in. And everybody needs to get all of it in. Halloween decorations, as we talked about yesterday, anything you can pick up, 100 mile per hour wind can pick up a lot more, a lot better than you can, and blow it around and blow it into your house, blow it into your windows. Come on. People really have to get their stuff that's out in their backyards, out in their patios, anything. Even if you don't think, well, I got this grill out there, and it's pretty heavy, I can hardly lift it. Well, 120 mile per hour wind gusts can lift it a lot easier than you can. So you really need to get that stuff inside.
Halloween decorations. I said it yesterday emphatically. I will say it again. It's a pain in the you-know-what to set it all up and then only have to break it all down with some really complicated setups that are majestic and awesome, but you got to get in your Halloween decorations. I'll say it repeatedly.
You'll lose them if you don't.
And bring in your pets as well. One of the interesting things about Report It is that, we've had a commenter by the name of Greasebelly in our comment section.
I remember.
And now we have a report it video selfie.
We get to see who it is?
I suppose.
Oh, that's awesome.
I suppose. Let's see.
Eric, hey JB. My name's Jason. I'm in Bradenton, Florida. I'm also the face of Greasebelly Garage on YouTube. I have a few friends ignoring the potentiality here. I was wondering if you guys could elaborate into that so they could understand the dangers of it. I appreciate it.
Right. So there are a lot of old school people here that say, well, never happened to me in the past. It's never going to happen to me again. If it didn't happen in 60 years I've been here, it's never going to happen. Well, unfortunately, we saw something in Helene that happened, and now we're going to see something even worse in Milton. So again, these storm surge scenarios, the further north the storm goes, the more likely that the bay, obviously, would be under 10 to 15 foot of surge. Given the track now, and what I'll do is I'll put up scenario number 2. But either way, he's in Bradenton, Manatee County. Wind being pushed from the Gulf onto land, all right, is what we call storm surge in layman's terms, if you don't know what it is, all right? We're talking about picture of wall of water. Now, obviously, it's not a tsunami. It doesn't come in 10 to 15 foot. It gradually rises to 10 to 15 foot, all right? But what a lot of people do is they say, oh, well, it's not going to happen to me. Everything's okay. Then all of a sudden, the water's waist deep in their house, and they say, I guess I better get out of here. Yeah, it's kind of too late, unfortunately. So I can't stress it enough. More people that do pass away and die from storms like this, they die in evacuation zones that they were told to evacuate, and they said, nothing like this has ever happened to me. It'll never happen. Well, guess what? I'm here to tell you it's going to happen, and I'm here to tell you get the heck out if you are in an evacuation zone. And if you're within a mile away from the coastline, then you may think, I'm a mile, I'm okay. And you might be okay a mile away, but is it really worth taking a chance? If you're told to evacuate, there's a reason. You evacuate from water, and you evacuate really from the storm surge coming in. So anybody that doesn't think about it, and so many people don't, and I hate to say it, JB, there's going to be so many people that don't evacuate, and we're gonna count the lives lost because people didn't listen when people told you to get the heck out of there because of the storm surge.
We are going to transition back to hashtag-based questions and try to showcase some computer models while we do it, because we know that people really want us to hone in on, the models and the latest developments with those models. We know that that's obviously a huge focus for people, but we do have a large amount of people that do want to have their video questions answered. So you can send in your selfie video questions to wfla.com/reportit. I will also point this out. Our Tracking the Tropics audience knows that we do this. We will do a selfie segment here in about 20 minutes. And what that means is not a video segment. Here's the rules, because we're going to kind of go into the lunch break here, the lunch hour, which is 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. That's when Eric and I will be stepping away. But in about 15 minutes, what we're going to do is we're going to spotlight our audience, our Tracking the Tropics audience, how the selfie segment works. Just shoot a selfie wherever you are watching from. Include your name or your names and your location, where you are watching from, and make sure that Tracking the Tropics is on in the background. And we will show as many selfies as we can, just to bring some smiles to folks out there. We talk about a lot of doom and gloom here on Tracking the Tropics. It tends to be a lot of doom and gloom when we're talking about hurricanes and tropical storms, but this is a story about people, and we like to show as many of those people as possible on our live stream. People that are staying safe, people that have a plan, people that are watching the show, which means that you are really weather interested and want to be weather aware. And that's really perhaps the first step, is just making sure that you are staying informed to the latest updates. So we like to encourage people being part of the program. You can shoot a selfie. Just make sure it has Tracking the Tropics on in the background, on your TV, on your laptop, on your tablet, whatever it may be. And we'll, in about 15 minutes, we'll show any of the selfies that are sent in to WFLA.com/reported. Real-time Wobble Tracker updates here. People have been paying attention to this on WFO.com and sending me messages on YouTube Live in the comment section here, Eric, saying, hey, is there developments here with the eye? Look here at the last couple of frames.
Yeah.
I mean, anything?
You mean in regards to deviating from the track itself? Yeah, I mean, I mentioned this a good 30 plus minutes ago that it looks like, well, I mean, it is going through, like I said, an eye wall replacement cycle, and very strong storms will do this, sometimes a couple times. And so, you get up to 180 miles per hour, it goes through the cycle, it decreases a little bit, then it increases a little bit in wind speed. But once the eye is more well-defined, and again, that'll probably take place over the next couple of hours, I do think, that's when we're really going to see whether this is deviating. But if I were to say if it's deviating, I would definitely say, I mean, this definitely looks pretty far south of that 4, don't you think, JB? In my opinion, it does.
It feels like a wobble.
Yes, it's definitely a wobble. Yes.
It feels like a wobble. And how many wobbles will we have consecutively? So you see the timestamps there. We're up to 12:30 on that latest satellite image. What will the satellite image look like at 12:40, 50, 1 o'clock? Will the wobbles continue off the track, or will it correct back onto the NHC's line? Stay tuned. Again, our programming alert going forward, here's what we're doing. We're staying on stream until approximately a little bit before 1 o'clock. We take a 1-hour lunch break. The stream will stay up so the chat can stay active, and then we're back at 2 o'clock with the 2 o'clock advisory and sharing whether or not Milton is getting stronger, weakening, turning. We'll have updates in the 2 o'clock hour when there is a intermediary update that comes down from the National Hurricane Center in Miami. Shout out to the National Hurricane Center in Miami. They have a team, of course, working around the clock on this. The forecasters that specialize in hurricane forecasting, sending them all the very best. If they're watching right now at the NHC, sending you guys all the very best. A lot of love. You guys do life-saving work. So
yeah,
thank you for everything
and
that you do.
I got a good friend that just joined their team, Evan. He lives in Pittsburgh, good pinball friend of mine. And, he has a house in Cape Coral that he's still, believe it or not, 2 years later, cleaning up from Ian. And now, has to worry about yet another storm. But, yeah, he's working there at the National Hurricane Center. So hi to him if he's watching.
All right, next up in the queue, let's go to Janelle on Facebook Live. #KJB Eastern, Pasco County. Will I be safe without boarding up windows? I'm a single parent and no wood to do this.
Yeah, so what I can do is bring up our in-house model in regards to the wind in Pasco, Southern Pasco said, so probably Newport Richey. You're looking like you're looking at wind gusts over 90 miles per hour, so 90 to 100 at least. It really all depends on what kind of windows you have, but I don't know, that's borderline. And if there's a projectile, something that really gets blown around and smashes into your window, then you're really in big trouble. If you don't feel safe, or your house isn't up to code, can't withstand a category 2 or category 3, then I would try to get out of there if you can.
Next up in the queue, Colton. #KJB. Do you think it has any chance of making landfall as a category 4 storm?
Yeah, I just don't see it. I think the chance is very, very, very slim. I think it's a greater chance that it would be a strong 2 than a 4. But it's most likely going to be right in the middle, a category 3 major hurricane making landfall.
Let's see here. We've got a couple of more coming into the queue, guys. Hot loading in questions with #KJB and #Hey Eric. Man, all right, Sean, I don't like where your head's at. I'm going to be honest. I don't like this question. Sean Hall on Facebook Live. #KJB. Is it possible for this hurricane to come back and hit again? So what's interesting about this, and if you can bring up the track, Eric,
yeah,
it does emerge into the Atlantic Ocean as a Category 1 hurricane, but where does it go from there? Where does it turn?
It's basically following a front, and it becomes what we call extratropical, meaning there's no chance whatsoever. It's just not going to happen. No way. Okay. This thing's is beelining it to the Atlantic, and it's just going to keep on moving east.
Rodney Garcia, you're up next on Tracking the Tropics with hashtags for us both. Is there a nearby studio you guys can temporarily move to, or will the entire news team be riding out the storm in downtown Tampa? We get this question a lot here at WFLA, the Stream Center located right on the Hillsborough River in beautiful downtown Tampa. We're right really on Tampa Bay itself, really right, the river, of course, goes right into the bay. And so we do have a backup location, and decisions being made here, they are fluid, pun not intended. And so we are streaming until we are given, the notice to move. And our backup location is, I think, 50 miles inland, something like that.
Yeah, we're not worried about any kind of storm surge. With Helene being so far off the coast, the water outside was, 3 feet deep on our streets, and we were kind of on an island here. Now, if we added another, that was about 7 foot of storm surge. If we add another 7 foot, I think at worst case scenario, we would start to see water coming in, maybe the front doors, right, on the first floor. But, this is a 4-story building. The construction is solid. And so, we would be fine here on the second floor.
This building is a concrete fortress. It just happens to be located in a really vulnerable spot.
Right, exactly.
And so we are located in the Stream Center on the second floor. Our Tracking the Tropics super fans out there, if you will, they might remember that during Helene coverage, the night that Helene hit, every room at WFLA lost power except for this one.
Yeah.
We were on a battery backup that allowed us to not only be live online, but to simulcast on the airwaves on local TV on WFLA News Channel 8, your NBC station here in Tampa, Florida. And so the Stream Center was this beacon of hope, if you will, that we were. Look back at the video. We showed how the entire newsroom went dark. It was eerie.
It was something else.
Something we had never seen before. And so it'll be very curious to see what the station strategy is with us as far as whether or not we're going to the backup location or if we're staying here in the Stream Center. Our safety is at the top of the priority list, and really the only thing on the priority list when it comes to making sure that employees are being cared for. What I mean is that we're going to do the very best that we can by our staff here. And our signal, we will get it out in some capacity, whether via the Stream Center or the backup location. We're going to do everything that we can to stay on, but our safety is of paramount importance.
And obviously, while we're here, we're way far away from any windows. We're on the second floor. I'm not concerned about our safety here. It's the power situation, as well as can you get out, right? If this thing, does track north and it's 12, 13, 15 foot of storm surge, obviously we'd be trapped, right? JB, we wouldn't be in danger, but we wouldn't be able to get out for a little while. Obviously that surge would recede 12, 18 hours. We'd be able to walk outside, whatever. And we have a huge parking garage here. So our vehicles, and I do stress this because, as people know, I lost my vehicle in Fort Lauderdale last year with a freak 20 inches of rain in 6 hours that just happened to, fall where I parked. So, even in a backup location, I'm concerned that, hey, is my car going to be in the elements? I know here it's going to be in the parking garage, so I'm not worried about it. And I do stress to people that are maybe not in an evacuation zone. Maybe your house is on stilts. Maybe, you're on the second floor, yet your car is at ground level, obviously, and it's outside the elements. And my friend lost his car from Chicago at Reddington Beach. And I said, hey, move the car. Oh, it's never flooded in so many years. And I'm telling you, this could be, and most likely, a once in a lifetime, in your lifetime event so far. Obviously, we pray that this doesn't continue to happen, but it hasn't happened in so long. And so places that haven't flooded, and you think, oh, my car's fine, my vehicle's fine, It's no fun losing a vehicle. It takes a long time. You got to rent a car for several months. It takes a long time for that insurance to come in to where you could get another vehicle. It's not worth it. If you just take the time to get your car out of the open, out of the elements, and out of any possibility of storm surge or flooding, you got to do it.
Let's see here. Judy is next up in our hashtag-based queue. Hashtag, hey, Eric, is it coming from west to east? It's actually now moving northeast, right?
Well, it's moving east-northeast. So east is 90 degrees, all right, in a compass. So if you draw a circle, the top is north, that's 0 degrees. And, the east is 90 degrees. So northeast is 45 degrees. East-northeast is somewhere in between. So, if you draw a circle and you draw a straight line to the east or to the right, that's 90 degrees. A little bit north of that is east-northeast. So it's not moving northeast yet. It's moving north of east, okay? And, according to our wobble tracker, it may be moving straight east because, now it's, 1230, 1240, and it's looking like, the eye is definitely south of that track. So, whether it's a wobble or it's, a movement, that remains to be seen. But the way I'm looking at it, it's definitely appearing to move to the south of that 4.
Let's get one more hashtag-based question in, and then we've got a lot of smiling faces to show on Tracking the Tropics. Let's go next to Tropical Zach.
Oh,
Tropical Zach? Okay. Tropical Zach on YouTube. I think the jury's still out on this one, Zach. Which hurricane was the worst to happen in 20? Milton hasn't even hit yet. So,
right.
But I think the biggest difference, Eric, is
where
Milton. Right.
Yeah. So for Florida, Milton is the worst storm to hit this year. For obviously folks in Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Helene is the worst to hit. But remember, Helene hit such a small population in Florida. But again, still affected a lot of people. But this is affecting tens of millions of people because not only is it affecting Tampa, it's affecting Orlando. And again, 2 of the 5 biggest cities, right, in Florida when you account Miami and Jacksonville. So this is affecting more people in Florida and devastating more people in Florida.
All right, so maybe another satellite image in here. No, it's still 12:30.
Yeah,
we'll monitor this. In the meantime, what we're going to do as we get close to the lunch break, we encourage everyone to take care of themselves, eat well, hydrate a lot, care for your pets, bring in your pets, and so make sure that you're doing your very best by you and your family. And yes, of course, that includes your 4-legged friends or your pets at home. All right, I'm literally at. I see Swaggy just sent in a selfie that made me laugh. All right, let's get to just for smiles, and we will go into the lunch break on this with WFLA.com/report it. And what we will do now is we will show some of the. Oh yeah, this is great. Some of the selfies that have been coming in, and this one, we were only doing photos in this segment, so people did send in videos. We're gonna do videos again in the 2:00 hour, but right now we're just gonna try to show some smiling faces out there. People that are watching Tracking the Tropics from around the area, please include your location when you send in your selfie so that we can shout out where you are watching from. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna move it all the way up to the start of these selfies. Oh, man, this is a great one to start. Hold on. This is a great one to start. This is, everybody, meet. This is coming in from Fagua. It says, hey, JB and Eric, I am 5.5 weeks old. This is already my 2nd hurricane. Thank you guys for all that you do. Stay safe. Wow. Yeah,
How cute.
this feels like yesterday for me because I have a baby, and man, 2 hurricanes in 5 weeks for this little one.
I mean, in 12 days or 2 weeks.
I mean,
Boy, what's going on here?
in Wesley Chapel? What's what quick thing about Wesley Chapel? What can we share?
Well, I mean, the thing is, we are expected, whether it's you or me or the station, is expected to evacuate to Wesley Chapel, right? So obviously, conditions, not going to worry about storm surge, but still, there's going to be some pretty strong gusty wind. There could be wind gusts well over 100 miles an hour.
Bodwa, please be safe.
And a lot of rain.
You and your family, please be safe. Next up in the queue, I don't know what this. Oh, is that Doctor Strange?
Oh, in the back?
I guess. Again, the rule is that Tracking the Tropics has to be
there
on in the background in the selfie. That's how we know that you're watching now. Daniel is joining us from St. Pete. And, man, he's got a rad necklace there. And, yeah, did I just use the word rad?
Yeah.
I did.
It is, though.
Is that a word still? Do people still use the word rad? I don't know where that came from.
That's the 80s, 90s.
Yeah. Well, maybe I felt throwback here, and I wanted...
Radical dude.
Yeah. Keep it rad, Daniel. That's, I think that's Doctor Strange. Chat, let me know. Am I right or wrong there? Was that Doctor Strange?
Looks like it.
All right, this is securing the house before the storm in Largo Zone D. This is coming in from Adam. Careful on the ladder, of course. Got the pooch there and watching Tracking the Tropics on the phone.
Nice.
We love to see it. Family, do everything you can to be safe. It looks like they are making all their storm preps, Eric.
Yeah, storms sometimes do bring families closer. You don't really have much to do. You just kind of hunker down. Obviously, if you're in a place where you're safe. And, play board games. We talked about that last time around.
Maybe play Halo? You ever play Halo?
No.
Master Chief, Leo.
That's kind of after my Nintendo
Land.
time.
Yeah, it's an Xbox game.
Yeah.
Master Chief is watching Tracking the Tropics. Appreciate you sending this one in, Leo. It says, Master Chief holding down the fort, and that Master Chief hopes everyone out there stays safe. Next up, this is Scott in Jacksonville. Scott, thank you for joining the program. I think Jacksonville is going to make out pretty well, all things considered, in relation to the rest of the peninsula. This is Judith in Homosassa. Pic of me and my baby kitten, Dash. Aw, look at that. Love to see it.
Yeah, look at that.
Judith, hopefully you and Dash make it through the storm A-OK. This is Steve. It says Odessa, 20 miles inland, about 55 feet of elevation with his wife and his cat.
Wow, that's like a
Tracking
mountain around here.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, a lot of rain, but he's high up. So,
Steve, you live on Everest, Florida's Everest. If you're living,
people are going to come to your house, Steve. They're going to say, "Wow, there's somewhere that's 55 foot in elevation."
Yeah, you're going to be
We're coming over.
Very popular in your family. Vince is joining from Palm Beach Gardens.
Okay,
big smile on his face. Love to see the big
he's
smiles.
in Palm Beach Gardens. Yeah,
love to see it. Another big smile from Daniel in Florida's Turnpike. TMC is what he put here in the comment section. Oh yeah, no, he's got the polo there. Florida's Turnpike.
Oh wow,
check that out.
Look at that.
Hey man,
nice.
We appreciate you watching. Thank you for all that you do, Daniel. Really, very
and
much
just so people
appreciated.
know, the tolls have been suspended in Florida.
Daniel, yeah, thank you, man. Really appreciate you. Thank you for sending in the selfie. Love to see the smiles. More smiles, Bobby in Jacksonville. Duval is what he puts. He says he appreciates all the hard work and says that he's hunkering down for Hurricane Milton.
Yep, good.
Let's see here. This is Steven.
Oh, we got
Florida Loon News
video
here. Just watching from work and getting ready to hunker down in Citrus Park. Thank you for all you do. What do you think the effects will be in Citrus Park, Northwest Hillsborough? Thanks.
I thought these were all photos, but we got a video in there.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
I mean, I have a good friend that I play pinball with that lives in Citrus Park, and I'm there quite often. So, again, you're looking at well over 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts. One thing I do want to stress out is, not stress out, but one thing I want to stress is that there's going to be flooding rain, especially to the north of this storm. There's going to be upwards of a foot of rain in a very, very, very short period of time, what we call flash flooding. There's going to be a lot of flooding inland to the north of this storm. And again, it's going to be way worse than the worst rainy season day that I've seen rainy season days where you have 6 inches of rain throughout the day. This is going to be over double that in a shorter period of time. So there's going to be a lot of flooding, even inland, as the storm moves And if you're to the north of this storm, there's a huge swath of rain that, again, could really flood your neighborhood.
Jason, give him the thumbs up. Jason's ready to go. Jason, I can't do the math on your T-shirt. My brain is too fried. Normally
11.
I'm pretty good.
11.
Thanks.
Yeah.
You're showing off.
Yeah, 11 squared is 121.
There you go. Yep. So I would imagine, yes, that Jason joining us, he's 11 years old. Let's continue on in the queue. We got some that we're going to,
must be his age.
Another 5 minutes.
That's cool.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know how high the number would have to be for me?
Wait, so it took, you had the math like that, but it took you an extra minute to figure out that he's 11 years old?
Yeah. I didn't even think about that part of it. Well, because once I see like a math problem, I see the square root of 121, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's 11. I don't even think of anything else until after the fact.
Funny.
But I would have to wear something that's in the order of like 2,400. I'm not going to say exactly. The square root of 2,400 and something.
Hopefully we're making
because that's how old I am.
Folks
that's
smile
awful,
out there, you guys.
That made me sad.
Todd, you look like he's watching in the shop, man. He says, yeah, in my office garage. Todd, thank you for joining the program. Good to see you in good spirits. And we've got, is that okay? Mickey sending this one in from Johannesburg, South Africa. Whoa.
Cool.
Sending positive thoughts and
better
prayers
there.
from South Africa. I'd love to know what the weather's like in Johannesburg right now. That's absolutely wild. Let's see. This is the one that made me smile. So this is funny. Look, I don't think Swaggy here is worried. He says that he left Madeira Beach.
That's
and
good.
he flew out of St. Petersburg, and it was yesterday, and that he is now at the Midwest Cigar Lounge watching our coverage, getting updates, and enjoying a cigar. Swaggy,
Wow.
I salute you. Wish I was right there next to you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for watching. I'm sure you're concerned about your home or your property or your business, whatever it may be in Madeira Beach. Sending you warm wishes, and hopefully everything is okay for you and your family during the storm.
So Johannesburg is 68 right now. 27% humidity. 81 degrees for a high.
What's the hurricane outlook in Johannesburg?
It's not going to rain till next Tuesday.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Next
It's gonna
up
be dry for
in the
7
queue,
days.
Kelly is joining us from Wesley Chapel. Says working from home and watching Tracking the Tropics with a warm cup of coffee. That's awesome.
I had a warm cup of tea about an hour and a half ago.
It's not warm anymore.
That's okay.
Thank you for joining us. Let's go to Raven is watching from Melbourne, Florida. I mean, it just says Melbourne. I'm going to say Melbourne, Florida, and not Melbourne, Australia. But at this point, who knows?
What's she holding there?
She's holding something. It looks like she's trying to give you a drink.
Oh,
I
look
think
at
that's
that.
a sippy cup.
Oh, jeez.
So
Really? Is that what I need?
She wants to make Eric hydrated
with a sippy cup.
Look at that. That's pretty funny.
Well, it's a thought.
Two more.
It's a thought that counts.
Oh, look at this. This is a family. Family evacuating. This is Abraham sending. This is a live shot from eastward on eastbound I-4.
Which I bet is a parking lot.
Heading towards Orlando. Looks like they are in a parking lot. Man, the whole family is there, even the pooch. And look at that. You're not going to be able to see out the rearview mirror, Abraham, with all that back there. But you're making the decision that you feel is best for you and your family. We really do salute that. Great decision.
Take your valuables. I know Rebecca, Barry even said that. Load your car, take your valuables. If you're going to evacuate, put as much as you can in. Why not? Nothing wrong with that.
And then let's see here. This is next up. Going to be Joe in Punta Gorda. Is that a pet there in the I don't know what this one is. Punta Gorda says, Joe, check the Xbox controller, JB. Where's the Xbox controller? I guess it's It's
is that what that is?
I'm missing something.
A furry
here,
Xbox
right?
controller? I don't know.
Or I mean, is he watching us on Xbox?
Oh,
I don't even know.
Can you?
I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at here, Joe. I'm sorry. Like, I see the Xbox controller. No. Enjoy Xbox, I guess, is all that I can say. I was told that there was one more that I wanted to add in here, And yeah, good to see. Yeah, we're going to try to get this one in if we can. We'll sneak one more in here just because. Shout out to digital content producer Rachel Tucker. She's working behind the scenes on WFLA's Tracking the Tropics. She's the producer for Tracking the Tropics, making sure that we are not getting into too much trouble, and also to staying focused on our core mission, which is to provide weather coverage, here on social media, here on WFLA.com, and providing as much content as possible for our audience for free on social media. And so this is Rachel's mom, Darlene, joining us from Gainesville. So to everybody out there that sent in selfies, thank you so much. We love to see smiling faces, people out there that are staying weather aware, informed of the latest updates from the Tracking the Tropics team. That's the first step, is making sure that you're staying informed to weather updates as they develop. And so if you're watching a program like ours, or you're wherever you are getting your weather coverage, if you're watching the weather right now, that's a very important first step. You're staying up to date with the latest developments with this storm, and we salute everybody out there that has committed to watching weather coverage, even if you've got on different things in your living room. You got it on a laptop, and you got your Netflix on the big screen, whatever it may be. Just staying weather aware is a big deal. And so you can send in more content, selfies, or video questions to WFLA.com/report it. And Eric, we're going to be taking a break for lunch.
Sounds good.
So the stream will stay up on YouTube Live. Facebook Live will be coming down, starting a new post at 2 o'clock. And YouTube Live will be staying up and returning actually right at 2 o'clock Eastern time. We've got some more meteorologists making their way into the stream center. You'll be seeing more of the Max Fender 8 weather team over the course of the afternoon and into the evening hours. And we will, of course, continue our Tracking the Tropics coverage at 2 o'clock Eastern when the new advisory comes down. One last check of Wobble Tracker before we say farewell for lunch. We hope everybody out there gets lunch.
I mean, it's definitely south. You can tell. That's 1250. I mean, that is definitely south of the track. So, and the eye is really starting to take shape, as you can see there.
All right, we will leave you with the Milton Forecast HQ. Of course, you can send in your pictures, your videos, your video questions to WFLA.com/report it. And later on in the week, you can send in your weather reports, your damage reports with this tool as well. We'll be transitioning to damage coverage, power outage coverage, landfall coverage in the days ahead. And Report It will be integral to our coverage as we, of course, monitor Milton as it makes its way across the peninsula. So that's a great tool. Feel free to use it so we can spotlight what's going on in your neighborhood. In the bottom left, real-time Wobble Tracker streaming live right now on WFLA.com. You can bring it up full screen by going to WFLA.com, and updates, all the statistics that you need to know about Milton, they're on the right. You see that our next stream begins in 58 minutes. We will see you then. Everybody out there, make sure you eat, hydrate, take care of your pets. We'll be back in about an hour.
Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists, this is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
An advisory just in from the National Hurricane Center showing Hurricane Milton a little bit stronger. The Hurricane Hunter's flight showing a rebound in strength, according to the NHC. We are live here in your hurricane headquarters on Tracking the Tropics from the Stream Center in Tampa, Florida, to answer your questions and provide you with the very latest here live. Welcome into the Stream Center, folks, with Chief Meteorologist Jeff Berardelli. Eric's going to be working on some forecast graphics. We'll have Eric back on the stream, of course, in the coming hours. Jeff, good to see you. Welcome in for the first time today.
Yeah, good to be here, kind of. I mean, you know, it's never good to be here when you're talking about a hurricane coming straight at our coast. But I'm here, and we are going to get you through this storm, everybody.
All right, Jeff Berardelli here to answer your questions. #HeyJeff, #HeyJB. So let me read, and I actually have it. It was brought up here on my phone, Jeff, and it was a Hurricane Hunter's flight. I'll read it here as follows. Hurricane Milton Advisory 14A. The Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunters find that Milton's intensity has rebounded. Today is the last full day for Florida residents to get their families and homes ready to evacuate if told to do so. So what is the latest at this hour with this storm? I think we're up to 155 mile per hour wind speeds.
It's still a 4, but barely, right? Once the winds go to 157, it's back to a 5. And we're not completely surprised about that possibility that it could go back to a Category 5, simply because it went through an eye wall replacement cycle in the middle of the night. And so it completed that eye wall replacement cycle very quickly. And so now it is getting stronger again. It's over record warm water in the Gulf of Mexico. And so there's no reason it can't become a 5 again. And I know everyone freaked out when they saw it 180 miles an hour. I don't blame you. But we still, the exact same thing pertains. It is going to weaken and very likely weaken to a Cat 3 before it makes landfall here. Landfall is going to be very late tomorrow evening or even early on Thursday morning, as you can see right there. And once again, National Hurricane Center holding at 125 miles an hour. And I have to tell you, I very much agree with them on the intensity of the storm that comes in. I think it's going to be a Cat 3.
Streaming at all times on WFLA.com, the real-time wobble tracker. We have a link in the description on this video. I'll ask that our digital content team puts a comment on Facebook and YouTube Live if we can. Our moderators as well, to point people in the direction of the real-time wobble tracker, because it streams 24 hours a day over the course of storm coverage. So you can find this on our website, on the homepage of our website, Jeff, and we can see a significant development here with the wobble tracker, no?
Well, clearly you see that there's a wobble south. But before that, if you look kind of like 100 miles before that, there was a kind of a wobble north. Now, this was a significant wobble south. We'll see if that ends up helping us in the end. I don't put too much stock in the wobbles quite yet. There's still a lot that can happen between now and then. Sure, every bit of latitude that it goes down to the south is better for us. But I wouldn't put too much stock in this. Sure, though. It helps. I'd rather see it going that way than going the other way, JB. And here's the thing. This is so important. You know, just looking at our models, they're coming to a consensus right now. And would you believe that that consensus is right through the uprights of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge? In fact, I have a graphic I'll show you in a little bit, which will kind of explain. In fact, you know what? JB, I'm gonna reach over here for 1 second, and I'm gonna.
All right. So you want to? Why don't you bring the computer back over your way so you can?
That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, there you go.
Computer back over. Okay, and actually, Gary fixed it for me. So, Gary, thank you very much for that.
1-800-ASK-GARY.
Yeah, I think that might be a copyright infringement there.
It might be.
Okay, take a look at this. I just drew this graphic because I think it's so pertinent to what's going on. It should be on Weather One, JB.
Yep, bring it up.
Yeah, and here's the deal. The global models have shifted south, and significantly so, such that the average is somewhere around Bradenton, okay? An NHC track is on the very south side of Tampa Bay, which, by the way, if it takes the NHC track, it saves the vast majority of the bay, especially downtown Tampa and St. Pete, from a disastrous storm surge. One of my meteorologist friends in Miami, John Morales, who works down there, he's been a longtime meteorologist there. He was texting back and forth with me today, and he just said what we're all thinking, which is 15 miles makes the difference between, it's either going to be catastrophic for Tampa and St. Petersburg, or there's barely going to be anything when it comes to surge.
No, this is
specifically when it comes to surge.
This is a great graphic. I'm going to go full screen and invite our audience to screenshot this, put it on Twitter, put it on Facebook. This is brand new stuff. So again, Jeff, can you take us? Yeah. Let's explain it. But again, folks, I'm gonna leave it up full screen for a few more seconds so you could screenshot it, because this is a great tool that we have here to show people what the latest is with this storm.
So let me explain, and I have a theory as to what's going on here. In fact, I'm pretty sure I figured it out. So the global models are over Bradenton. The hurricane model average is right over like St. Pete Beach and the southern part of Pinellas County. Let me tell you why. Because the hurricane models are better at mesoscale, like small scale, like thunderstorms. They're a finer grid. They're higher resolution. And what's happening here is when we look at our hurricane models, all the thunderstorms, as it approaches the coast, are offset on the northern side of the eye wall. So we're going to see the heaviest rain by far in this storm on the northern edge of the eye wall, just like we saw with Hurricane Ian. That is becoming, I think, a very significant and pretty certain scenario that's going to play out. But by putting all the thunderstorms, and the hurricane models are doing this, by putting all the thunderstorms on the northern side of the eye wall, it's almost like you have 5 people in a car and everybody shifts to the left side at the same time. What happens? The car swerves to the left. So the hurricane models are saying, hey, all the thunderstorms are going to be on the top of the storm. This storm is going to be top heavy, and the storm is going to wobble closer to Pinellas County. That's what the hurricane models are saying. Now, the global models don't have as fine a grid. They can see that there's going to be more storms on the northern side than the southern side, but they don't have the resolution to resolve the thunderstorms like the higher resolution hurricane models do. And so they're saying, oh, we're just going to look at the upper level steering, and we're going to steer the storm wherever the upper level steering says to go. That's what the global models are doing. The hurricane models are saying, okay, we're going to take into account the steering, but we're going to take into account that this storm is going to be top heavy because we have more thunderstorms and a better ability to resolve it. So this is going to be a battle between the global models and the hurricane models. The hurricane models have also trended south, by the way, so that's good. Now let me show you one more thing, JB, and then I may be able to take a question, but I will tell you on air, I have to go meet with the boss in like 5 minutes for a few minutes, and then so Eric's going to have to sit in for me, and then I'll come back again. But let me show you this. This is our in-house model, and when I came in today, I was talking to Amanda and Eric, and I told them my theory about what's going on. And I said, don't tell me what our in-house model is saying, because our in-house model is very good at resolving small-scale things. And they said, take a guess. And I said, I bet it's right up the middle of Tampa Bay. So let's take a look now. Right in the middle of everything that I was talking about. And if you look at this, if anything, I would say it's on the south side of Tampa Bay. And this wouldn't be a new run, but the center of circulation is right on the south side of Tampa Bay, close to where the National Hurricane Center track is. If it takes that exact track, it saves Tampa, St. Petersburg, and most of Tampa Bay from 15 feet of storm surge. If it goes 10 miles north of there, it's catastrophic with 15 feet of surge. If it goes 10 miles south of there, the bay almost gets no water at all. Can you imagine how razor thin this is going to be? And that's why the wobble tracker really is going to come in handy, because I really believe that we're going to be watching this system and the wobble tracker probably right up until the end of landfall. Unless there is a decided shift in the next 12 to 24 hours and it goes south, let's say, we're going to be watching the wobble tracker, and we're going to be biting our nails up until an hour before this storm comes on shore, if it is that close as it seems right now to Tampa Bay. Think about the National Hurricane Center track. It is literally right through Tampa Bay on the south side, right through Anna Maria Island. That would save Tampa Bay. But, 10 miles north, and it's disastrous for Tampa Bay.
All right. So the real-time wobble tracker, folks, every progression that it makes closer to Florida, this becomes an even more important tool. I was just during the lunch break, Jeff, I was talking with my family about the wobble tracker and how when this is maybe 30, 40, 50 miles offshore, that's really when we get to crunch time, when this becomes the tool. We might just stream this and monitor as much of it as possible.
That's exactly what we'll be doing. And we'll probably turn that to radar, by the way. They won't have like those are essentially infrared brightened clouds. We'll turn it to radar so you can really see the eye of the storm even better.
So
the radar's on there, but it's just not close enough to land.
When does it get close enough?
It will probably be close enough by tomorrow morning to see the eye. Probably by tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that becomes even better for the wobble tracker to be used as a tool.
Every wobble is going to matter. And if you remember in Helene, JB, there were literally 20-mile wobbles. And 20 miles gets you from Anna Maria to St. Pete Beach.
Yeah, it does.
That's enough for the difference between catastrophe in Tampa. Oh, and by the way, it was a really gusty and it was a strong winds, but there was no water in downtown Tampa or downtown St. Pete.
Let's just quickly check in. We've had 1 or 2 people in our comment section on YouTube Live saying they're having difficulty. That it might be taking a while to refresh on YouTube Live. Oh,
the
you
boss
gotta
is getting,
go.
Okay. Hey, Val.
Thumbs up emoji.
I need you. So Val is coming to sit in for me.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna go talk to Dave if I'm not fired by now for being like 5 minutes late, and then I'm gonna come back and sit down again. Okay.
Sounds
come
good.
Sit here. Okay. You're gonna run the computer.
Dave is a tough cookie, man. So we have a lot of decisions being made here. Everybody, please welcome in Val Simpson. Of course, a dual language extraordinaire here at WFLA. Can you give us a hello en español, please, and just let people know that we got them covered.
Supuesto. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo están todos? Mi nombre es Val Simpson, soy presentadora del Tiempo para Noticias Tampa Hoy y estamos dando todos los adelantos con los boletines del Centro Nacional de Huracanes en español por Vigilando los Trópicos. Basically, it's the same thing that JB does, but in Spanish, and I do it with my partner, Gerardo Sierra. So shout out to Gerardo. Do we have a boop boop? No, we don't.
What, the sound effect?
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
You're calling for a sound effect?
I know you have a lot of like little trinkets or something there, or buttons, not trinkets.
They are, just for this is interesting.
Let me see.
I'm on Bloom right now. What am I doing on
What do you
Bloom?
mean? What do you mean Bloom? Your face?
I'm serious.
I can't see you.
Well, guys.
Behind me?
Yeah.
Oh, that's you.
Is that not weird? Hold on.
Are you guys seeing this? Let me move my head. Why
Why am I on TV?
Look at that's JB right there. Hey, nice jacket, by the way.
They are airing reruns of Bloom.
I thought it was your twin. Well, and here with us, we have Eric Stone.
Hold on. Can I get you guys to switch seats? Because now we're getting all discombobulated because we have a lot of station meetings happening right now. So, all right, musical chairs.
All right.
This is how it is. You guys.
This is what we play in a hurricane, musical chairs.
Real quick, just a programming note. TampaOy.com has all of the same coverage in Espanol with Jerry and Val Simpson.
Thank you.
It's a great tool for
Yes.
people out there that speak exclusively Spanish or that's their first language.
That's right.
It's a great tool. Eric, what are you seeing in the 2 o'clock advisory?
Okay, so this is what's big. Now, we saw the wobble tracker move ever so slightly to the south, right? Between 11 and 1 o'clock. And look at the line. You see that little hump right there? And then it goes back southeastward. It's very interesting that all of a sudden, and I want to pull up if we have the mouse is here, I want to pull up our model and our in-house model. And you remember the in-house model initially had this going right through Tampa Bay. Let's see if it updated at 1:15 because it almost looked like it was further to the south. So we're going to zoom this in so we can see exactly where this is at. All right. And okay, so now it doesn't look like this. It doesn't look like this updated, unfortunately. But I just have to say that I believe the trends are still going to be slightly further south with these 12Z runs that I've noticed. And the question is that due to this slight wobble, JB, that we saw, or are the models trying to correct itself? We're going to wait and see if this continues to move directly east of that 4. And it's really hard with that number 4 on there to see whether that's going to stay below the line or if it's going to hug that line. But that line, JB, on the wobble tracker is pretty much northeast. And the motion is east-northeast, okay? There is a difference in that. So we're going to continue to see if this does make... stay below that line or not. This model here is going to update, I believe, around 4:15, and we'll get a better idea, our in-house model, if this does indeed move a little bit further to the south. And, of course, the cone update at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, so the 5 o'clock update will be, it's always big, but
yes,
perhaps even bigger today. Because the in-house model will be coming in. We'll get the very latest there. And, folks, you can always call for certain models. If you want to see the GFS and the Euro, call for it in the comment section. You want to see our in-house model at WFLA, you can call for it. You want to see spaghettis, call for it. We're here, of course, to provide the most comprehensive, interactive coverage possible. Let's remind our audience that in just a moment, we're going to start to take hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric. Whomever is basically seated at this point, I'm just ebbs and flows of the Stream Center. Whoever's seated, if you see a hashtag on the silver stripes on your screen, we can interact with you. Just use one of those hashtags, and of course, we can bring up your comments live. So I'm going to start to call for those comments now. Can you bring up Jeff's graphic of the red, black, and teal lines? I was curious.
You're talking about the hurricane models versus the global models.
This one. Let's go full screen. I asked our audience on YouTube Live, I did a flash poll, which model do you believe is correct? Do you like the average track of the hurricane models? Do you like what the NHC is saying with the black line, or the GFS and the Euro, the global averages? Do you like that teal line? And then I gave everybody an option for I'm just not sure. And you know what won out? I'm just not sure. 41% of people are just not sure about where the storm is going to head and which track here is going to be most accurate. For what it's worth, the one that got the most votes so slightly was the red line. But,
the hurricane models, that's not something typically, people are familiar with. It's HMON, HWRF, halves A, halves B. And someone actually asked, if you remember, JB, about the halves B model and said, well, this is looking like the pressure could get really, really low. It also had, those hurricane models had Helene into the 890s. In fact, one was 888 millibars. And Helene, didn't get anywhere close to that. But Milton did get to 897. So as far as intensity goes, the hurricane models were actually a lot closer by far than the global models. But the track of the hurricane models have been way north. They were yesterday, I believe, on the Nature Coast. GFS was pretty close to that in the global model. But I would tend to trust, and for the reason that Jeff said, being a top-heavy storm, with the rainfall being mostly in the northern end of the storm, I would definitely trend toward the global models in this case.
The global models would be the teal line.
The GFS, the Euro, the Icon, the German model, the Euro AI, the Navy models in there, the Canadian models in there, although those two are a little bit underperformed typically.
Yeah, so the global models, very much on brand with Eric, feeling like this could move so slightly to the south. And look, the reason why, I want to be very clear, the reason why movement to the south is, look, that would spare a lot of storm surge in Tampa Bay, catastrophic levels of storm surge in Tampa Bay.
I post my Facebook updates, and of course, when I saw the NHG track where it's at now, personally, I was excited because I know how many millions of people, fewer people will be less impacted. And, some people in Sarasota down to Fort Myers said, no, we don't want this thing moving south. We're going to get hit harder. The thing is, a 20-mile move from the bottom tip of St. Petersburg to Anna Maria Island, there's going to be virtually no difference in effect in the Fort Myers area. There, in Charlotte County, Sarasota and Manatee County are expecting 10 to 15 foot of storm surge, regardless if this makes landfall at St. Pete Beach or Anna Maria Island. Yeah. Unfortunately, catastrophic damage is going to happen, whether it takes a slight northern track or a slight southern track. But if it takes a slight southern track, you and me and everybody here will not be under 15 feet of water. And the thousands or maybe tens of thousands of homes, I don't know how many homes are in and around Tampa Bay, maybe tens of thousands of homes and millions of people that live around Tampa Bay will not be impacted with that 20-mile difference. And that's what you just said.
Use the hashtag, ask a question. Hashtag Hey Eric, hashtag Hey JB is currently what we're focused in on here in the Stream Center. CNN on YouTube Live. Can you show a zoomed in spaghetti models zoomed into Tampa Bay? That's interesting because usually when you zoom in with the spaghetti models, it's hard to see through them, But, what's interesting is that Ozzy also too, YouTube Live, saying hashtag AJB and Eric, show the spaghettis. Ask and you shall receive.
Yep. So here you go. The black being the consensus models. But look how many models are south. From Anna Maria Island southward. I would say there's probably maybe a few more models that are south. If you take the two outliers that are, in central northern Pinellas County and Pasco County, and again, zooming right there, actually the one is in Hernando. You take those out of the equation, the average really is pretty close to the Manatee-Sarasota County line, right? Which is a lot further south than what we saw yesterday. So let's see if this progression does continue.
Yeah, so zooming in there is helpful. Can you zoom in even more on Tampa Bay?
Yeah.
Whoa, look at that.
Yeah,
Have we ever done this much? On spaghettis?
Well, not on the air because we don't really show. You can't really see all the models. You'd have to kind of zoom into Sarasota, zoom into the Venice area, and there's nothing below Venice.
I feel like I'm in an Andy Warhol forecast. It's just weird seeing all the randomly colored lines.
Spaghetti looks real, doesn't it?
Yeah,
we just had pizza, so
it's like that tricolor spaghetti.
Italian?
Yeah, no, we did eat. Anybody out there eating spaghetti right now? There's your spaghetti models, folks.
If it looks like this, you're in trouble.
So let's look. We've got some very educated viewers out there. E. Torres wants to see the German Icon model. Now, what's interesting about the German Icon model? It's a model that gets a lot of shout out love from our chief meteorologist Jeff Bear Ardelli. It has become a more increasingly popular model, the more dependent model. So what do you got, Eric, for the German?
I mean, Icon was pretty good with Ian, and I've noticed over the past 3 years, I've looked at it in the past, but I haven't really, I take it with a grain of salt until it starts performing, and it's really been pretty good. The German model has been south of the bay, I think, ever since model runs started, pretty close to it, at least for the last 2.5 days or so. The Icon/German model, which is the yellow on your screen, has been a lot. It's been more consistent. It was a little bit further to the south. It was northern Sarasota County, but boy, it hasn't really shifted much compared to the GFS model, which again was along the Nature Coast 48 hours ago. Yesterday it was Pasco County, and now it's right along the track. But the Icon model, it just really hasn't deviated, and it's very, very, very close to the NHC track right now.
I thought we've seen almost all the types of different questions so we could get. Here's a question I haven't seen before.
Okay,
you ready for this?
Yep.
Bill says #HJB. What are the chances of Milton hitting Milton, as in Milton hitting Milton, Florida? And yes, there is a Milton, Florida.
I've heard of Milton,
You want to know where it is?
Yeah.
All right. So can you bring up a map? Let me point you in the right direction, and we can give a very, very significant answer here, an emphatic answer to Bill. So I'm going to show everybody where Milton, Florida is located. And I'll just kind of point you in the right direction, Eric. You're going north, way north.
So I can't. Let me zoom in here.
Because I'll tell you what.
So we're gonna go right around here.
What I'm getting at, it might take Eric a lot of work. I can answer this very, very quickly.
Okay. If you're further north. Further north.
We're going to Milton, Florida. North. West.
Oh my gosh.
West. Okay.
Pensacola.
There's basically northeast of Pensacola. Zoom in.
Yeah, it's probably not going to
show maps, but basically right there. No, you're close. You're actually zoom in again. But right there, kind of on the left.
Oh boy,
is Milton, Florida, and in Milton, Florida, you can watch on your lawn chairs with a drink in your hand. And you don't have to worry at all about Hurricane Milton.
No, not at all. Wow.
I did not know there was a Milton, Florida. Now I know.
I've heard of Milton, Florida, but I had no idea where it was at.
Yep, there you go. Okay. Next up in the queue, we're going to go to Miralus on Facebook Live. Temple Terrace, first floor brick apartment building. 1.3 miles from Hillsborough River. I love all the specifics here. This is great.
Yeah.
Temple Terrace, first floor, brick apartment, 1.3 miles from Hillsborough River, south of Fowler, between Whiteway, Bush Boulevard, east of 56th Street. My God, I mean.
I think there's a really good diner there that I like to go to.
Really?
Pretty close to it.
Okay.
Well, it's not on 56. I think it's closer to Nebraska, I believe, is there. Well, anyway, or maybe 41. Either way, looks like you're going to be far enough away from any surge, although again with this moving south of you're not going to worry about the surge. The one thing I'm concerned about, again north of the storm, is the rainfall amounts of up to 12 inches of rain in a short period of time. So if you're in a low-lying area that typically floods even on a rainy season day, regardless if you're in Temple Terrace or you're somewhere else north of the track, there's going to be some flooding. There's going to be inland flooding in low-lying areas, and if you have a vehicle that sometimes is on the borderline of, the water's up to the tires here and there. when it rains hard on a rainy season day, you might want to consider moving the vehicle. Obviously, the wind is going to be a huge issue too. Hurricane force wind 80, 90 miles an hour, gusting over 100, given the current track right now.
I'm just getting a lot of updates here on my phone. We've got Ozan. So here's an example of a comment. We wish I had a little bit more specifics.
Right.
But I guess near Sarasota is good. Should I evacuate if I live in Manatee County, near Sarasota, even though I'm not in an evacuation zone? Ozan and others, I believe the words that came out from the NHC.
Yeah.
And that is that today is the day to evacuate. If you want to evacuate, look, if you're in a mandatory evacuation zone, evacuate. If you are outside of a mandatory evacuation zone, but you are concerned about you, your family, your pets, your property, and basically your livelihood in general, and you want to evacuate, you're on the road 3 hours ago, to tell you the truth. You want to be getting out. Yeah. You want to be getting out like right now. Today is really the last day to confidently make your way out of the cone. I know I have family that is traveling out of the cone and just hit a massive southbound traffic backup near Alligator Alley. Traffic is insane down there, but people are making it through. They're making it down to Miami, Fort Lauderdale, some other areas, Boca. You can still get out of the area north or south, but you need to be on the road.
Yeah, and again, we don't know if you're in a mobile home or a smaller structure that will not be able to withstand a Cat 3 or even a Cat 1 hurricane. If your house is safe and you're well away from any water that storm surge could affect, if you're not in a low-lying area with potentially 8 to 10 inches of rain or more, and your house is hurricane resistant to a Cat 3, then you could stay, but it really all depends on exactly where you are and what kind of building that you're going to be living in.
All right, so we're going to take these final 2 questions for the hashtags for now. We got video questions coming in via WFLA.com/report it. And I think we've made improvements. We're getting to the bottom of some of the glitches that we've had with our video questions. Let's go to Zachary first, #HAB. There isn't really discussion of impacts on the east side of the state. It will still likely be a Cat 2 once it hits water again. Cat 2 weakening to a Cat 1. Also, too, we'll just throw Brandon on here back to back. Hashtags for us both. I'm from California. House sitting with no hurricane experience. Can you let me know how Stewart will be affected? Now, Stewart is on the east coast of Florida.
Right,
so
a little bit further south.
Yep, tackle these.
Southern end. So it's funny. One of my best friends from elementary school, Facebook came in existence, and all of a sudden, people you went to school with started finding you on Facebook. It was really cool. And my best friend from elementary school found me on Facebook about 12 years ago and said, "Hey, you live in Fort Myers. I have a house in Stewart. Come visit." So I went to Stewart. It was a really nice area. I know where it is. It is along the coast. You're on the south side of the storm, so you're not going to deal with any storm surge. Tropical storm force wind at best. But don't get me wrong. We talked a lot about the East Coast. We talked about Titusville. We talked about Orlando. We talked about Vero Beach a lot, Cocoa Beach, Jacksonville. If you live north of the track, so north of Cape Canaveral area, there is potential for storm surge. There's potential for, I would say, 3 to 5 feet, maybe even up toward Savannah, Georgia. Okay. As far as the rain goes, if you're north of the track, if you're north of Cape Canaveral, Titusville, Daytona Beach area, then, you're going to get a lot of rain out of this. Again, 8 to 12 inches possible. So this will be moving quickly. It will likely be at least a Category 1 storm, maybe a Cat 2. But again, this is a weakening storm. So a weakening storm hitting land typically weakens a lot faster than a strengthening storm like Helene. That took a long time to weaken. It was really intensifying as it hit land. This is going to do the exact opposite. It's going to be weakening as it hits land. So the land interaction will cause us to weaken a lot faster than Helene, even though it's moving quicker. So I would say a high-end Cat 1 storm at best on the East Coast.
All right. Report it. Let's get to the video questions that are coming in. You can send in a selfie video. Show and tell is great, by the way. You can show us where you're joining us from, ask questions about your location on the map, and we'll do our very best to answer as many of these questions live. Eric, we've gotten some feedback on how we do reported segments. We'll try to be as concise as possible with them and keep the kind of line of questions moving, if that sounds good to you.
Yep.
All right, let's do
Always.
it. All right, so first up in the reported queue is Christopher. He is joining us from Bradenton. Let's listen in to Christopher again from Bradenton.
We're in a concrete house right behind Manatee High in Bradenton, Florida. How do you think the storm surge is going to be? We're like 5 miles from the bay.
All right, Christopher, thanks for the video. What do you got?
Yeah, so 5 miles from the bay, even if you did get the brunt of the storm surge, the surge, in my opinion, anywhere is not getting more than a mile. I don't even think it's going to get to 3/4 a mile, half a mile maybe. But if you're more than a mile away, I wouldn't worry about storm surge. Now, you've got the Manatee River. You've got all sorts of rivers that, flow from the bay to the east, right? So if you are along one of those rivers and there was storm surge, then chances are if you were within a 1/4 mile away from one of those rivers, you may get storm surge. But with the track right now, it looks like the center of this is going to move pretty close to Bradenton. And it looks like the eye would move pretty much right over Bradenton. Now, if this does move slightly to the south, that would put you in the northern eye wall, which would be a lot of rain. So you're 5 miles away. I wouldn't, obviously worry about storm surge. But if you're in a low-lying area, and I need to stress this more, low-lying areas are really going to flood, okay, with rainfall. Not storm surge, but rainfall. The northern side of this storm, JB, has got a lot of rain to it. We're talking a foot or even more. I would be surprised if some places got even 14, 16 inches. It's not going to be like Ian 20 to 24 because it's not expected to move that slow, okay? It's going to move a lot quicker. So right now, the rainfall totals are an estimate of about 8 to 12 inches of rain. So if you are in a low-lying area, chances are if you flood on a rainy season day, you're definitely going to flood in this.
All right. Thank you to Christopher from Bradenton. Next, we've got Trevor. Trevor is joining us from Oldsmar. Let's listen in.
Hey, Eric and JB. It's Trevor again from yesterday. Quick question. So our boss at work just told us that we need to work tomorrow from 6 a.m. to noon. We work in Pinellas Park. A lot of us are really not happy about that. Is it really a good idea for us to be out tomorrow, or should we tell them, hey, sorry, we're just not coming in?
This is Trevor asking for a doctor's note. I mean, that's basically what he's saying. No, Trevor, in all seriousness.
So let's look at, he's going to be fine because this storm has really slowed down, so to speak, right? It's taken its good old time getting here. So here's 8 o'clock and these are wind gusts, and you're looking at wind gusts up to 25. You get to noon and you're at wind gust up to about 30, and that's it, right? And it's time to go home. Depending on where you live, now it's 1 o'clock, and really we're still right around the 30 mile per hour wind gust up to 2. I think you'd be safe through noontime in Pinellas County. I mean, I don't know what he does. I don't know if he's a driver, if he's working outside.
This is industry dependent.
Yeah, if he only has to drive home 5 minutes, well, that's a big difference. Sure, you're fine. If you have an hour commute, or if you're outside the whole time,
To Trevor and to Trevor's boss, I would just say, look, please err on the side of caution. Be as safe as possible. Do not push it up until the very last moment. There could be complications. What if there's an employee that was working up until the very last moment, and then on the way home, there's a little bit of wind and pushes a nail onto the road, and all of a sudden that person has a flat tire.
Yeah, they're stuck.
Right. I mean, you want everyone to have ample time to be able to get home. I don't think that, pushing it right up until, the storm's arrival is best practice. But That's up for a business owner, and really, it's like I said, number one thing, it's industry dependent.
Right,
So
right.
Certain businesses are going to have to stay open for as long as possible, or even through the storm. Others, it's better to err on the side of caution and just make sure that you're closing with plenty of time for your employees to get home safely and get prepared for the storm.
So I went to one of my favorite 24-hour diners over in Clearwater. And, I had asked them, I said, so when are you guys closing? And they said, oh, we're not closing. I said, you're going to stay open through the storm? It's like, I think even Waffle House is going to close. And everybody that knows.
The Waffle House.
Everybody that knows
Waffle
House. If Waffle House closes, there's some serious bleep going on, right?
That's a big deal.
This diner supposedly isn't closing. And I said, listen, of course, the safety part of me said, do you have hurricane-proof windows? Because the whole exterior is all windows. Well, we don't know. I'm like, you need to convince your boss that, you're going to lose power, and it's not a good idea, whether they listen or not, whatever. It's not a good idea to keep any business open. And I have 3 o'clock on here on purpose, because it looks like once you start getting into that 2 to 3 o'clock hour, that's when we start to get those tropical storm force wind gusts, right? 39 or more. And I think that's when the latest the bridges will start closing, right? So if this guy is working till noon, and maybe he has a commute to Tampa, Brandon, who knows where, you don't know how traffic's going to be. You don't know if last minute people are going to be evacuating, we just don't know exactly how far you have to go from work to home.
Yeah.
If it's 5 minutes, I'd say, okay, 12 o'clock, you're fine. You see what I mean? But if it's an hour, if it's Polk County, it's a little different.
I did note, and I want to make a change here. But first, I saw some comments coming in, and Michelle, I see your comments. We're going to change that. Look, we came up with the wobble tracker. Jeff did, a couple of years ago, I believe. What year was that, Jeff, when he came with wobble tracker? 2022?
Ian.
21, 22, somewhere in that range.
Yeah.
We need the
22.
Waffle House tracker.
Yeah,
we need a map of Waffle Houses, and that will show us when they're closing.
Yeah.
Like green light on, red light off. And
right.
If we see the Waffle Houses closing, that's a weather indicator of some kind. I obviously I'm playing around, but there are people that are like, man, if Waffle House closes, we know we are in for something.
Yeah, that's how it is in Florida. It's like if you see Jim Cantori, you're in for something. If you see a Waffle House close, you're in for something. From what I heard, Waffle Houses are actually built to be safe places during hurricanes, is what I've heard.
I'm sorry, say it again?
I heard from somebody that worked there a while ago that Waffle Houses are built to withstand hurricane conditions, and that they are safe places. I can't confirm that 100%. It's just hearsay, but it's very interesting if that's true.
I am not going to, give people advice to shelter at their local Waffle House,
not.
But if you're in need of a hot meal in the aftermath of a storm and everything else is closed, to use another outdated word, Waffle House will be bumping, because there will be people there that are
without power
and want a hot meal, and that's the place to go. And look, the people that work at restaurants in the aftermath of a storm, you guys are heroes.
Yeah.
And let me explain why real quick.
And during a storm,
everyone that prepares food for you in the days after a storm likely have their own issues, their own problems that are storm related. And what they are doing is going to work to feed other people. So I don't care if it's somebody with the, manning the cheeseburgers at McDonald's versus somebody making the waffles at Waffle House. It might seem like unappreciated work, invisible work, but you should really do your very best to be kind in the drive-thru, be kind at your Waffle House, tip extra, really help people, pay it forward. I'm serious. Everything that goes into the restaurant industry, as somebody who comes from my family, very much comes from the restaurant industry. There are so many people that you do not see in the aftermath of a storm that are heroes, because they are feeding their community and doing so while their family is at home, potentially, dealing with their own set of problems. So without monologuing too hard here, please be kind, considerate, and pay it forward with anybody that provides you food in the aftermath of a storm. They're doing it. They're sacrificing time with their families to be able to provide food for you and your family.
So what's interesting, a lot of people don't know about me is I pretty much put myself through college by waiting tables and bartending.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So I was in the restaurant industry for 6 years, started out in high school as a dishwasher, quickly moved to, waiting tables, bartending. I worked for a hotel in Laconia, New Hampshire, central New Hampshire, where I'm from. And if anybody remembers the ice storm of 1998 up in New England, in Canada, places were without power for weeks, okay? Ice storms are a big thing up there. And when you get, half an inch to an inch of ice on power lines, they come down, especially with wet snow and whatever. And the linemen were staying at our place because it was a big hotel. It was very sturdy. We had power. And I remember feeding the linemen, serving so many people in that scenario. And yes, they're very, very appreciative that they can get a hot meal because their power, some of them lost it for weeks. We lost power for, I believe, 28 hours. And we had 5 dogs, 3 little Yorkies, and 2 German Shepherds. And so the German Shepherds, they got a lot of fur on their skin. The Yorkies are very, very small. So again, you want to keep your pets safe. But as JB was saying, you get a hot meal, you definitely want to be very, very thankful to the people that give it to you.
I'm serious.
And I did see this wobble tracker. I did. And I expect this easterly motion to continue for a little while. Remember before I said,
what makes you say that? I'm curious because, okay, everybody pay attention to the eye of the storm and you see it moving now. It almost like it's on it's not traveling northeast anymore.
No.
It is moving, directly east. So for several wobbles here now. So what?
It almost looked like the latest frame might have been slightly north of east. But again, the eye is going through what we talked about before, the eye wall regeneration process. And so, it tends to weaken as it goes through that process and then strengthens again as the eye becomes more well-defined. And yet again, we are seeing that eye a little bit more well-defined now, in fact, compared to, 6 hours ago. But it does. But again, if you look at the track itself is pretty much due northeast. If you look at that red line, it's due northeast, okay? Yet it is moving, even if it's moving east-northeast, which is what the current advisory states, east-northeast is going to stay below that line, right? Definitely. And so I wonder how this is going to adjust with the track.
At 5?
Yep. But also the forecast models have to initialize where the storm is at the time that the models initialize, okay? So the models that are already out, right? The 12Z models that are already out aren't going to show the effects with this wobble to the south of the track. The 18Z models will pick up, okay, here's where Milton is. Now let's go from here. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's kind of like a lag. You're not going to really see the effects of the models until the next run goes out. And what it does is it's what we call it initializes on that given point where the center is. And then it kind of goes from there. Do you see what I mean?
Yep. I'm curious to see, how, 5 o'clock's update, that's going to be, it's going to be fascinating.
It is. And you know what? The track still may not go that far to the south until the models initialize on the new position, right? Because the models figure, okay, this is moving in one direction. And if it moves in this direction, here's where the models are saying, each model's, okay, it's going to be here, here, here. But then if you move that direction east 30 miles, then how are the models going to, how are they going to react to it? The models are going to start in a different place than initially starting the run before.
Let's get back to WFLA.com/report it, and we'll try to keep things moving here and checking in with Wobble Tracker and our computer models throughout the live stream. We had Trevor in Oldsmar. Trevor, I hope you and your boss, everybody makes the best decision for you and your families. Next up is going to be Stacy in Ocala.
Hi, I am in Marin County, Ocala, Florida. What will Ocala expect? I'm originally from South Florida, so I'm pretty familiar when it comes to hurricanes. Like I was in Andrew, Irma, Wilma. But what can Ocala and Marin County expect?
What you got, Eric?
I would definitely say the possibility
Hi,
of hurricane.
I am in Marin County.
Yep.
Sorry.
No. I would definitely say the possibility of hurricane force wind gusts over 75 miles an hour. I think, and again, that's on the given track, right? If the track moves south, you probably will see wind gusts a little bit under hurricane force and 50 to maybe 60 sustained wind for a short period of time. But definitely a lot of rain as you'll be on the northern side of the storm. You're not going to be in the northern eye wall, so you're not going to get that 12 inches of rain, but still the possibility of 6 to 8 in Ocala.
All right, so 3 more in the queue, and then we'll get back to hashtag-based questions, wobble tracker, and computer models, all of it coming up here on Tracking the Tropics. Next up in the queue, Jeff, you want to sit down? Okay.
That's fine. I don't need
On here?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Oh, okay.
So you're joining or swapping?
Well, have to do the forecast. but
Yeah,
that's
I
up to you,
do.
Eric.
I do.
Okay. I'll
All
see
right.
you for now and
Okay.
then do the forecasting. I'm here now.
Jeff Baradelli, everybody.
You're getting the inside baseball, everybody.
That's right.
I actually think it's good. I think inside baseball is good.
This is a studio and a control room all in one. There's
That's
no other backup sort of facility, of producers in a control room. I'm punching everything here. You guys are manning the weather graphics. We've got it all figured out. Let's get to the next video question, if we can. And I think that next up, stand by here, everybody. Now that Jeff is here, I'm just making a quick adjustment. And let's see here. And we've got in the queue joining us next is, I'm sorry, everybody, James from Midtown, Tampa, Florida. Let's get to James here next.
Hey, you guys. My name is James. Live in West Tampa, right off of McDowell, Kennedy area. What's the likelihood of high winds and flooding over here?
What you got, Jeff?
Well, I don't think you're going to get storm surge flooding because you're north of Kennedy or near Kennedy in the Midtown area. But the north side of the storm is going to be very top heavy with a lot of heavy rain. So we think that north of the center, there's going to be some areas that get over 10 inches of rain. So flooding, yes, but from rainfall and not from storm surge. And so I think that's a pertinent question for everybody from Tampa North and through Pinellas County too, and northeast of there. Anyone north of the center of the storm, we're going to see 10 to 15 inches of rain in a short period of time. So if you're listening from, northern Pinellas, Palm Harbor, northern Hillsborough, Lutz or Temple Terrace, Pasco around Wesley Chapel, Spring Hill, if you're listening from these areas, Lakeland or north of there, if you're very low lying, expect that you're going to have water on your block and maybe water in your house. So elevate your valuables. Anything you really need, that boxes of pictures, boxes of documents, don't think because you're not getting storm surge that you're not going to get flooding. Because this is going to be a lot like Ian. Not as much rain, but the north side is going to have most of the rain. Probably 80% of the rain is going to be on the north side. And we have a high risk for excessive rainfall, which is rare. You don't get excessive rainfall outlooks from the National Weather Service. It's the National Weather Service. So anyway, point being, yes, and you're going to see the heavy rain with flooding, and then the gusts in Tampa, I think, could be up to about 110 miles an hour in Tampa. So yes, you're going to see gusty winds. And other thing I just want to mention to everybody, talked about the flooding, elevate your stuff if you're north of the storm. The other thing is that in terms of the winds, these are not the kind of winds that are going to just blow up houses. That's what happened in Michael. That's what happened in Andrew. That's not going to happen with this storm. It does not have the power to just blow down your house. So houses aren't going to collapse unless they're not built well or they're mobile homes. So the The solid structure, concrete block homes are going to survive just fine. Your roof may be compromised, but the structure is going to remain intact. I just want to tell people that because they see this monster coming and they're wondering if their house is going to survive. And if it's built well, it's going to survive. It's not like a Michael or an Andrew in that, or a Charlie in that way.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, next up in the queue, thank you to James from Tampa. Again, we're asking questions to Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli, Meteorologist Eric Stone, joining us here on Tracking the Tropics. Next up, we have Olive joining us from Bradenton.
Hi, y'all. I'm coming from South Bradenton. I live in a second-story apartment with cranked windows. I am not allowed to board them. So, is there any recommendations you can give me on keeping my windows safe?
Thank you, Olive. What do we got?
No.
Right.
And she needs to leave. She
Yeah.
needs to leave. You need to leave. You're in Bradenton and your windows are those old crank windows.
gosh.
And they're not allowing you to protect them. You need to go.
Yeah.
That's my answer to that. If you don't have storm windows, and Bradenton, by the way, looks like the most likely place
right in
that
the
this
eye,
could,
yeah, pretty
right
close.
across 6 hours of hurricane force winds. You are not safe in that place. You got to go.
Next up in the queue, thank you, Olive, for the question. Cassie in Lakeland, Florida. Let's listen in to Cassie.
Hey, Eric. Hey, JB. We live over in Lakeland by the hospital off Lakeland Hills. And then on the other side of us is Lake Parker. And I'm trying to convince my husband to help me board up these windows, but he says it's not a big deal and that it's nothing we should be concerned about. Just curious what your consensus is as far as the wind gusts in Lakeland and if boarding up should be a priority or not.
Well, the baby,
Thanks, guys.
the baby agrees. As soon as she said the husband doesn't want to board the window, baby started crying. Said, "Oh no, you have to do it."
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we're looking at the potential of a Category 2 right over Lakeland. I mean, the eye is very, very close. Wind gusts well over 100 miles an hour. I would definitely be boarding those windows up.
Yeah, I agree with that, Eric. You got better safe than sorry. We might see wind gusts close to 90, maybe 100 miles an hour there.
Yeah. So one of the graph versions was showing that over 100.
I'd like to point out something really quickly, and we're going to try to put this in the comment section. Yesterday we had a question. I don't remember which one of you was on for this. I think it was you, Eric. Someone said, "I'm going to ask a question that everyone's thinking about, but only I have the bravery to ask about."
Yeah.
Yes. So the question was, Jeff, I don't know if you were on the stream for this moment.
No, he wasn't.
We had a video caller on Report It that said, if I'm in the eye, is it safe for me to go outside of my house and see the Coliseum affect the eye itself?
It's interesting. And I heard Eric's answer, and I think it's okay, but let me tell you why it's dangerous. We have these mesovortices on the edges of the eye sometimes, and we see that often. Those mesovortices can, in a heartbeat, change your weather from perfectly calm and still to wow, big, like almost like a tornado comes through on the edge of the eye. So it's really dangerous to do it, and it's not recommended you do, but I get it. People are going to do it. Go out for 30 seconds. If you're going to do it, 30 seconds and come back in. I remember Eric saying that yesterday, but we can see the mesovortices sometimes on radar where these little twists embedded in the eye wall, and it makes it really precarious. So just be careful if you're going to do it, okay?
We put a link in the comment section to our eye viewing safety story. We actually went beyond the expertise of just the Max Fender 8 weather team and Eric answering that question. We actually talked to damage experts in the area, I think some other experts in the area. Nathaniel Rodriguez is the one who worked on that story, and it is currently up on WFLA.com. We just put the link to that story. So if you want more on eye viewing safety, it's on our website. We have an article on it. On WFLA.com.
And the eye's going to really pass through kind of overnight. At least that's what it's looking like right now. So there's really not much to see if it's dark outside.
Yeah, that's another good point. The real-time wobble tracker
still
on WFLA.com. Is this just, Jeff, is this just kind of jetting east right now?
It is. I honestly, I take all this stuff with a grain of salt, and still, at some point, it's going to be picked up by the trough. It still hasn't felt the jet stream. It still hasn't felt the trough yet. At some point, it will. We'll see. Obviously, the further east and south it goes, the better off we are. But I don't want to read too much into this yet because it's so far out. There's so many things that can change between now and then. I get it. We're following every wobble. I'm the guy who invented the wobble tracker. I think it's really important.
You got to own it.
I do. I'm owning it. But I just don't think the wobbles at this very much. Look, keep watching it. Keep clicking on it, because the truth really is that it will matter in the end to some degree, but I'm not ready to make any determinations based upon these wobbles this far out.
As time progresses, these wobbles will be more and more important.
That's
you know?
right.
Yesterday, the wobbles were, irrelevant. Today, maybe a little bit here and there, but then once we see it tomorrow, that's when it's really going to determine, hey, is this thing moving further south?
What time tomorrow? If you're a wobble tracker follower on WFLA.com, if you're one of our viewers that is following it in real time,
do we have a fan club for the wobble tracker?
I think there might be a fan club.
Right. Hey, Eric is the president. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I get a hand raised emoji in our comment section if you have visited the wobble tracker on WFLA.com, or just like a thumbs up or a hand raise kind of thing?
Every time you visit the wobble tracker, I get a nickel.
That's why you're so rich.
So that's it all
if I
makes
got a
sense.
nickel for every time someone visited the wobble tracker, I'd be a rich man. You've heard that before.
You probably wouldn't be here.
I'd be in Tahiti.
Yeah.
I'd be in Tahiti.
Yeah.
So listen, on a somewhat serious note, Eric, I have to leave at 3:30.
Okay.
To start getting ready for the 4 o'clock show.
Okay,
so
so
if you
why
want
don't
to
I-
switch
why don't
places
I
with
start
me,
doing graphics
yeah, because I'm
and-
going to have you
'cause
back in
I
that
still
seat
got
in
some
about
time.
half hour. Okay.
All right,
All right.
sounds
Thank
Can you guys switch
We're
seats?
switching. Yeah, we're switching.
So
I'm gonna sit there.
I think I put 3 on here.
Yep. That's.
So do you want to change that back to 1?
No, I'm good. Because you gotta.
The view thing is still going to be off.
I think Rebecca. It's okay. It's okay. Let's just leave it where it is. Rebecca, he needs to make the forecast. Okay. All right.
On Slider Cam.
All right.
Welcome back to the Stream Center. Real-time wobble tracker streaming on WFLA.com. We're now taking questions with our hashtag system, hashtag Hey Jeff, and
here I am.
hashtag Hey JB. Ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready. I just, I'm putting the graphics up, and as the questions come, I'll do my best to answer them. I have about 30 minutes or a little less than that.
Yeah, no, that sounds good to me. Daniel Hollingsworth, hashtag HJB. How is it looking 3 miles from the beach in Englewood with 14 feet of elevation?
It would be really, really hard for the water to get 3 miles inland, despite the fact that you're at 14 feet. If water gets there through like nooks and crannies and finds a way in, because water does find a way, you would likely have not much water. But with that said, why not elevate the valuable stuff in your home? Why not just do it? It wouldn't take much just to take the stuff that you really care about, put it, on your counters. The water's not gonna come up to that at your house. Oh, and by the way, the heavy rain's on the north side of the system, not the south side of the system. So I wouldn't worry about rainfall flooding like we had in Ian. I'd be concerned about surge, not likely to get to you, but in the off chance that you end up with a little water in your street and in your home, elevate your valuables.
Black Dog says on YouTube Live, hashtag HJB, how does Arcadia look, Jeff?
Yeah, let's look at this right here. In terms of power outages, we have the power outage map up, and you can see that Arcadia, we're expecting likely power outages. This is a weather 3, by the way. So SRC 120. Okay. Source 120.
Apologies. Hold on. Let me punch that up. Wrong weather computer.
That's all right.
And in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. There it is. So we're looking at power outages there. And let me bring up this other graphic, and you can see Arcadia is kind of on the edge of the widespread.
Also worth a screenshot here, folks. If you could go back to the power outage graphic one more time.
Oh yeah, I will.
Yeah,
Let me show them this. So see Arcadia, it's just south of Wauchula, and sorry, it's not labeled on this map. It's labeled on some of our maps, but it's right on the edge of the gust that could be 110. The strongest gusts are going to be on the south side of the storm. For this, right in the center, obviously, and on the south side. So Arcadia does stand the chance of having gusts over 100 miles an hour, okay? Let me bring I know JB wanted the power outage map, so bear with me. I'm going to bring it back up and take a look at this graphic, if you can. Here it is. It should be coming up right now. And there you go. As you can see, we're going to see widespread power outages inland all the way to about Arcadia, and then a little bit more likely power outages across most of the area near the hurricane. And then east of that, so east of Arcadia, it's going to be widespread. So pretty much.
I want to scroll. I'm taking a picture of this. This is helpful. I think it's really helpful for people for what they can expect. So I want to send this to my friends and family. So I'm just taking a picture here.
Sure.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Okay, and don't mind that resilient ridge. That's left over from something else we were using. I don't know if you saw that.
Where is it? What?
Oh, it said resilient ridge on it.
Oh, no, I missed it.
Hold on.
So yeah, folks, and how long can we expect power outages to be? Days.
Yeah, days. And sometimes for some people, the getting through the storm is the easy part. Getting through the aftermath is the really hard part. By the way, right now we have the wind field map up, and I think it's interesting to show you real quick. Look how tiny that storm is now. So this is now. And, it's like the tropical storm force winds extend outward from the center about 100 miles. But then when we get to the end here, look how huge the storm becomes. So the hurricane force winds, by the way, are in the sustained hurricane force winds are in the red. See that, JB? Those are the sustained hurricane force winds. There'll be wind gusts that are to hurricane force anywhere in the orange. So the orange indicates winds that are sustained at 60 and gusting to hurricane force or more. But the red is where we would suspect that the strongest hurricane force winds are going to be. That's where we'll have sustained winds of 75, 80 miles an hour and gusts in that red area that are over 110 miles an hour. And you can see that moves right through Lakeland, right through Haines City and Davenport as well.
Very interesting. Winds, rain, storm surge, obviously going to be.
Look at this graphic right here.
Damage components with the storm. Yeah, what do you got?
So this is I think it's such a simple graphic, but I think it really kind of goes to show what we're expecting on each side of the storm. South side of the storm and underneath the core is where the surge will be, from Tampa Bay south. Maybe as far north as St. Pete Beach, probably not north of Clearwater, okay? That's where the surge is going to be. Next, where are the strongest gusts going to be? They're going to be basically from northern Hillsborough and northern Pinellas through Polk County and south to around Northport. That's where the strongest winds are going to be. And where's the heaviest rain going to be? That's going to be north of the center of circulation. So anywhere from St. Petersburg and more so Clearwater, Newport Richey, Wesley Chapel, out to about Lakeland and Spring Hill.
That extends so far north.
Yeah, it does. The north side of the storm is so top heavy. Let me show it to you on this graphic right here. And it's also the reason why we're concerned, or I'm concerned, that this storm, watch how it evolves. Watch how the thunderstorms get repositioned on the northern side. See the northern side and how much storminess is there. But look at on the eastern side. There's scattered storms, but it's not that solid batch of red, JB. So you have a problem here, right? That the storms on the north side are kind of pulling and tugging the circulation further and further north. How far north? Far enough north so that the eye of the storm goes into the bay, or does it go just south, and spare Tampa Bay surge? Right now, our in-house model is bringing the central area of low pressure right through the uprights of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. But if that happens, that exact track happens, Tampa misses out on the surge, and probably St. Pete too. However, the south side of Tampa Bay near Palmetto, the surge gets to you, and it gets to Anna Maria Island. We're talking inches here, GB.
We have another video question coming in, and I was alerted by our team. This would be a great one to ask you specifically. So this is coming in from Jeb in Bradenton. Let's go next to Jeb in Bradenton, Florida, here on Tracking the Tropics.
Hey guys, this is Jeb from Bradenton, Florida, and I have a question regarding Milton and climate change. And I am a little bit concerned that storms like this may continue to appear and arise and still be pretty bad. And not only just be pretty bad, but actually get worse as time goes on, get stronger, get wetter, and more frequent. Do you guys think that that's accurate? And what do you think that we should do for our communities to prepare for this in the future?
Sorry, Jeff, I cut you off there at the end, but Jeff, take it away.
Well, that's right up my alley. As you would know, I have a degree in climate as well as my degree in atmospheric sciences. And I study this, and I would say this is my specialty. And I think there's no doubt that we are going to see more intense storms in the future. We're already seeing it. I'll give you an example. Now when we see, us forecasters, when we see a storm in the Atlantic, we assume it's probably going to rapidly intensify. And we also assume, a lot of us at least, that it's probably going to get stronger than the models say it's going to. Just like this storm did, just like Milton did, just like Beryl did, and to some degree, just like Helene did. Water temperatures are record hot in the Gulf. And by the way, they're record hot all over the Atlantic. They've never been this hot before. And they just keep getting higher. You know what record we're breaking? We're breaking 2023. 2024's water temperatures are warmer than 2023's, which were warmer than 2022's. As you add more heat, storms get stronger, they more rapidly intensify. Now, we did a study, and JB knows all about this. I partnered last year with Columbia University. This year, I partnered with the Department of Energy, and we said, okay, let's use 9 of our climate models, our best models. Let's project out into the future how hurricanes may change in the Bay Area and all across the Southeast if we warm as much as we think we're going to warm. And what we found was, assuming that we continue emitting carbon dioxide because of the burning of fossil fuels and methane, we found that we would see triple the number of major hurricanes in Florida. So any one location in Florida can expect 3 times more major hurricane landfalls than now. On average, Tampa gets one about once every 100 years, but by 2070, 2080, 2060, it's going to be once every 30 years possibly. That's what we found. And I would say that specific finding is debatable, but what's not debatable is we also found that rainfall rates will increase by 50%. We're already seeing that. In fact, there was a study on Hurricane Helene in the Carolinas finding that most of the area had 25 to 50% plus more rain because of human-caused climate change, because the atmosphere is warmer, it can hold more moisture, and storms are able to use that energy to produce more intense rainfall rates. And we found that hurricanes are likely to be 15 to 20% more intense just about 40 or 50 years from now. That was the study we did, and it's consistent with what we're seeing out in the field and with observations too. So thank you for your question, because it's a very important question. By the way, the water temperatures in the Gulf of Mexico right now were made 400 to 800 times more likely by climate change. So the intensity of heat in the Gulf was made over 400 times more likely because of human-caused climate change. I'm not just making the number up. We actually have a tool that tells us how much more likely climate change made it, and it comes from the folks at Climate Central, who have an exclusive tool which allows us to kind of sample the ocean and figure out, okay, how much less likely would this have been if climate change didn't exist? And we find that climate change made this particular scenario, in terms of water temperatures, over 400 times more likely. See, you shouldn't have asked me a climate change question, because I go on and on and on, JB.
Yeah.
Next time I'll be a lot more concise.
There's a reason why Jeff has a show called Jeff's Climate Classroom, where he basically, it's like that, but times
on steroids.
100.
It's like that, but on steroids.
Yeah. No. It's a very educational climate program. I encourage folks that are interested in the study of our world's climate to really give that show a follow on Apple Podcasts, Spotify. It's fantastic. If you're a weather nerd like that, fair to say, right? They really appreciate a good climate discussion.
Listen, I've been a weather geek. Listen to this. I've wanted to be a weatherman since I'm 3 years old. And I'm not making that up. My mom tells me all the time. She got my first thermometer when I was 3, my first weather radio when I was 5. So yes, I definitely own the term weather geek or weather nerd.
Chris Napper, hashtag Hey Eric, Jeff, JB. Do you think Hardy or Orlando would be a better place to ride out the storm?
If you have to choose between the two, I would probably choose Orlando.
And why?
Because it's further inland.
Yeah.
Hardy's definitely going to be on the southern eye wall, I think. Whereas Orlando will be on the northern eye wall. And if I have to choose, I guess it's a choice between strong winds or heavy rain. So I think I would choose it based upon the structure that you're going to in Orlando versus the structure in Hardy. But I would say probably Orlando.
All right, so we have the real-time wobble tracker. Next year, we're going to make the Waffle House tracker.
Okay.
And then the year after, we're going to make the Jim Cantori tracker.
Okay, all right.
Fair?
Are we going to like implant like a GPS device in him?
Yep. So
where in him, like in his wrist or in his
All right, so if we're
should we be talking about this in public?
No, but you know what? We want to make
anyway.
sure that Jim has fair warning.
Okay.
We're gonna, like Ocean's 11. We're gonna pull off a heist.
Okay.
And Jim, yeah, we might have to kidnap you and then plant a tracker somewhere on your person that we know where you're going.
So we can go in the opposite direction.
That's right.
It's funny. Someone tweeted something like, "My dad says if he sees you step foot in this city, he's gonna kill you." That's what it said. It was the funniest tweet.
Jeff, those are dangerous words in Florida.
I know that. I think he was being sarcastic.
I would hope he was being sarcastic.
As if to say, if Jim shows up in your city, you better get out.
Jim, stay away from Tampa and Tampa Bay. And you know what?
Fair warning.
Canada is really nice this time of year, Jim. hope that one day, maybe it'd be great to have Jim on the program one of these days.
You know what? Maybe we can make that happen.
I would like to make that happen. Can we get a?
I spent some time with Jim last January, and maybe I'll see him again. Actually, I may see him again this January. So
well, let's try to get him on. What's the petition website? Like,
I don't think we have to. I could just probably
just call him.
Yeah, I'll probably just give him a call.
All right, we don't need a petition. Get Jim Cantori on and ask him specifically about whether or not we can kidnap him and send him to Canada for a beautiful Canadian vacation.
Hey,
sorry, and by no means do I wish for hurricanes upon Canada. It's just they're not going to make it.
You just wish for them not being here.
I just wish for them not being anywhere where they can form and hurt people. How about that? Back to the comment section. The number one question that we have received for the last 72 hours is as follows. Joshua, hashtags all around. The chances it stays or makes landfall at Cat 4.
Yeah, it'll be close, but it'll be a weakening. It would be like on the threshold of Cat 4, Cat 3. I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's going to be a Cat 3 when it comes across. And even if it were to be technically still winds of 131 miles an hour or whatever, a Cat 4, it would probably cause Cat 3 wind. This weakening storms at landfall don't produce nearly as much damage. In fact, Katrina is a great example. Katrina was a 5 over the Gulf, and it built up a huge storm surge, right? Huge storm surge. But the winds weakened dramatically. When it hit land, it did some wind damage, but not a lot of wind damage. But it still brought with it 28 feet of surge. So that's why we say this storm is not going to have the kind of winds that literally could just blow a house up or plow down a house or destroy a house. That's not the kind of storm this is. This will cause some roof damage. Yes, if it's not built well, it could pull a roof off. But it's not good. If it's a solid structure home, it's not going to knock down your walls. So this is not that. It's not a Michael. It's not an Andrew. It's not a Charlie. It's overall weaker winds. That's why we're focusing more on the threat from storm surge here, because even though it's going to be a Cat 3, a weakening Cat 3 at landfall wind-wise, it's going to carry with it Cat 4 surge, because that's what it is right now over the Gulf.
Next up, we've got on Facebook Live, Sarah Shapiro, hashtags for us both. What is it looking like for the Waimama Parish area for wind and rain? Will the eye pass over that area,
think so.
Jeff? Yeah.
I think that is a prime candidate for the eye passing over. I think you can kind of see it right there.
Yeah, if we could zoom in, that'd be helpful.
Yeah.
Can you zoom in?
Zoom in. Not really, JB, because the computer is. I don't.
Yeah,
we fixed it, but I don't know what the problem is.
We'll get with our IT team.
But
and
let me
fix that.
let me go forward a little bit, and you can clearly see. Here comes the eye. The eye itself goes over Tampa Bay and Bradenton. That's a big eye. It gets, the big eye could actually help the water not get into Tampa Bay, hopefully. But you can see that eye wall goes right into Parish and Waimama, right there. See it? The eastern eye wall. And if it goes any further south, you'll stay in the northern eye wall as it makes its way east. Let's follow that eye. Straight, northern eye wall, Tampa. Eastern, northeastern eye wall, Lakeland, eastern eye wall, Lake Wales, eastern eye wall, Wauchula. It's a big eye. It becomes a big eye wall. And western eye wall, Pinellas County.
Of course, a lot of people live in Pinellas County. We've got other questions coming in. That was Sarah. Let's go now to Gypsy Healer on YouTube Live. Hashtags for us both. What about the Land O'Lakes? What about the lakes in Wesley Chapel and the Land O'Lakes area? A lot of lakes in Land O'Lakes, as you would expect.
Yeah, and I'm concerned about it. I got to tell you, I'm concerned. So we've been showing you this the whole time, and hopefully you keyed in on the fact that this storm's going to be top heavy. You can clearly see.
Yeah, look at Land O'Lakes on this map. I mean, you can't really see it, but
it's Wesley Chapel, just west of Wesley Chapel. So there's going to be a swath of very heavy rain on the north side of this system. Whoever is north of this, you're going to get a lot of heavy rain. And I say to you, just because you're not going to get storm surge flooding doesn't mean you're not going to see flash flooding from rain. We could see, I think in 6 hours, we could see a foot of rain. That's too much. And some places will probably get, I think, 15 inches of rain from this. So what's going to happen here is that people are going to end up with water in their homes when they didn't expect it. So if you weren't listening before when I said, if you're just tuning in, why not? Elevate your valuables. Get your photos off the ground. Get your valuable documents off the ground. And anything that's important to you, just put it on counters if you can. because I think there's going to be places that end up with water in their homes north of the track of this storm.
Next up, we've got, hold on. Joey actually is up next in our queue. Thoughts about the weather in Cape Coral, Jeff, is the question.
Yeah. I think Cape Coral is going to probably see some gusts to about hurricane force, so probably up to about 75. There'll be some, I would say, widespread power outages there. And I brought this map up just to show you how much heavier the rain is on the north side of the storm than there is on the south side. But let me go back to a graphic which shows. Let's look. I think this is the wind gust graphic right here. Here it is. Okay, and it doesn't show you Cape Coral, but you can clearly see Cape Coral's on the south side, just to the south of Venice. And as the storm's going through, Venice's winds get to be 93 for a time. So I would say expect some wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour in Cape Coral, and you're going to see the storm surge. It's not going to be as bad as it is in Bradenton Beach or Longboat Key, but you should expect several feet of storm surge there.
You can send in your video questions to wfla.com/reportit, and as we do at the end of every stream session, we're going to be getting to some selfies from some people out there watching the human side of the story, Jeff, the people that are in the path of the storm. We're going to show some selfies that are coming in. The rule with selfies, obviously, you just got to show that you're watching Tracking the Tropics in the background, and we'll show some smiling faces out there, people watching across the peninsula. Let's get to the video question that is currently loaded up into the queue, and this one is coming in from Vincent in Okeechobee. You're up, Vincent.
Quick question. We live right at the top of Okeechobee Lake. And I was just wondering how bad will the winds be and if they would affect the levees here in Okeechobee.
Oh, affect the levees. Yeah, what do you think, Jeff?
Well, I was a weather person in that market, which is the West Palm Beach market. And I don't think so, because you can look at this map right here. The strongest winds you see are sometime early Thursday morning. And I don't see them getting past about 75 miles an hour there. So barely hurricane force wind gusts. So don't get me wrong, I think there'll be an impact, but it looks to me like the worst misses Okeechobee by about, I'd say, 40 miles or so.
All right. Anything else to add, Jeff? Maybe we could just check in with Wobble Tracker while we load up some pictures into the show.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it continues to go a little south of the expected track from the National Hurricane Center. So maybe, just maybe, we'll get lucky and see a course correction from the National Hurricane Center at 5, which puts the storm, a little further south. And I say that, and, we have to qualify that with, we are not wishing for more destruction in, Sarasota. We're not. But we just know that the difference between a landfall in St. Pete Beach and a landfall in Sarasota is the difference between hundreds of thousands of homes, extra homes flooding. Whoever is south of the storm is going to get flooded. There's going to be storm surge flooding. So the further south this storm goes, the less people in the Tampa Bay area are going to get flooded. We don't wish anything on anybody who lives further south, but the disaster, the catastrophe that would ensue if this storm makes landfall in Pinellas County and water rushes into Tampa Bay, it will change the city for decades. And it's really interesting because, it's literally a 10 or 15 mile difference in track. I know I've said it a million times, but a 10 or 15 difference miles in track is going to make the difference between 15 feet of surge up to second stories in downtown Tampa and all across St. Pete, or no storm surge. That's the difference. 15 feet or nothing based upon a track change of 10 to 15 miles, JB. I mean, it's insane to think about. We are literally threading a needle here.
The Wobble Tracker is streaming all the time on WFLA.com. Jeff, I said, you told me you had to get out by 3:30.
Yeah, so I just need Eric. Approximately how much more time do you need? 5 minutes. Okay, in 5 minutes, Eric's sitting in, and I'm getting out. I have to start building graphics for the 4 o'clock.
All right. Well, no, you can go now because we're going to do the selfie segment. And then Eric, come back down for Q&A.
So you ready to let me go?
Yep, you're good to go. Right. And Eric Stone coming up next here from the Stream Center. Jeff, thank you as always for your expertise.
I'll see you on the air. We'll be on starting at 4 straight through 7:30. Okay, everybody on WFLA.
Give him a follow on X, Twitter. I got some flack from our moderators for calling it X, by the way. But yeah, no, I think I'm gonna lose the battle here because I have to tell people X to avoid confusion. But to me, it will always be Twitter. Let's continue on and show some of the questions. No, I'm sorry. No, wait. The selfies that are coming in really quickly. Just want to show some smiling faces, people that are watching the program from across the state of Florida, even beyond the state of Florida, maybe people that have evacuated. Or we had a question come in from the Netherlands earlier. We had a reported submission from Johannesburg, South Africa. We've got more video questions that are going to be answered, but you can clearly see, you guys, that when I don't have any meteorologists to answer your questions, we just pivot to what I can do. And what I can do, of course, is just show some of you watching wherever you may be watching from. So let's, we're going to have to pivot here and show WFLA.com/reported. Doing some hot punching here to be able to bring it up on your screen. And there it is. And here we go. So first up in the queue, this is Prairie from, oh man, check this out. Okay, this is Prairie from Okeechobee. Everybody say hello to Prairie. Says that the little one here is tracking Milton. How precious. We've seen a lot of babies on the program. And I just, of course, I just encourage everyone out there, all the parents out there, be as safe as possible. All the families out there, look after your little ones, and do your best, of course, with the ever-changing conditions of this storm. Let's move on and show from Birmingham, Alabama. This is Brad. He is watching from the University of Alabama at Birmingham. That's UAB. It looks like he's got us up on the big screen there while he's working. Good to see you, Brad. Thank you so much for tuning into the program. Next up, we've got Chris from Clearwater, Florida, watching. It says, hey, guys, just moved here to Clearwater a few months ago from California. Boy, am I stressed. This is my welcome to Florida present, he says. Yeah, wow. Well, Chris, don't tell anybody that all of this started when you moved here because they'll think that you're the jinx. You don't want to be the jinx. So, but no, I feel for people that just recently moved here. We had a reported submission yesterday of somebody that was literally moving down here this weekend and said, hey, I'm packing up my car from New York. I'm on the way down, or I'm about to leave. Is that a good idea? And we basically said, yeah, you should try to wait. Don't leave if you can stay. And so not the best time to be moving to the state of Florida. And if you're already here, well, look, you're in the right place because you're listening to Florida meteorologists give a Florida forecast on a Florida storm, and you're in the right place to get really good weather coverage. I also want to point out that on Tracking the Tropics, by the way, when we cover storms in other states, we bring in meteorologists from those states. The meteorologists in their markets are going to know the area best. When we cover an Alabama storm, we bring in maybe an Alabama meteorologist from WKRG. When we have a New Orleans storm, we go to Chief Meteorologist Hank Allen at WGNO because he knows New Orleans like no one else as far as how storms can impact the low-lying areas of coastal Louisiana. When we have a Texas storm, we bring in a Texas meteorologist from Austin, from KXAN, our next door sister station there. So Tracking the Tropics, we believe in bringing on the meteorologists from that area, and it's invaluable to hear from them and their expertise. This is Lisa from Brandon. Please be safe, Lisa. If you're in Brandon, you've got a storm heading your way that is not to be trifled with, and I see that you're wearing your Alabama shirt and Roll Tide. Am I getting in trouble for saying Roll Tide as someone who used to live in Alabama? Yeah, I might get in a little bit of trouble now that I'm in the state of Florida, but I'll just say it. I'll say it. Roll Tide. We've got a selfie from Germany. We've got Amanda says that she is watching on her wall projector. Says that she's in Germany, just moved from Sarasota County to Germany. Family is in Venice, right under Tampa. Yeah, so it's not, well, I guess geographically from Germany, it probably looks like Venice is right under Tampa, but there is a considerable amount of of communities that are between Tampa and Venice, Florida. Please, I hope that that your family makes it out A-OK, Amanda, and fingers crossed for your family. Thanks for sending in the thumbs up there with Eric and myself in the background. That's the rule, by the way. You got to send in a selfie with us in the background so that we can obviously show that you're watching the show. This is Jarmo from Sarasota. He says, why settle on just one stream? Yeah, he's got two, so this is great. Jarmo, I appreciate you sending this in. He's got Tracking the Tropics on the right screen, and he's got the City of Tampa Emergency Preparation Press Conference on the left side with the sign language interpreter there as well. That also might be streaming on WFLA too. We've been carrying these press conferences on WFLA.com so that everybody in their respective counties can get their pressers. Great. This is phenomenal. I don't know how you're listening to both, Jarmo. You're probably switching back and forth, but this is really great as far as getting real-time information. We've got two more. And again, you can send yours in WFLA.com/report it. We love the pets. I love the cats. People that know me well enough know that I have two at home. Sam in Oldsmar says, hanging out with the Tracking the Tropics team. We love to see it. And lastly, oh my goodness. You guys should see this one. This is Kayla in Pinellas Park. Wow. Moved in 1 month ago. Have had to repack and unpack the house twice due to hurricanes and now evacuating. She says, forever unpacking. Yeah, you guys can see it on your screen over there. Our meteorologist can, I feel for you there, Kayla. Oh my, we were just talking about people that have just moved down. You're thinking, my goodness, I get to move down to Florida, the Sunshine State, beaches, theme parks, no income tax, a lot of things to love about living in Florida, right? Hurricanes are not one of them. And it's just been a brutal stretch for Florida and hurricanes this particular season. I hope that future seasons are much, much more forgiving on the state of Florida. But my goodness, to pack, repack, unpack, and repack again, my heart goes out to you and your family, and I think your face says it all here in this picture. So thank you to Kayla. We've got a lot more coming into WFLA.com/report it that we will try to spotlight in the coming few minutes. Eric is probably getting closer to coming in our direction. We got about a minute. All right, so we got a minute. Let's see, can we get one more selfie in? Oh my God, this is hilarious. Well, usually freeze frames, I have like one eye open and one eye completely shut. But somehow Phil captured a somewhat normal looking picture of me. The freeze frames are not, kind to us, but you know what, Phil? That one's not. Look at that. Good to see you, Phil. Nice to see a smiling face. He is joining us from his home. Doesn't say where. Does not give a location. Just says Phil 334 from my house. Phil, thanks for watching, and really do appreciate you watching Tracking the Tropics. Our streaming coverage continues as we await meteorologist Eric Stone and our Max Fender 8 weather team. They're all filing in, getting ready for our evening newscast here on WFLA News Channel 8, your NBC station right here in Tampa, Florida. A quick reminder, the 5 o'clock advisory will be really significant. In the 4 o'clock hour, we get the new in-house model. And then at 5 o'clock, we get the new track. We're going to answer a few more questions for about 15 more minutes, 20 more minutes. We're not going to go past 4 o'clock. We've got to give our vocal cords a rest. We have a long way to go. Really, tomorrow, for the first 18 or so hours of the day, we have our Tracking the Tropics coverage before we transition to landfall coverage. So we have to save our vocal cords when we can. And it's just the advisories are really big. The 11 p.m. a.m., 5 a.m. p.m., those 11s and 5s are really important. We'll get positional updates, and Wobble Tracker will give us some ideas. I mean, Eric, that's off the track here.
And I mentioned several hours ago that I thought it was going to continue this easterly track for several hours, and it has. I still, it hasn't gotten picked up by the jet as of yet. We'll see when that happens. I think it's going to happen later on today, and then we'll see more of a northerly turn. But again, for now, it is pretty much moving east to northeast, just north of east. And you can see that eye is really well defined. It has completed that eye wall replacement, and now it looks stronger than ever, even though we're looking at 155. We're pretty close to a Cat 5. We'll see if it makes it there. The possibilities there coming up at 5 o'clock with a new advisory. Although if it does reach 160 and it's a Cat 5, they may issue a special advisory beforehand, but we'll see.
All right. Well, we're here with you live on Tracking the Tropics through till 4 o'clock Eastern time. Let's continue to answer questions. You can use hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric, to have your comment featured on the live stream. I think we had some others in the queue. Yeah, so let's just quickly empty out the queue and then get to the new ones coming in. Justin Miles, hashtags for me and Jeff from earlier. It sounds like many of us don't need to worry about the storm any longer in Citrus County. Is that true, Eric?
No, anyone in the Bay Area has to worry about the storm. Citrus County is still in the cone. You're not going to be in the eye wall, but the possibility of 8 to even 12 inches of rain and hurricane force wind, but wind gust over 80 to 90 miles an hour in Citrus County, I would definitely say you're not out of the woods at all. In fact, you are going to get major impacts in Citrus County.
Let's continue on and spotlight the ones that are just coming in. People asking about Cat 6 again on YouTube Live. That's to be expected.
Yeah.
There is no Cat 6 storm.
No.
And there won't be.
No. I mean, if there were, it would have been yesterday at 180. But no, there's not.
Let's see. Oh, wow. So YouTube is bugging out on me a little bit here. Hold on. I got to refresh. Or you know what? We'll come back to YouTube. YouTube just randomly started to give me errors. Daphne wants to ask this question. Oh, see, that's what it is. They're coming in so fast. Once I say that I'm coming to questions, everyone punches theirs in. That's what that was. Okay. Daphne, hashtags for us both. What is worse, being in the path of the eye, south of the eye, or north of the eye when it comes to inland or in Polk County?
In this case, I would say if you're just north of the eye, it would be the worst case scenario because, again, there's going to be a lot of rain on the northern eye wall. Northport was in that northern eye wall with Ian for 4 hours. They got pummeled with the northern and northwestern portion of that eye wall. That was the heaviest rain and strong wind with Ian. And I do think that's going to be the case with this one as well, that the heaviest rain and rainfall rates are going to be in that northern eye wall. So while the wind is going to be pretty strong, whether, the eye goes right over top of you or you're to the north or to the south, I do think the northern side of the storm is more dangerous inland because of that flooding threat.
YouTube Live, we're back, and that allows me to hot punch in this one from It's Just Mino, hashtag Eric. What conditions do you look for when considering the height of storm surge?
Well, basically, you look at, how big is the storm? How strong is the storm, really? And, which direction it's moving. Storm surge will be a little bit higher if the storm is moving from west to east because it's got that momentum of building the waves and the waves making a beeline right to the west coast. If the storm is moving from south to north, then the waves are moving south to north. And eventually, when that southwest component comes in, it does blow those waves into the bay or into the coastline. But a storm that's moving from the west or even from the southwest in this case, it's moving rather perpendicular or at a 90-degree angle to the coast. And I think that would create the highest storm surge. And again, I estimated in my experience of 10 to 15 feet before any storm surge values were even put into place. Just because I've kind of seen this before, it's really hard to just estimate based on. Now, obviously, if this was another Ian and it was a Cat 5, or if it was strengthening, then they probably would show 15 to 20 feet. And that's basically what it was down in Fort Myers Beach with Ian.
Next up, we've got, I guess, hey, JB, hey, Eric. Okay. My family is in Daytona Beach on the beach side. Should we evacuate? And what type of risk are we in?
Well, if Daytona Beach turns out to be on the northern end of this, okay, which is very close, especially if the track moves south, there's going to be several feet of storm surge, especially if you're on the beach itself. Now, most of the property there on Daytona Beach is built to where there is no first floor, really. The first floor may be parking or stilts or elevated. So obviously, the kind of storm surge you're going to see is not going to inundate the second floor. But if you do have a car that is on ground level along Daytona Beach, the possibility of storm surge is there. I mean, it's, with this track, especially if it moves southward, you could get 5 foot of storm surge, and that would total your car easily. So, I would make sure that your car is not on the ground level if you are on the beach side. But as far as the building's concerned, I wouldn't be too concerned unless, you've got an old wood building. Otherwise, if you're a concrete block, I think you'd be fine.
Next up, we've got Anon, hashtags. It's a double for me again. That's weird. Hi, guys. What's the difference between a flash flood and storm surge? It's a great, definition-based question.
Yeah.
And so a two-parter. How will Orlando and Osceola be impacted?
So, usually flash floods are when you talk about mountainous areas, like Asheville, where one moment there's not much, there may be a lot of rain, and then the next moment you're flooding. And that's what I call flash flood. Here in Florida, you don't typically get flash floods. You see it coming. It's rain for a long period of time, and then eventually things flood. All right. So, and I did mention the phrase flash flood because the northern end of the storm will create about as close to a flash flood, meaning like instant, meaning like, one minute it's raining like crazy, 15, 20 minutes later, oh boy, here you go. You have all this water that's flooding over rivers and streams and stuff like that. As far as storm surge, of course, that's water that's already there. That's water from the Gulf of Mexico, Tampa Bay, the rivers, that when the wind is blowing that water into the coast or into the bay, the rivers, tributaries, whatever you want to call it, they overflow. So storm surge is the flooding of water that's already there being blown in, versus a flood is basically fresh water, which is rain falling. And as far as Orlando goes, they're in the swath of a possibility of 8 to 10 inches of rain out of this. And with Ian, Orlando got over 20 inches of rain. And we saw, JB, you and I, as the helicopter was going over, we saw a lot of cars, apartment complexes. The cars were underwater. So some of that could... Yes, some of that. And that was in Orlando. That was far, far away from Fort Myers where it made landfall. So in Orlando, low-lying areas that typically flood, if you get 10 inches of rain, you could be in a similar case, but this is moving a lot faster than Ian, so I don't think we're going to see anything more than 10 to 12 inches of rain in Orlando.
If you don't believe in inland impacts, like far inland, look at what just happened with Helene.
Yep.
Now, Helene was racing at 20-plus miles per hour, different speed tier for sure. But, if anybody thinks that Orlando can't see significant damage or significant flooding as a result of this storm, you're just not paying attention to the science here. Our meteorologists, all of our meteorologists are pointing this out, that there is reason to believe that a large swath of Central Florida is going to be under significant floodwater in flood-prone areas, and you just got to really pay attention to the forecast and have a plan, because there are areas of the central section of the state that are going to see significant flooding, even though you're not, on the coast.
And I do think in this case versus Ian, you may not get as much rain, but the wind is going to be a lot stronger because obviously, even though Ian was stronger at landfall, it took a little while before it made its way to Orlando. I think it was moving 9, 8, 6 miles. I mean, it was moving pretty slowly. So, but here, this storm's going to be moving quick, 15, 17 miles an hour, 18, and so the wind is going to hold its own for a little while. So in the Orlando area, it's very possible that you'll have Category 2 wind, or at least wind gust over 80, 90, maybe even up to 100 miles an hour. So that will provide, unfortunately, a lot of devastation for parts of Orlando, even if you only get, and I say only, 10 to 12 inches of rain. But flooding and wind are possible from a West Coast landfall. Obviously, the worst case scenario, JB, would be like an Andrew coming into Central Florida, going straight to Orlando because it's a little bit closer to the East Coast. But still, this storm could do a lot of damage in Orlando.
Let's get to the questions that are coming in to WFLA.com/reportit. Some video questions are all ready to go in the queue. And we've got a little bit of show and tell coming in here from Jason. Jason is joining us from Bayshore and Howard. Jason, thank you very much. Again, video questions can be sent in to WFLA.com/reportit. We love to see exactly where you're joining us from. You can show us your location, and we can give you a better idea as to what to expect in that particular location. So first up, Jason joining us from Bayshore and Howard in Tampa. Let's listen in.
Hey guys, Jason here. I'm at Howard and Bayshore in a mandatory evacuation, Zone A. And as we're preparing everything, I just remember during Helene, the bay coming up over Bayshore right here, basically taking over Bayshore. And if we're looking at worst case scenario, 15-foot storm surge, which is double what we saw with Helene. Maybe we're looking at the whole pool and parking area being underwater. My question is, how long does something like that last in the worst case scenario? Might we be cut off from re-entering the building? Something like that. I know we don't have a lot of experience with direct hits like this, but anything professionals could advise would be great. Thanks.
Yeah, so the number one...
We should probably point out he's in a mandatory evacuation zone, so let's just start there.
Yeah, he's in a mandatory evacuation zone because of the possibility of storm surge. Obviously, the wind's a huge issue. He's higher up and appears to be in a somewhat sturdy, building. But what I'm most concerned about is, like he said, the cars that are sitting there, right? They're all sitting ducks.
Mm-hmm.
Every one of them. If this turns slightly to the north, every one of those cars are done. I guarantee it. They're all totaled. So people want you to evacuate because of the water, not because of the wind. And the water will destroy any of those cars on the ground level there if, again, there is a 10 to 15-foot storm surge. So, I would find a safe place to put your car. If I always say, if they tell you to evacuate, you evacuate. I'd rather be safe than sorry. Whether you're concerned about your building, whether it's going to be sturdy or whatnot, that's up to you. But it's your vehicle that you're probably going to lose if you do stay there. That, again, is if this takes, a northerly track. And yeah, the water could be several feet. How long does it take to recede? You know what? JB and I went outside at 9:30, 10 o'clock. There was about 2.5 foot of water outside our station. Now, our station's elevated, all right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you go up our walkway, you're going several feet kind of up a hill, so to speak. So we were nowhere near, being inundated with water here at all. But we couldn't get out, okay? Unless you wanted to walk through that. And so by the next morning at, 5, 6 a.m.,
yeah, things had really
all that
improved.
water was gone.
Yep.
So you want to talk about 8 to 10 hour period of time. And Bayshore would recede pretty quickly, too, if that were the case. The thing is, you're going to be without power, most likely. You're not going to have a car if you leave your car in that parking lot and this takes a more northerly track. So I guess hopefully that answered his question, that, 10, 12 hours. I mean, 15 foot of storm surge takes a little bit longer to recede. So I would say maybe sometime later in the day, Thursday afternoon, at most evening. You're not going to be, stuck in your place for days, you know what I'm saying, because of storm surge water. Once the wind dies down, eventually that water does recede.
Yep.
And it doesn't take all that long to recede back
It moves
into the
quicker
Gulf.
than you would anticipate,
Right.
than you would think when you see it.
It's basically as fast as it moves in, it moves out. A lot of people can't believe how fast it moves in, and it does. But it'll move out the same, So I wouldn't be concerned about you being stuck. I'd be concerned about your vehicle, sitting there on the ground floor, sitting there in the parking lot, getting flooded out.
Yep.
So
Next up, Farida is got a video question. The location is in Davenport, so let's go to her.
Hi guys, I'm here in Davenport, Florida, and we're just wondering, since we live in a manufactured home, if we should be evacuating. We are in Polk County, and it looks like the eye is headed straight for us, so any guidance on that would be greatly appreciated. Thanks.
Yeah, for people that don't know, Davenport is about as far northeast in Polk County, very close to Celebration, which I believe is Osceola County, the next county over. So if you are in one of those manufactured homes, mobile homes, modular homes, the eye is going to move very, very close to you. It's still going to be a Cat 1 storm. I would definitely evacuate. You don't have to go far, but you have to go in a more sturdy structure.
In a manufactured home, yeah,
I
we're
hate
going
to
to
say it.
err on the side of caution.
Once
And
you get to 50, 60 miles per hour, it's not safe. Even at that, even JB at a tropical storm, I saw what happened in Ian with modular homes that, withstood wind of 50 to 60, and numerous carports were just gone, right? And I say it all the time. Most of the time, those roofs are attached to your roof of your actual house. And so if the carport roof goes, then it starts peeling back your roof. Then you get rain in your house. So I would definitely get out of there.
I would like to remind our audience that we're closing in on 1 hour to the major 5 o'clock update. We are going to be taking a break here in a few minutes. We got a couple more questions in the queue, and then we're going to be stepping away for 1 hour. But you want to come back for the 5 o'clock update. I'm extremely curious to see what the NHC track does. Does it narrow? Does it move south, or does it stay really right there on Anna Maria Island and the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, in that general area? Look, the 5 o'clock advisory, I hope you join us at 5 o'clock Eastern, because we'll be streaming for it, and it will be really interesting to see what kind of movement we get with the NHC's new track.
And we're definitely going to focus. So the cone in time is going to narrow. That's, so as the storm gets closer, the cone is going to shrink.
It already has narrowed,
either way.
yeah.
And in time, the cone, that's what cones are. They start out small and they get out. Okay. So whether the models are more in agreement or not, which they're still not in agreement, the cone is still going to shrink. What I'm more concerned about is, where is that center line? So you see where the center line is right now, and it's pretty much right over Anna Maria Island. Is that center line going to go south? The wobble tracker right now is still showing an east-northeast movement, okay? The NHC track is more straight northeast, right? As you can see. So this is moving, JB, north of east. But the jet still hasn't quite picked this up yet. So for now, it's holding that track that it's had basically over the past 2 hours or so since the 2 o'clock update. But it's definitely staying to the south of it. So again, when the models pick up the new location of the storm, when they initialize their runs coming up at 18Z, which it's still a few hours away, then they're going to initialize further to the east, right? Let's see if that, or further to the south of the track. let's see if that relates to a further south landfall in the track and in the models. And I know I've said it for several days, my belief, but again, you know, I could be wrong. I do believe the track is going to move to the south. Not that I want folks south of here. They're going to get catastrophic damage out of this in Sarasota, Manatee, even down to the Fort Myers area. All right. I got a lot of loved ones there, family and friends. But that 20-mile jog to the south, as Jeff said, unfortunately, that same damage is going to happen in Sarasota, Manatee, Lee County. But the 100,000 homes or however many homes are around the bay will not be impacted as they would on a 20-mile jaunt to the north. So again, we will see if this does move south. And it's very important because if it doesn't, if this moves north, then JB and I are going to be right in the 15-foot storm surge. We're going to see it right out here, you know?
We
And
have a kayak at the station. We're going to need it. I'm not kidding.
if if the track goes to the north, yes, we would. So again, we don't wish anything ill upon anyone, but that 20-mile jog to the south, which it already did from yesterday to today, is huge for getting water out of the bay rather than affecting homes from southern Hillsborough, northern Manatee, all the way up to northwestern Hillsborough and eastern Pinellas, and also coastal Pinellas County. When you factor in that, there's millions of people that live in and around the bay, whether it's Davis Island, South Tampa, West Shore, all the town and country. I could name the towns, okay, that will not be affected if this is 20 miles south. Unfortunately, Manatee, Sarasota counties are going to get the brunt of the storm surge, regardless of if this is a landfall at St. Pete Beach or a landfall at Anna Maria Island. The damage is going to be the same. That 20-mile difference is not going to make a difference in the 10 to 15-foot storm surge in Sarasota and Manatee County. But the 20-mile difference will make a huge difference with the bay. And I can't stress that enough. So for now, the track is slightly to the south, and it has been trending that way. Just for the heck of it, I think the model, I wonder if the model plot's just updated. Let me look at this here.
Oh, are you talking about the, yeah.
Yep. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. What did I tell you? Oh, my. Did they shift or did they shift? Remember the black lines? The consensus models were right over Tampa Bay. And now look, you want to zoom in? I know you like zooming in. So because you like zooming in, I'm going to zoom in here. All right, let me, hold on a second. Just over here. Okay. I mean, this is a big, big shift. This is what I felt was coming. So let's see here. Let me click on the camera. Come on, camera. Let me zoom this in. I mean, now there's only two models that have it taking it north of Tampa Bay, okay? One model is right around the track. But boy, look at the models from Bradenton all the way down to Venice. Oh, again, my heart's going out for folks in Charlotte and Lee County. There's even a model now that goes, look at that, into Charlotte Harbor, into Charlotte County. I said this before. This may be a major scenario for Southwest Florida. I don't foresee it being another Ian, but this could be really, really bad if these models continue and if our track continues to move south. Because now the consensus models are right over top of Sarasota. You see that in the black models. So the average, so you see just as many models to the south as you do to the north. So you understand when I talk about the cone. Look, the model consensus, JB, is way the heck out there, okay? The cone has shrunk in size, but that is only because we're getting closer to landfall. You look at these models, and you're like, well, boy, I'm not seeing anything here. I mean, you got one that goes through Tarpon Springs, one that goes through Clearwater Beach, one that goes through Anna Maria Island, and then you got one that's going through Boca Grande and Charlotte County. But I did suspect that this would happen, that these model consensus would shift to the south. Maybe it is in response to the constant easterly motion of the wobble tracker. And again, I had said, let's see if this off track, right? It's moving to the south, clearly has any effect on the models. Yesterday, JB, I said, I don't think it's going to matter much. Today, I said, it's going to matter some. And then tomorrow, it's really going to matter. But you know what? It's consistently gone off the track for 11 o'clock, right? So what is it? 4 o'clock now? It's consistently gone off the track, JB, for 5 hours. All right? Obviously, that's not a wobble. That is a directional movement to the east and northeast. And now you're seeing it on the spaghetti plots. All right? The models most likely have initialized the new position of Milton, which is south and east of the NHC track. All right? Now we will see at 5 o'clock if NHC does bring the track a little further south. Again, it lags behind a little bit because, see, sometimes the models wobble. You know that, JB? Sometimes the models will kind of wobble to the south and then correct themselves back to the north, right? We saw that Sunday and Monday. So NHC wants to make sure that this is an ongoing trend with the models before they drastically change the cone, right? What did we see with Ian about 2 days out? We saw a huge cone shift, right? Remember, it was really close to Tampa, and then we woke up the next morning, and it was almost down to Venice. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is a very, very similar case. I said, I think there's going to be a surprise with this. Well, we will see. We will see. But right now, things are trending to the south. And boy, this is the furthest south trend I've seen since Saturday and Sunday, with only 2 outliers, meaning 2 models that are kind of out to lunch, right, so to speak. And they're probably the hurricane models, all right? The global models most likely are the ones. Now, soon, and I don't know if we'll still be on, probably closer to 4:30, our in-house model will update. And so by like 4:20, 4:30, we may see, a shift in our in-house model. But again, that, NHC does not take into consideration that track. They take the global models into consideration. But boy, I tell you, what a tale of 2 model runs. Combine this with a wobble tracker, and I think we got something here. But again, nobody's out of the woods. All right.
Right.
Even if this does move, I don't want people to get a false sense of security. All right. Even if the models do take this a little bit further south, listen, there's going to be severe flooding on the northern side of the storm. All right. We're looking at 12 plus inches of rain in a short period of time. We just had one of the rainiest rainy seasons, right, that we have had in a long time. The ground is super saturated. And now you're throwing another 12 plus inches in a short period of time. So, for Tampa Bay, surge-wise, what we're seeing right here is a lot better scenario than what we saw. Now, folks in the Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte area, this is a little bit more severe as water being pushed into Charlotte Harbor and the way Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte flood in storms like this. I don't like that. And I'm really, really, really concerned for folks in Charlotte and Lee County right now along the immediate coast. If these model trends continue to move south, then, and I'm not just talking the 20 miles from the mouth of Tampa Bay north to the southern part of the Skyway Bridge. I'm talking if the track shifts 50 to 100 miles south, then we are looking at severe storm surge yet again, unfortunately, on Fort Myers Beach, who just cleaned up after Ian just 2 years ago. But again, it's amazing to me to see this shift of the models, so many of them to the south. I know I've said a lot there.
No,
But
I'm processing a lot.
as a
here.
as a meteorologist, I get, I not excited, but I get amplified. When I start seeing things that I think are going to happen, and I start to see it materialize, because I want people to be protected in all areas. And if I think these models are going south, I want people further south to evacuate if they're told to board up their windows if they're told to get out of mobile homes and modular homes if they're told to. And then if I see it happening, it's like, come on, guys, I pray that you did that.
I am going to be completely honed in on the track at 5 o'clock.
Yep.
I mean, who cares? I mean, look, no. Everything matters with
it's
the storm.
Not who cares, but yes, the track is number one.
Track is number one
Yes,
priority.
yes.
At 5 o'clock, which is in 50 minutes from now.
Yes.
So we're gonna give our vocal cords a bit of a rest. Will the spaghetti models be the precursor to what we get at 5 o'clock? Will the NHC adjust their track based on the spaghetti models that have just developed in the last half hour or so? Or will the NHC wait for additional runs to move the track potentially to the south because they think that this is a premature development? We are going to find out at 5 o'clock. We are going to be signing off from the Stream Center to give our vocal cords a rest, talk to our team, do everything that we need to do off camera. So stepping away from the microphones are myself and Eric Stone. We will be back at approximately 5 o'clock p.m. with the major update, the advisory from the National Hurricane Center on the latest with Hurricane Milton. Again, a Category 4 storm. Wobble tracker remains up. We can monitor the progress all the time on WFLA.com. There you see the deviation that we've been describing, moving east of the NHC's projected track. We'll keep this up in, of course, our Forecast HQ, our Milton Forecast HQ. And you can send in, of course, everything to WFLA.com/reporting. We will see you in fewer than 50 minutes back here on Tracking the Tropics for the major 5 o'clock advisory from the NHC.
Hello, hello, testing.
Stand by for stream. Major update coming in.
Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists, this is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
Breaking news here on Tracking the Tropics. A big shift south in the NHC's 5 o'clock advisory with a forecast cone now going through Manatee and Sarasota counties. Following the spaghetti models that we told you about in the last hour, we now have a track shift that is noteworthy enough for us to break down on stream. We're going to discuss what it means for the Tampa Bay area here from the Stream Center. Welcome in to Tracking the Tropics once again for the 5 o'clock update. JB here with you alongside meteorologist Eric Stone. Right now, Hurricane Milton, a Category 5 hurricane, so a rebound in strength has continued, and now, of course, we have a new track. Eric, we're going to send you right over to the wall to break this down because this is exactly what you were talking about in the 4 o'clock hour.
I tell you, when the latest 18Z run came in of the models, they were much further south. We showed you that just a little while ago, less than an hour ago. And now you see that shift south with a cone. And I mean, this is a huge shift south. This is a good 20 miles or maybe 25 miles to the south, right? And again, it's huge here in Tampa Bay because If this track winds up being north of us, that's when we get all that storm surge. And I've been asking around, we're estimating 250,000 homes would be impacted with severe flood damage if the 10 to 15 foot storm surge went through Tampa Bay itself. But with this track being farther to the south, those 250,000+ homes just might be spared because the water would be pushed out of Tampa Bay. Now I'm starting to get a little more concerned for Southwest Florida, because if this track shifted so far south over the last 6 hours, if the trend continues to push this to the south, I don't want to say another Ian, but I do want to say the possibility of extreme storm surge in Charlotte Harbor, Charlotte County, as well as Boca Grande down towards Sanibel, Pine Island, Fort Myers Beach, and Lee County. Right after they rebuilt 2 years ago. Hate to see this, but right now this is trending in the southern direction. And again, we'll take a closer look. Remember, this track was right here, right around Anna Maria Island. It really shifted to the south. This is the Sarasota County border with Manatee County. SRQ, that Sarasota Airport, is located right in this general area. Now, instead of this being over Anna Maria Island, this is all the way down into northern Sarasota County, right over the airport as a Category 3 storm, still at 125 miles per hour. But boy, this track shift is big to the south, and we've been watching it on Wobble Tracker, and I said this thing is moving east and south of the track. I bet the track is going to change to the south, and boy, it sure did. I didn't think it was going to change this much this quickly, but I wouldn't be surprised if the trend even went further to the south into Sarasota County. Either way, for now, and I do say for now, this track will be blowing water out of Tampa Bay. 250,000+ homes. I'd say at least 1 million people will not be impacted with the storm surge compared to this track being 50 to 70 miles to the north. So let's go over the rest of the statistics here. Here is the new model plots. You see the black line. This is the consensus model, okay? This is going right through Sarasota. There's no models. Well, maybe one. There's one model, and this is the H-Wharf model, which is one of those hurricane models, the ones that I don't really feel are too accurate in regards to where this thing is going to make landfall. Most of the global models, the European model, the pinkish purple models, the GFS model, Canadian is a little bit further to the south. But look at that. Even the Canadian model is now going through Charlotte Harbor and southern Charlotte County. But these models have significantly pushed off to the south. Again, I thought this would happen, but wow, did it happen quickly. And now the average is right over Sarasota. Again, we still have 10 to 15 foot on our map here, but if this storm holds its track south of the bay, this will be zero. It will be wiped out. It will be nothing. Water will be pushed out of Tampa Bay. There may be some very slight storm surge on the eastern edges of Pinellas County, Shore Acres area towards St. Pete, but nothing like the catastrophic damage that we would have seen. And again, we're not out of the woods, but right now the trend is the track moving south in Sarasota, and right now the water being pushed out of the bay. So I'm more concerned about coastal Sarasota. I'm more concerned about Charlotte and Lee County in southwest Florida. If this continues to do what Ian did and continues to move southward, then they are going to have catastrophic storm surge, unfortunately, yet again, 2 times over really a 2-year period, because 2 years ago was Ian. So scenario number 1, which again is looking less likely, if the storm was further to the north, that would push water into Tampa Bay. About 1 million or so people would be impacted with severe flood damage to at least 250,000 homes with 10 to 15 foot of storm surge, including our building right here that's right along the Hillsborough River. Scenario number 2, which is, look at that, along this black arrow that was drawn by Jeff Baradelli a couple of days ago, and ironically happens to be the current National Hurricane Center track right over Sarasota. Again, this wouldn't bode well for Southwest Florida, but Southwest Florida is going to experience high storm surge values regardless of if this was around St. Pete.
So to be clear, Eric, that storm surge scenario is more likely right now than storm surge scenario 1, if we have this correctly, right?
Correct, because this arrow that Jeff happened to draw on Saturday, okay, happens to be the current NHC track right now. How interesting. And again, the worst surge would be 10 to 15 still in Sarasota and Manatee County, still a good 6 to 10 foot in Charlotte Harbor, maybe up to 12 if this keeps moving southward, and a good 5 to 8, maybe up to 10 feet, unfortunately, Fort Myers Beach. But the water would be pushed out of Tampa Bay. The water would be pushed away from Pinellas County that really dealt with that severe surge with Helene. So this is the more likely scenario. As far as wind goes, now that doesn't mean we're out of the woods. It's still going to be windy, and it's going to be very, very rainy. Tropical storm force wind sometime mid-afternoon on Wednesday. So let's take a look and see. There it is, 3, 4 o'clock, tropical storm force wind in the yellow. Once we get into the early morning hours after midnight, still hasn't made landfall, right? 60-plus mile-an-hour wind. But look at the hurricane force wind. With this track to the south, just maybe, much of Hillsborough County, Tampa northward, would not even experience hurricane force wind. Oh, think of that. And again, if the track shifts even further to the south, I mean, there's a chance, a very slim one, but there's a chance that just maybe here in Tampa, we don't get hurricane force sustained wind. I'm so just flabbergasted with
You can't even say it because you can't even believe it would happen.
I'm speechless. I felt it would happen, but then when you see it happening, and you see it happening so fast, you're like, is this happening? And yes, it is happening. Maybe this is a surprise. Again, folks to the south, it's not a good surprise. Folks in the Bay Area, boy, a good million people not impacted with storm surge. Okay, put this into motion. Much of Polk County is still going to experience hurricane force wind over 75 miles an hour. And then south of Orlando, now Orlando's not even in hurricane force wind, not even Cape Canaveral, but as you head southward, north of Jupiter, maybe Vero Beach, Sebastian, maybe close to there, seeing some hurricane force wind. But now some of that water being kind of pushed onto the shore of Daytona. So Daytona to Cape Canaveral, Titusville, now you're looking at a storm surge of 3 to 5 feet to the north of the storm on the East Coast, while here, by Thursday evening, it looks like that wind is pretty much over. So the European model, again, I haven't looked at the actual numbers. We're going to look at them together, showing the greatest threat of wind sometime in the middle of the night, early in the morning. But you can see where the center is at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's in southern Hillsborough County, and it quickly moves to the east by Thursday afternoon. GFS model, again, showing the hurricane force wind sometime overnight Thursday. GFS is a little bit quicker. By Thursday morning, it takes it already to the east of Orlando and then offshore, and by Thursday evening, the winds do subside a bit. Although the wind gusts are still going to be strong, don't get me wrong, we're still seeing, look at that, 100-mile-per-hour wind gust before the system even makes landfall in Sarasota, because now even the GFS model is a little bit further to the south, 90-plus St. Pete down to Venice. And again, once we get this storm out of here, we're seeing tropical storm force wind gusts at 8 o'clock Thursday morning, and by Thursday evening, we start to see that improve a bit. In-house model still hasn't really quite updated the positioning. The last time I looked at it, let's see, no, it's still pretty much going right through Tampa Bay. But again, this is an older model, and when this updates, I will be sure to show everyone just to see if our in-house model does move this to the south. Right now, the in-house model is one of the furthest north models compared to all of the global ones. Still, the greatest threat of wind between midnight and 2 a.m., still hurricane force wind gust up to 3, 4, and 5 o'clock. Everything really moves to the east, and tropical storm force wind eventually will settle down sometime mid-Thursday morning. So let's show you the rain. And again, there's a lot of heavy rain to the north and northeast of the storm, but especially to the north of the storm. So if this does take a more southerly route, which is what it's looking like, if we are even in the eye wall, which I wouldn't be surprised if this continues to move south and Tampa isn't even in the eye wall, we'll still get a lot of rain. There's still a possibility of 8, 9, 10 inches of rain. Locally, up to 12 inches. You see this heavy rain swath right here around Wesley Chapel, maybe the Citrus Park area, in maybe even down to Town and Country toward Tampa International. Yeah, a lot of rain expected there, and points east, north of I-4. By Thursday morning, everything kind of gets out of here. Still, very high risk of rainfall. Our forecast model showing anywhere from 7 to 12 inches in that bright yellow shading. So again, what we can expect if the GFS model verifies. Now look, remember yesterday, the GFS model had the rain way up here in Citrus County because it had a north landfalling system. Now that the GFS is down where the track is, now we're seeing that 8 to 12 inch possibility right here in Tampa. And the European model, maybe even a little bit further south, as that swath is much of Hillsborough and central Polk County. So this is what we can expect. Wherever the center of circulation is and to the south, record storm surge 10 to 15 feet. This is nothing to laugh at. I'm telling you, people in Manatee, Sarasota, even Charlotte County, this is not a good scenario. You definitely want to evacuate if you're told to evacuate. Hopefully you already did, but if you haven't and you're wondering because maybe you live a little bit further to the south and you live along the coast, now is the time to get out of there. You'll still have maybe a couple of hours early tomorrow morning to plan things out and to get out on the roadway. If you live in Southwest Florida, Charlotte County, maybe even in Sarasota, I would head south and I would head east along Alligator Alley into the Fort Lauderdale area, Coral Springs area, Sunrise, even down toward Miami, Coral Gables, anywhere in that area, even Homestead. Strongest wind gusts still 100 plus miles per hour. But I'm telling you, if this keeps moving to the south, I don't think we see it in Tampa. But again, it has moved to the south slightly. Whether it will continue that trend is to be seen. But I do think it will. I really do think it's going to continue that. Heaviest rain, again, 12 inches or more in some spots. And of course, we're looking at this wobble tracker and we're looking to see, notice right here, it's moving barely east-northeast, right? Look at that. The track had it moving straight northeast. And so it is so far east of that everything has corrected. And now we are seeing that track shift to the south. So JB, I mean, this is potentially huge life-saving information for potentially over 1 million people that live in and around the Bay Area if this does move to the south. Of course, you know, folks down in Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Port Charlotte, Northport, Sarasota, it doesn't look as good for them, but they were expected to pick up 10 to 15 foot of storm surge regardless of if this moved to the north. Now we're seeing that strong wind field moving a little bit further to the south.
Make no mistake about it, folks. We now have a Category 5 hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico, but that weakening trend is expected to continue, right? So can we bring the track back up? Because I want to see what strength Sarasota, Manatee counties are going to be getting at landfall approximately. It's not going to be a Category 5. The weakening is going to occur. It's just, are we coming down from a 5 to a 3?
It's still the same. So right here you can see. So you know it's coming from a pretty strong 4 down to a 3.
This cone is definitely narrow, more narrow than it was at the 11 a.m. advisory, and we should note as well a slight delay. We were anticipating, a 1:32 a.m. landfall.
Yeah.
This is now likely a 3 a.m. landfall, but impacts will be felt starting when, roughly?
I would say tomorrow evening, Wednesday evening, so definitely.
Dinner time?
Yeah, early dinner, like 5, 6 o'clock. We're going to start to see the winds pick up here in Tampa. A little bit further to the south, maybe around 2, 3 o'clock. Maybe Sarasota area down toward Port Charlotte. 2, 3 o'clock, and then once you get it further to the north here in Tampa, I'd say around 5.
It's interesting. When you're zoomed out this much, the track shift might not seem that big to you.
But when you do
especially if you're watching on a mobile device. You look here, some people might see a big shift. Some people might see a small shift. But you have to understand, it's big in this in this regard. It's big for Tampa. Tampa, this nook in the section of right there in the center of your screen, it's so vulnerable given that it is a bay and there's so much, obviously, property along Tampa Bay, but also so much storm surge potential. So it's a big shift from an impact standpoint. It's big. I mean, it's just one word to describe it.
Again, if you're looking, and I try to get an idea of how many homes are in and around Tampa Bay, okay, from Manatee County all the way around to Pinellas. And the general consensus were several 100,000, okay? I would say in excess, JB, of 250,000 homes. And if this took a track to the north, if the average number of people, just say 4 people lived in each home, that's 1 million, okay? And some of those buildings are, you know, taller than just one story. They may be hotels. I would say that this impact would affect over 1 million, at least 1 million people. And the fact that this is moving to the south, those 1 million people that would have had 15 foot of storm surge, we wouldn't even be able to get out of here. And I don't swim too well, JB, but we wouldn't have even been able to get out of the station.
I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
Somewhat strong
To the opposite.
swimmer. I'm not Brooke Bennett, but I am a strong swimmer compared to. Well, look, I don't know if I'm
compared to me.
I can swim. Bottom line is, I wouldn't want to swim in these waters if we were flooded out. So that's why I asked about the kayak earlier, if we have one at the station. But I mean, look, Tampa, you're not out of this yet.
No,
but
and
what are we expecting at 11 o'clock? Are we expecting another shift south?
Well, let's see. Let's keep an eye on our wobble tracker. Remember, once I saw, what was it, 12, 1 o'clock?
Mm-hmm.
Once I saw this really deviate, I said, you know, it's staying south. The models just might initialize further south and east. And the next run of models just might be further south with a cone, right? And voila, 4 hours later, the models come out, 3:30, and look at that. They were way south. And now NHC come out with their cone, and voila, look at that, way south. So again, it's hard to tell right now. Like I said, my original Saturday prediction was that this was going to go through central Sarasota County, almost right over downtown Sarasota. It has meandered from Indian Rocks as far south now to SRQ, Sarasota Airport. I do think it's going to continue to move south. Usually when you see a trend, it will continue in this case. I can't tell you how many storms I've watched in the Gulf over the years and years and years. And when there is a cold front that's coming in from the north, if the models are in error, they're always in error to the north, meaning the storm always goes a little bit further south than what the models show. Now, I can't say that's going to happen 100% of the time, but the pattern that I've noticed with these cold fronts, when you've got a front coming through, and again, on the other side of this, JB, we're going to have cool, dry air. I mean, we're talking about 66 for a low temperature come Friday morning, all right? This is a real legitimate cold front. The models predict that this will kind of kink the front, so to speak. It kind of pushes up, you know, a little. Instead of the front being flat like this, the hurricane comes in and it kind of goes, whoop, you know, it kinks the front if it's not strong enough. But if the front is strong enough, it kind of just rides that front. It goes right along it. So if that's the case, this could very well be even further south of what we're seeing right here.
Okay, so look, I want more. I know our audience wants more. And what I mean for more, I mean more model data. So I'm going to ask about the GFS. I'm going to ask about the Euro. I want to know about the Icon. I want to know about our in-house model. I want to know about every model we can get our hands on post 5 o'clock because I want to know. Look, our audience has communicated to us over the course of our coverage of Milton. They want as much model data as possible. So what do we have in the last 30 or so minutes that has developed on those models, if anything at all? We're waiting on the in-house model, our WFLA model, right?
All we've had was the 3:30 update, okay? And you see the consensus models in the black. That's pretty much right over SRQ Airport. You see the pinkish models are the European models. The Canadian models, the light blue models, those are the south models. The icon is somewhere in the middle, very close to the black line. And then the H Wharf, which is one of those.
Let's go full screen.
The H Wharf, which is one of those hurricane models that Jeff and I both said are probably going to be wrong. And I said, for the most part, in intensity, it kind of nailed it. But as far as the positioning, no. Look how far. It's the only model that's north of Tampa Bay, and it's way up there. It's Tarpon Springs area. But this was, I don't know if you remember, yesterday this was Big Bend area. A couple of the European models, the pinkish models, go right near Northport. See that? So I'm a little bit concerned that might be the AI model. That might be the European AI because that's a little bit slower. Now, these are the intermediate runs. Remember, we have 0Z and we have 12Z runs of these models. Then we have intermediate runs, which may be a little bit lacking. You know, it's hard to explain, but the 0 and the 12Z are the main model runs. They go out, 10 days. The intermediate runs only go out 5 to 7, if that. I don't even think they go out 7 days. So, again, well, GFS does. But all we know is that the trend of these models have been moving to the south. Unfortunately, we're not going to get anything new. The only thing that eventually will update is our in-house model. And I will keep a close eye on that. Let me find...
In the meantime, let's just show Wobble Tracker. So, of course, with the NHC's new track, a correction occurring here because we see that. But look at the most recent satellite runs on this. Just look at the move northeast now. There was that, strange sort of, shift to the southeast by southeast, if you will.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, once again, progressing northeast or east by northeast. That's what we're looking at here on Wobble Tracker. This streams all the time on WFLA.com. So if you want to monitor Wobble Tracker through the night when we're not in the stream center, you want to keep it up on a tab and just have it open all the time, you can absolutely do so. It's streaming on our website. YouTube moderators, perhaps we can provide a link to the Wobble Tracker, and hopefully it helps folks out.
I mean, our in-house model might have updated, but this to me looks very similar. This kind of eye over the skyway. Doesn't that look similar to you?
No, that's the old one.
That's the old one, yeah. And because this is a super high res, it does take a little bit longer than the typical model. If I take it off a high res, I don't know what it's going to look like. Let's see. Is it going to show me anything? Show me something. Come on. No. Yeah, the way this is set up, it probably has to be on the high res.
Who we got to call other than the Ghostbusters? Who are we calling to get the in-house model? Let's. I want to see this as soon as possible. You know what I mean?
It's not, because see how we're missing data we're missing data offshore. You only see the lines. This is still the same. This is still the same model as before.
I'm curious about the in-house model getting updated as soon as possible, because the in-house model was really spot on during Helene, our WFLA model. And
let's see.
I want to know. Here's what I want to know about the in-house model. Is it lined up with the NHC's track?
No. I think it's a little north.
Or you think it's going to be more north? You think the most?
Well, right now. Whether it's updated or not. Let me see. This is not the high-res model, so let me take these points off here.
Okay.
And I do think this is a little bit further south. So what we're going to do is we're going to get close.
I emailed you. So perhaps we can get that working. No. I emailed you something new 30 seconds ago. Yeah.
Okay. So you see the eye of the storm, right? And it does appear to be south.
Wait, which model are we looking at now?
This is our in-house, but it's not the high resolution.
Oh, okay. So the high res hasn't come in yet.
Right.
Okay.
But it's the same thing as this. It's not going to be any different. You see where the eye is. It's
larger.
Yeah. And I mean, it almost looks, maybe, yeah, there's really not much difference. It looks like it's still pretty much over Anna Maria Island, or
if we're calling balls and
Tampa
strikes,
Bay, yeah,
slightly north of the, I mean, a microscopic difference
and
between the NHC
this isn't
track.
going to update for a while, so. But again, you know, when you have so many other models that the spaghettis, and I'll pull those up. You have so many other models that have shifted to the south, okay? Just because our in-house model didn't in the last run, you know, I take that with a grain of salt. You've got all these global models that have shifted to the south. And that is what's big, because we had nothing in Charlotte County, hardly anything in Sarasota County, right, before. Now, all of a sudden, we've got one model north of Tampa Bay itself and most models south of Tampa Bay. So all we can do is monitor over the next several hours and even overnight. You know, when we come back tomorrow, we're really going to have a good idea, JB, of where this is going.
Did the wobble tracker and the wobbles to the east of the NHC's line set this up?
I think so. Yeah.
Can you explain?
And like I said, yesterday I had said, if this meanders off the track, it's probably not going to do much, right? It'll probably go a little bit to the south, a little bit to the north. But today I said it's more important. I said, if we start to see wobbles today, when we're about a day and a half out from landfall, and we're, you know, realistically, JB, less than 36 hours, right? 36 hours is 5:30 in the morning Thursday. So if we're less than 36 hours out of landfall and we start to see these wobbles, they start to mean a little bit more. And in my opinion, and I know, you know, other opinions may be different than mine, but in my opinion, I really thought that not the initial wobble, JB, but 6 hours of it going off track was going to do something to the official forecast track. Because you can't move 6 hours in a different direction than forecast and still wind up in the same place. Do you see what I'm saying? It doesn't work that way. So what happens is the models are forecasting at 11 o'clock in the morning the original track, right? And then 6 hours later, it moves east of where it should have been. So then the models have to correct. So then the models start to the east of where the track should have been, which means all the tracks are going to be further to the east, meaning further to the south. Because remember, the wobble trackers showed Milton going south of the track. So now all the models initialized, their first observation point was south of the NHC track. So that means the cone, if everything else stays the same, is that much further south of the hurricane NHC track. So that's basically what happened. We didn't just see a wobble. We saw a complete movement off.
Well, right, because, well, wobbles that add up together.
Right. But Ian, remember, Ian was supposed to go, more to the north, but we saw it go north, then wobble east, the north, then wobble east, the north, then wobble. It was like steps. And every time it wobbled east, it was moving away from the track. And those steps added up. This is a constant motion off the track. So it's kind of like you're telling me I'm going one way, but I'm really going the other way. So you better catch up to me, track, because I'm not coming back. Totally different. You know what I'm saying? With Ian, it was like a north and east, the north and east, the north and east. And eventually that led to a more, easterly component and it moving more to the south. This was a straight line to the east and east-northeast, straight line for a good 6 hours when it was supposed to go northeast for 6 hours. So basically, you draw a triangle from the northeast down and to the east, and that's the difference in the area that this should have been to the north, but it's not. It's that much further to the south. One other thing that I noticed on that.
And then we're going to pivot to what's next in our stream. But yeah, please continue.
I want to see. Okay, so we don't have. What I want to do is I want to look at, I want to see what the Hurricane Center's saying.
Oh, there was some key messages. I mean, that's something we should probably pass along to our audience.
Wait a minute. Is that a 5:30 update? It is.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yep. So we have a 5:30 update.
They just issued a 5:30 update
because hurricane hunters are flying through. Oh my gosh. So 905 millibars.
I got to alert our team because that is out of nowhere.
Yeah, and sometimes they will issue updates when the hurricane hunters are flying through a storm and they find something. So
I don't remember what the pressure was at.
It was 9/11.
It was 9/11. So, and max wind speeds were
165.
I want to go back in time. Hold on.
Oh no, wait a minute. It was 9:18 at 5 o'clock. It was 9:18.
Hold on, I can go back in time on our stream. All right, at 5 o'clock, it was max wind speeds of 165 miles an hour, 918 millibars, east by northeast. Okay, so the only thing that was changed was a drop in pressure.
Yeah, they're not going to change the movement, but you know what? Let's keep an eye on this because maybe, boy, that's a big drop in pressure for the wind not going up.
They just put it out.
Yeah.
Here, hold on. I want to read this. Observations from the Air Force Reserve hurricane hunters confirm that Hurricane Milton is a Category 5 hurricane with max sustained winds of 165 miles per hour.
You see the pressure drop?
The minimum central pressure down to 905 millibars. Yes, you need to. Okay, come on in. Everybody, Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli sitting down, was just on air on WFLA News Channel 8.
I have like 15 minutes before I have to get back on the 6 o'clock show. So you see the 9.5, but actually the hurricane hunters have found 902 now. 902, so we're probably heading back into the 800s again, which is just, crazy.
Yeah, why?
Well, think about it. The storm's been moving further south, further east. That means the jet stream and the wind shear is having less of an impact on it. And so the storm is able to kind of breathe, and it's a favorable environment for it to intensify again. But it's starting to be influenced by the jet stream because you could see it's starting to take a little bit more of a northeast turn right about there. But the wobble that we've been talking about all afternoon might have done the work that it needed to do, JB. Of course, you've seen the 18Z spaghetti plots showing the majority of them south of the bay now, and an average somewhere in Sarasota County and no longer in Pinellas or over the Tampa Bay. So, look, I just want to say for the folks who are in Pinellas and Hillsborough, you may be trying to breathe a sigh of relief, but don't do it quite yet. I mean, certainly what we see so far looking better for the northern counties in terms of surge. But, we've seen it a million times. Just another shift 30, 40 miles back north again, and it puts Tampa Bay and all that surge back in. And, of course, the other thing I'm sure you've been talking about a lot, Eric, is now if the storm shifts south,
we're in that rain.
The rain and let me tell you, the graph, I changed the color table on it because it was so high.
The graph of the in-house model.
7 inches more now?
Our in-house model. So we had it essentially ending at 8 inches and then just showing the same color for 8 inches and up. You want to know what it shows? 20-something inches of rain in northern Pinellas County. Yeah.
Is that something? Yeah, maybe we can get that up on the graphic.
Did you update that?
I did, but it's in my show. So go into my show if you can go into it. It should be the last updated.
It's always your show, Jeff. What weather source can I bring up?
No, it's
it's actually in his show. Okay, so I'm in your show,
and it should be the top. It should be.
Actually,
no,
top
go,
heavy.
no, go into my go into my folder. Go into the Baradelli folder.
Oh, the folder.
Yeah, and pull it out of there. And you'll see I changed the color table because I wanted to get granular on, okay, fine, we're gonna see 8 inches plus, and we knew it would be 10 to 15, but there are actually some areas in magenta which are actually, if you look at the color table, you'll see it's over 18 inches.
We'll see if it's got the banner. I can't promise. Oh, it does.
Yeah, I added some. There's no legend. I added the.
Oh my goodness.
So that purple, that magenta is over 18 inches of rain, and that dark shading of red is
screenshot worthy, folks. Going full screen.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom this in so you can really get a good look here.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I'm not going to save it that way, but I'll.
Yeah. So the purple, and I have to be honest with you, I think that the purple is actually that dark, the brighter shade of purple in Pinellas. That's more like 24 inches of rain. Now I don't know that we're going to see that. And by the way, I will let you in on a little secret. Because the models are shifting, and we haven't gotten the new graph yet.
I know.
I shifted that rain band down myself around 13 miles from. So I basically shifted it. So the National Hurricane Center corrected the track like 15 miles south, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So I shifted the rain band south because I expect that that's probably what will end up happening.
Yeah.
But the model itself has that heavy rain over Pasco and northern Pinellas near Tarpon. So let's see what the new run's going to come in, within the next half hour or less.
I thought it was 7:15-ish.
I thought we were going to get
4:15, 7:15 for
but I don't
Graff.
think. So you think that is the new run?
I think it is.
Oh,
I think that's the 4:15.
you know
run.
you know how to check that?
Yeah, I remember you.
Okay.
I remember you. So
Yeah, so he's and this is, I know there's a lot of inside baseball folks, but this is really important stuff. The bottom line is, if you're north of this track, you're going to get 1 foot to 1.5 foot of rain. Maybe
It's a
some areas
rain
getting
event
rain.
north of the
That's right.
track.
And so people are thinking to themselves, oh, we're not going to get the surge, no flooding in my home. Well, actually, you might have been protected from the surge because you were, let's say, 40 feet above elevation. But now you're getting 18 inches of rain and there's going to be water in your home. So I've said this before. I've been saying it all day. If you're going to be north of this storm, it looks the same to me.
Yeah,
That is the same model.
It looks the same model.
Yeah.
So if you're going to be north of this storm, folks, like Pinellas, Hillsborough, take your valuables off the ground and put them up on the counter, in the closets. But don't be surprised if the water's going to come up fast. It's going to fall in a very short period of time. And we've seen this so many times this summer where these storms even though it's moving, overproduce by far.
Yeah.
Look at Sarasota's had 2 major flash flooding events. Tampa's had a major flash flooding event. Look at what just happened in North Carolina.
Yeah.
They ended up with 3 feet of rain in the place. These storms are overproducing because the water temperatures are at record levels. So I would suspect that these totals are going to be right.
And I would
Somebody's
say rainfall rates, 6 inches an hour?
Well,
5 inches an hour?
I guess at the for an hour. I don't think it's going to last.
Right.
More than
No.
an hour,
But
yeah, I'm thinking it's probably going to be closer to 3 to 4. But even 3 to 4 inches an hour is too much. 2 inches an hour, our soil can handle it almost. 3 inches, not really. And 4 inches, you're in trouble.
yeah, especially for a prolonged period.
About the wobble tracker really quickly, because I was told this by our team, and I have to just interject here for a second to pass along the biggest nothing announcement of all time on Tracking the Tropics, okay? So people actually asked for this, and we do have it now. So YouTube moderators, I think, will be happy. Jeff, you'll be happy to know.
Okay.
WFLA.com/wobble tracker. Is live.
Wait a second.
So the wobble tracker
Got your own
now
website.
you basically have your own URL. So the wobble tracker, this right here streams by itself in real time on WFLA.com. All you got to do on any browser, on any device, is punch in WFLA.com/wobble tracker and poof. Another announcement that I want to share, it might seem like a small thing, but I think to our YouTube audience specifically, this might be somewhat of a deal. There was a lot of communication back and forth on this one point, but we have deactivated YouTube ads. No more advertisements on YouTube.
Wait a second. That money was going directly into my account.
I was supposed to get 10% of that, Jeff.
I thought I was going to get 20. Did he give you the same deal?
Yeah. No, he only gave me 10.
What are you doing Eric?
I know. I'm going to bring this storm back.
I thought we had
Tampa
a non-disclosure agreement, guys. I'm going to have to sue you.
We all here get paid the same at the end of the day, regardless of whether or not we get a million views, 10 million views, or 10 million. Doesn't matter.
We're just trying to save life and property. We don't care about that aspect.
Exactly
of it.
right.
We're just a bunch of nerds, and we're here to help you.
I mean, JB, how excited did I get when I saw those model runs?
Eric nearly
he didn't jump on a couch, did he?
I think I peed myself a little bit because I got so excited.
Jumped on the couch on Oprah. He didn't do that, did he?
Close.
No. Listen, we were all but here's the thing, and we try to go back to this again. One person's gain is another person's loss, so we have to be. Really, because, look, here's the thing, and you've been saying it too, Eric, that regardless of where this storm tracked, unfortunately, that 10 plus feet of surge was heading into
going to happen
Sarasota
anyway,
County
correct.
And possibly Manatee County. But now I think not only is it Sarasota County, but now we're pushing some of that into Port Charlotte and maybe even Fort Myers more.
Yes.
So again, and we're not even sure that is going to happen, right? Seems likely. We've been thinking that it was going to that was our gut feeling.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Pass south of the Sunshine Skyway. And it probably will happen more likely than not. but don't make any decisions based on that. We
Right.
need, I say we need at least the 0Z models. We
Oh,
need
yeah.
at least one more model run to confirm that this south trend will continue
yeah.
before we lock it in and say, all right, folks, we think, that north of Tampa Bay, or, on the north side of Tampa Bay, things are looking better.
But we even, said we're either going to get the massive storm surge or the massive rainfall amounts. And I said I'd rather have the rainfall amounts than 15 foot of storm surge.
That's true.
But each one is going to have major impacts for different people. And boy, 18 to 24 inches of rain.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And
I don't know if it's going to verify, but I have to tell you, the graph has done a good job. And like I said, these storms all summer have been overperforming the models. And so I take it seriously when I see this. I mean, look at what happened twice in Sarasota County this summer where there was awful flooding. Debbie overperformed. Then we had our 2 thunderstorm days in Tampa where there was so much flooding that Val is afraid of the water now. I mean, because she drove home, got stuck in like 3 or 4 feet of water.
Poor Val.
So yeah, I don't know if she's here right now, but no, I'm just saying, and a lot of people were stuck that night.
Yeah.
This warmer water and the warmer air is just leading to situations we haven't seen before. And they used to teach us in college, and Eric, I'm sure they taught you this too, because we went to college at around the same time.
Yeah.
They used to say, never forecast a record. Remember that?
Yes. Oh, I remember that. Yep.
Your professors would always say, never forecast a record because it never happens.
Yep.
But now, forecast a record because
it happens all the time. Yeah.
All right, let's bring it back to our audience. We asked in a poll, everybody on WFLA's YouTube page, what people want to see while we have a big audience. Again, this is purely a live stream where we are trying to cater to our audience as much as possible and make sure that our meteorologists are giving you the information that you seek. So we listen to our audience via the comment sections on Facebook Live and YouTube Live, and I'll pass along what they have been looking for the most. As much model data, so any runs that we have, GFS and Euro, the Icon, the in-house model from WFLA, any model runs that we can show that have come in the last hour or so. And then another big thing that they want, and perhaps we can do this now, Eric, if the computer is working, we want to go hyper-local into some of these areas that could be impacted. And now that we have a track that goes through Manatee, Sarasota counties, maybe we can zoom in on some of these communities and show some spots that are in, trouble spots, if you will.
Right.
If you have the opportunity for us to zoom in.
Oh,
here.
yeah.
Last I checked, the National Hurricane Center hadn't updated their surge forecast yet. That was like 20 minutes ago when I was downstairs. So I'm going to check on my phone to see if they've updated the surge.
All right.
What I can't, but you asked specifically about the Icon, right? So we just got, I'm not going to be able to show it to you because I have to build a graphic for that and I don't have the time right now. But the Icon hasn't changed. The 18Z run, which is the newest run, still shows landfall on Anna Maria Island, the exact place the 12Z showed. It has not changed at all. So that's the 18Z Icon. Let me look at the 18Z GFS. And Eric,
that one did look a little bit lower.
That hasn't come in yet, though.
No, it hasn't. Oh no, I was looking at the 12Z.
The 18Z GFS is on the way. I think we'll have it out to like 72 hours, probably in about the next 10 minutes or so. And you're gonna have to check because I'll probably be back down upstairs.
Right.
But the Icon hasn't changed. It's still over Anna Maria. So you would think that the Icon would have changed.
Yeah, you would have thought so.
But it hasn't. And the Icon's been pretty good. So again, that's why I say, and Eric says too.
Yeah.
Let's just wait, cautious about how different it will be in terms of surge in Tampa Bay because this is such a historic event. If it were to happen, it's such a life-changing event, and I want to be certain before we call it and say, this surge is not coming into the Bay because it's still close.
I do want to see if, on our wobble tracker, eventually, I want to see if this still goes south of the track. Yeah. And I really believe that big southerly movement had a great deal to do with this shift of the cone.
That tees me up for what I want to ask about next is a big comment in our comment section right now. But Jeff, how much longer do you have with us on stream? I just want to check.
I have probably about, I'd say 3 or 4 minutes, probably 4 minutes.
Good opportunity for us to introduce our hashtag Q&A system. Use any of the hashtags on your screen, like Hey Eric, hashtag Hey JB, hashtag Hey Jeff. We can bring in your comment on screen. Cash on YouTube Live. Isn't it still going to get pulled north from the jet stream, or is that already being taken into account? Before you answer, I know you guys are ready to answer this one because, yes, we want to talk about the system being pulled north from the jet stream. But there is a lot of folks in our comment section asking about whether or not South Florida, Miami, and the greater Miami area, if that is even remotely in play with this storm.
I mean, I don't think so. I've been telling people to evacuate into that part of the state. The jet stream is going to pick this storm up, but notice it's still almost due west of central Cuba. So obviously the jet stream has to pick this to the north if it's going to make it to the west coast of Florida, right? Otherwise, it would just keep going straight east into Cuba, and that's not going to happen. So the jet is going to pick this to the north, but obviously it hasn't quite done so yet because, first of all, the east-northeast movement, and second, we're not going to be seeing this significant strengthening. And the reason why this strengthened again so much, it went through an eye wall replacement cycle. So what happens is the eye gets filled in. It does lose a little bit of punch, but then it gains it right back once that eye wall is pretty much reformed. And sometimes that happens a couple times, but this is exactly what just happened. And now the eye is bigger and better, and now you see the pressure is going right back down to almost where it was yesterday.
Eric, Jeff, I want you to chime in here on that question as well. But Eric, because this is an outdated model, can we bring the track back up and show the most recent thing for people that are maybe just getting home from work and joining us?
I mean, I wonder if it's outdated or it just is exactly the same almost as it was last time. I mean, I can check. Do you know how to check, Eric? You check it on the right side of the product itself. There's a little.
When you open it up,
let me see. Do you mind if I?
In the meantime, let's check out Wobble Tracker, and we do have this comment that comes in as well. Sarah saying #KJB love the wobbler. I guess that's a fun nickname for the Wobble Tracker. This streams all the time on WFLA.com, as I repeatedly mention, and it is now live on WFLA.com/Wobble Tracker.
My father texted me, and he called it the wobbler.
This makes me
And I'm like, wait a second. I'm sorry. I named this, Dad. You can't call it the wobbler. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Sarah,
that makes me want peach cobbler. I mean, that's what I think
don't start talking about food.
No, that sounds really good.
JB, that's the new model.
Yeah.
That is the new model. It's exactly the same.
I figured
it hasn't
was.
changed, just like the icon.
Be serious.
Yeah.
It hasn't changed.
Yeah.
So
can we zoom in on it then?
Yeah. The eye
is the same model?
It's the same. It just
wait.
how accurate it is, and it's right over Tampa Bay.
I'm sorry. No, wait. This is the new.
This is the
run of that.
This
is
the 4:30 p.m. model that comes in.
And it's the same as it was 6 hours ago. Almost exactly.
Yeah.
Almost exactly.
Yeah.
This oval. Of the eye over the Sunshine Skyway Bridge looks almost identical.
Yes.
To what
almost identical.
I know. That's how good the model is. It's very good. And the icon, by the way, is on the south. It's just maybe a mile or two south of that.
Right.
And again, these are the models that we've been putting decent stock in. So that's why I say, it's not time yet to breathe a sigh of relief in Hillsborough and Pinellas. It probably is. The south trend is probably a real trend. It's probably going to go south of Tampa Bay, but it's still too close to call, folks.
Right.
And again, that wobble that we saw over the past couple hours may be just that.
Yeah.
It may just simply be a wobble, and it may do the exact same thing on the north side in the next couple of hours and recorrect its position again. And then the models will get that data in and say, oh boy, now it's back west of the track or on track again. So it's just too.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see if it does. I mean, obviously with Helene, you saw that huge wobble with the eye that kind of, the storms were top heavy. So it was kind of wobbling the whole system around. And so it was off the track. And then a few hours later it was on. But this is such a steady as she goes, with the eye that, I mean, we'll see if it does. We'll see if it overcorrects.
I have one important thing, and then I probably have to go.
Yep, all yours.
The average track error from the National Hurricane Center, 24 to 36 hours out, is 40 to 50 miles. That's the average track error. I bet that if we were to measure the distance between Tampa and Sarasota, it's probably about, 40 miles or so. So the average track error means that there's likely error in the track from the National Hurricane Center.
You said between Tampa and Sarasota? Because I'm going to look it up.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
how about
I mean,
Indian Rocks? Because the track was on Indian Rocks, and then now it's down to SRQ.
You mean it went as far south.
Right.
So I'm just saying the average error at this stage from the National Hurricane Center is 40 to 50 miles. Right now, they have the track over Sarasota. A 40 or 50 mile correction puts it back in the middle of Pinellas County.
Puts it right back to Indian Rocks where it was.
So
the line distance, like straight line,
A little less than
from
40
Tampa,
miles, right?
Florida to Sarasota, Florida, if that's what you wanted, 42 and a half miles.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
That's not bad.
Yep.
You know, if meteorology doesn't
Work out, I can
for
be
you can be the guy at the circus that guesses the distance.
That's right. I was about to say, are there any jobs for that? All right. With all that said, folks, I
Okay.
have to go because I have to go do the 6 o'clock show. But are you going to be still streaming at 6:30? I don't mean to put you on the spot here.
I have a hard time believing that we won't be streaming.
So
At
as soon as I'm
6:30.
done, I'm going to come back up and be with you guys at 6:30. Okay.
Yep.
All right, everybody.
Sounds good.
Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli joining us here in the Stream Center.
So really no new models are going to kind of pop up until 7:30ish is when the new graph, between 7:30 and 8 is when the new graph. So for the 8 o'clock update, if Jeff does a stream, if you guys do a stream, the new graph will be up. But as far as the spaghetti models, they won't update till about 9:15 or so. So that's another 3.5, a little over 3 hours. So we're not going to get much new model data between now and 8:30. You know what I'm saying?
Let's go to the questions. Destiny wants to know. Hashtag, well, hey, Jeff, and he just left. Hashtag, hey, JB.
Yep.
Will it hit more than a Cat 3 now? Well,
So-
so are we getting hit with a major hurricane or a hurricane? It's
Well,
a
we're definitely
negligible
getting hit.
difference, but
In my opinion, we're getting hit with a major hurricane. There's quite a lot of weakening as you look at the cone there from Wednesday afternoon till 12 hours later. That's quite a lot of weakening. So there needs to be a lot of wind shear. I mean, there is going to be a lot of wind shear in place. So I still think it's going to weaken to a 3. But again, I mean, you're talking a major hurricane hitting the West Coast. Whether it's a 3 or a low-end 4 or a high-end 2, you're still going to see destructive impacts on this.
it's a bit of a slowdown noted here as well, as we noted earlier for those just joining us. Yeah, it looks like, what's interesting about the slowdown?
What's that?
Folks in Orlando are going to wake up at sunrise or around that time. If you're waking up around sunrise, you are waking up to a hurricane, no?
Yeah, pretty close to it. 7, 8 o'clock, in the morning or so.
Or really, maybe not the greater Orlando area, I should say, rather.
But again, as this track has moved, this has shifted, pretty far to the south of Orlando now. So probably not going to see hurricane force wind now in Orlando. You might see wind gust around 70-ish, but tropical storm wind 50 to 60.
So then, to correct myself and perhaps be a little bit more accurate, let's say, the area from Auburndale all the way to Kissimmee. I mean, you're talking about probably waking up to sunrise. You're waking up to a hurricane over you.
Yeah,
right?
but I mean, look, the line goes through northwest Hardee County, and it moves way south of Lakeland. It moves closer to Bartow than Auburndale, Winter Haven, any of those areas. So you'll probably still get hurricane force wind though. You're right. In Polk County, you'll be on the borderline, Lakeland up into Auburndale.
So I'm just going to look at it from a map perspective for a second, okay?
Yeah.
When you look at, one thing that we really need to add to our toolbox on this show is to show almost like a heat map for where the population is the most dense, right? Can we zoom out here a little bit? Because I think you know what I'm getting at. If this storm, and we start there, emphasis on the word if this storm, misses Tampa and or not misses Tampa, but doesn't cause catastrophic damage to Tampa, then potentially, or Orlando by extension, with the way that this track is shaped, is also missing out on a lot of the center of the storm. And going through, I mean, there are some areas here that are largely unpopulated in comparison to Tampa and Orlando. I mean, if you go, 100 or so miles southeast of Lakeland, you're getting to a lot of wildlife areas, a lot of preserves that are largely uninhabited. I mean, the Everglades, there's an extended auxiliary Air Force field for MacDill out there, and
I think I know. I think I know where you're getting at, and I think what I'm going to be able to do here, if we take weather 4,
okay,
all right,
yep,
I'm going to
move
zoom.
into weather 4.
I'm going to zoom in, and this is what I kind of wanted to do before. So here's the cone,
right?
So now, let me extend the cone all the way out. Because here, when you zoom in, you start to see the cities, and this is, I know.
This is
what you wanted.
Okay, so the track. Look at the red line, folks. The track moving more to the south again. Awful for Sarasota and the greater Sarasota area, but I mean, when you move inland into the central section of the peninsula, you're hitting areas that are far less densely populated than, let's say, Orlando or Lakeland or the greater Orlando area. There's not as many people there in Wauchula and Frostproof as there is up north.
And even Bartow. There's a lot of farmland in that area.
That's right.
And
so
Arcadia.
We talk about how Florida's Big Bend gets hit and how catastrophic it is for Florida's Big Bend, but it's not as many people as, let's say, a Miami, a Jacksonville, a Tampa, a Fort Myers. So it's this storm. I think I know what I think people think I know. I think people know what I'm trying to lay down here, which is that the storm moving more to the south, when it moves past the coast, is entering a less habited area than the greater Orlando area.
And the reason is
moving south of the I-4 corridor.
Yeah, that's the whole point, I-4, right? Because we wouldn't have an I-4 if Tampa wasn't so densely populated and Orlando wasn't so densely populated. And, Lakeland in the middle is densely populated. And you go all the way to Daytona, right? You don't have an I-4 from Sarasota to Wauchula to Vero Beach because there's just not many people that live.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of people live in Sarasota, and there's some people that live in Vero Beach, but you don't have that dense population as you do from St. Pete to Tampa to Lakeland to Orlando.
Just look at it. I mean, southeast of on this map, folks, you see it? Southeast of Frostproof and Wauchula.
So if I go right here I zoom in, these are all small towns.
Sebring is relatively small.
Yep, Lake
town.
Placid, Okeechobee, anything west of the East Coast.
And so it's not optimal news for folks in this town.
Right.
But we're talking about hundreds of thousands of people not being in the line of this storm.
Or millions, really.
Maybe even millions.
Yeah, I would say millions in regards to Tampa. Even Pasco, southern Pasco County. And, you look at, Zephyr Hills to Luce to Land O'Lakes to Wesley Chapel and just, places that are to our north, still rather densely populated.
That's right. Zephyr
as you
Hills,
get into as you get into southern Pasco County, and you see the line is so far away from there. Then you get to Brandon, Valrico. A lot of people live there.
Yep.
And then you go to Clearwater all the way up to Tarpon Springs and Newport Richey as well. Suburbs of Tampa, Town and Country, Citrus Park, Temple Terrace area. You're talking very dense population. And the further south this goes, obviously, we're not wishing ill on anyone, but it definitely affects exponentially fewer people, especially when you take storm surge out of Tampa Bay out of the equation, JB. That is the biggest thing.
So will the track shift even more to the south? You mentioned Charlotte Harbor earlier. Are we talking about a Charlotte Harbor impact?
And Charlotte Harbor is right near Punta Gorda. You see that waterway.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a mini Tampa Bay.
That's exactly what I was going to
Yeah, and it's like the water gets pushed in. Downtown Punta Gorda is very low-lying anyway, just like downtown Fort Myers is. And so you've got, you know, the water being pushed in, and you can see the mouse on the screen, pushed into Punta Gorda, pushed into the Peace River, Bayaca River's in here. And, you know, you've got a lot of flooding that occurs. And then you come down toward Fort Myers, and you can't see it because the white cone line is there. But you got the Caloosahatchee River that goes right through downtown Fort Myers. And you get storm surge into the Caloosahatchee River. And we saw with Ian all the boats that were displaced, all the sailboats and big boats that were just on the streets of downtown Fort Myers because of that.
From Eagle.
Right, yeah. And the Caloosahatchee River runs all the way into Lake Okeechobee. And once you get east of Fort Myers, then you get the small towns like LaBelle, Moorhaven, Clewiston area. And then, you know, Lake Placid, Venus is in there somewhere. And you know, there's just a lot of lesser populated towns. And that doesn't mean that, you know, if you live there, it's going to affect you, you know? So
I want to make it clear what I am saying. There are amazing people in these towns.
Yes.
And they're, you know, and also too, they do not have the same support that a major metro would have as well, right?
True.
A lot of these areas are rural. A lot of it is farmland. Amazing people in our rural communities. What I was trying to say is that if you looked at a heat map of densely populated areas in Florida, a track shift to the south as the storm moves inland would be going over a less densely populated area, but still populated. There are still outstanding folks there. People in our comment section that are joining us from there and saying, JB, we get what you're saying, but we live in Frostproof. We live in Wauchula. We live in Arcadia. We live in these towns, and I totally get that. So yeah, so Zadiel bringing up a great point is it's less people, but a lot of mobile homes.
That's true.
A lot of less
That's
houses.
true.
We are in Highland County. There's humble people. Absolutely true.
Yes.
I was just making the point that the enormous amount of people that live along the I-4 corridor is much larger than what you would have.
And I have friends in Sebring. I've got a weather watcher. I met people in person doing a hurricane seminar a couple of years ago. Val did one in Highlands County and Sebring too. And there are a lot of modular homes. And boy, if this storm moves further to the south, and even where it's at now, those mobile homes, they can't withstand hurricane force wind.
We got Rebecca Barry in here popping a Diet Coke. All right, so Rebecca Barry, everybody joining us on stream. It is good to see you.
Good to see you guys.
How's Coop? First thing.
Oh man, Coop doesn't know what's going on because we moved everything from the first floor of our house to the second floor of our house today. And Coop is alarmed. And we brought in our patio furniture and set our couch on top of it to try to elevate it. So it's weird.
If you want to see Coop, Rebecca, Rebecca's my Instagram. I love your dog.
I do love
always checking on Coop, and a good opportunity for us to deliver a PSA here, everybody. Take care of your pets. Your outdoor pets, bring them in, and your indoor pets, just load them up with treats. They deserve it.
Yes. And try to have a place for them to use the bathroom.
Absolutely. All right, fact or fiction time. You ready?
Sure.
Fact or fiction. Okay, so do you know who's in our chat? Milton is in our chat. The commenter's name is Milton. So is this Milton? Like the Milton?
It might be the Milton.
Milton is leaving his Mexican vacation and heading back home to Florida.
It's too cold. You don't want to come here. It's too cold. Head south. You like Cuba. It's nice there.
Yo. Look. Hey, JB and Eric, what's the water temperature at the coast?
A good 85.
Temperatures will make a big difference. Fact or fiction?
Yes, it's a fact. But also the wind shear will work against this to weaken it a bit. But, without the wind shear, you see what it's doing right now. I mean, now that it's undergone that full eye wall replacement, it is now strengthening, and the pressure is almost back to where it was yesterday, thanks to extra warm water. And where it's at now, it's probably closer to 90 degrees,
Yeah,
at least in the upper
right
80s.
over the loop current. So that's the warmest water in the Gulf right now.
I mean, so talking about warm Gulf waters, I mean, things that, as far as being near or in unprecedented territory, another question that's kind of along those lines E. Torres on YouTube Live. Hey, JB, do you think that this will break the record for millibars with the way that it's been tracking? Jeff came on a short time ago and believes that we are looking at sub 900 millibars as far as pressure.
Which would be the second time in
Right.
this storm's life to get that low. I think it would be hard at this point because it's kind of running out of time if it weren't moving into that sheared area.
Right, yeah.
Possibly. But I think it's just going to run out of time before it runs into that shear.
You know, if this didn't run into the jet, where would this hit? Key West? Maybe go through the Florida Straits?
Yeah.
You know, it probably would be. It could even be in the 880s. What was Wilma? 882, I believe. So, I mean, it would have a long way to get to that. But, I mean, you know, so Rebecca, you see they did an advisory at 5:30. It was 918 was the pressure, and the hurricane hunters saw, and Jeff said 902. But the wind hasn't changed.
Yeah.
So you wonder when the wind catches up if it goes back to 175 again.
Yeah. That'll be interesting. There's really no reason it wouldn't.
Right,
At
exactly.
least for tonight.
Yes.
But it is expected to weaken tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah.
See Dill in our comment section. Hashtags around. What kind of effects should I expect in the Homestead, Miami
Yeah,
area?
I mean, you know, you're so far away that I don't even know if you're going to see tropical storm wind, sustained wind, maybe gust to 40. But again, you're so far out of this. And again, you know, we'll see if this does move any further to the south, but it's not going to make a direct impact on southeast Florida. I was telling people to evacuate to that area, and I don't believe they would be in danger if they did.
They did because all the hotels are full. I tried to book a room for someone tonight.
Yeah.
Not happening.
Facebook Live, we're coming your way in just a moment. But first, back to YouTube Live, Gerald White. Hashtag, hey, Eric, when will the jet stream fully start pulling Milton up to the north?
It should be happening in the coming hours as we head.
It's making the little turn.
It's starting to,
Let's go to Wobble Tracker.
It's actually behaving.
Yeah, it's behaving perfectly. Although it's early, it's easy for Wobble Tracker to behave at this stage of the game because it's only like an incremental part of the line.
Exactly.
But it does look like it's you know, maybe taking that slight northeast track. We'll see over the next couple of hours if it holds that line. But it's starting to right now. But I think it'll really start getting going overnight into early tomorrow.
Eric, do you still have your mic on?
I think so.
Is it? Yeah. Hold on. Let me bring up your levels. Talk for me.
Hello, testing
Yeah,
one.
yeah, yeah. I just want to show you now that I can do this because we didn't have this before. But check this out. If we ever need to just kind of do a really quick show and tell with Wobble Tracker, you have that now.
Oh,
so why don't you,
nice.
in fact, can we make
That's
sure that you
cool.
fit in the frame? Is that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've been eating a lot of pizza, JP. I don't know if I fit in the frame. Yeah, I think I do, you know. So here's where you see the very end of this loop. It does kind of go like this, right? It's going straight and goes whoop, kind of to the northeast. So just maybe we're starting to see the initial impacts of that pull to the northeast. Obviously, we're not seeing it in regards to the strength yet. So we're not seeing it with the wind shear, but it does look like it is starting to behave. But as Rebecca said, you know, 5 o'clock's here. Is it 6 o'clock yet? I mean, we've only gone this much. So you know, when we get to 8, 9, 10, then we can see it really far off, you know, from this icon here. Then we'll see if it really, you know, went off the track like the earlier one did.
The Wobble Tracker streams all the time on the new URL, by the way. We announced WFLA.com/Wobble Tracker.
Oh, fun. Okay.
Okay, so we have that up and running. And look, if we won't be here in the Stream Center overnight tonight, so if you want to monitor the real-time positioning of the storm in relation to the track, it's always streaming on our website, WFLA.com. Rebecca, how long will you be gracing us with your presence?
You have me until 6:25, and then Jeff is free during the 6:30, but has to be back down for the top of the 7.
Okay, yeah, and that's probably, we'll be wrapping up our live stream in the 6:30, 7 o'clock half hour. We'll try to get to some video questions that we have coming in. Let's go to WFLA.com/report it, and let's bring in some of the video questions that we have.
Hey, JB.
Oh, hold on. Going through the playlist. And here we go.
We live on the ocean in Daytona Beach shores and are intending to ride it out, although we've gotten a mandatory evacuation notice for the beach side. How safe do you think it will be in the area of Daytona Beach shores? And also down in New Smyrna, how much rain do you think they will get in that area?
Daniel with the question from Daytona Beach Shores.
I mean, I would say, you know, if this thing's still a strong Cat 1, you know, my estimate was 3 to 5 foot of storm surge. I didn't see what National Hurricane Center, I think it's pretty close to 5 feet.
What area? Sorry. I can't
Daytona
hear.
Beach.
Daytona Beach. Oh yeah, and so their high tides, they're getting increasing northeasterly winds now. So the high tides up until the storm exits your area along the East Coast will be higher than normal. 3 feet's probably about right for Daytona. The way the beach is shaped there, it's very gradually sloping, and so they feel it a bit. But they'll have coastal erosion, higher than normal high tides, and a high risk of rip currents until after this eye passes you and you get the offshore winds.
Yeah, and then in regards to rain, because you're going to be on the north side of the storm, you know, we showed you, 18 to 24 inches of rain possible in and around Pinellas County, Tampa Bay. I don't think it'll be quite that far on the East Coast, but I wouldn't be surprised if some places, Orlando and points eastward, got about a foot of rain.
All right, next question up in the queue. We have coming in Kyle joining us from Tampa. Hello there, Kyle.
I got a question when it comes to certain model runs that we're seeing for this hurricane. Looking at the global models, the GFS and the Euro seem to be pulling this storm a little bit more to the south towards like Anna Maria, Bradenton, and Sarasota. But when it comes to the hurricane models, maybe like the halves A, the halves B, and the HMON, those types of models, they seem to be pulling the storm a little bit more north towards like northern Pinellas, like Clearwater, and in some runs as far as Newport Richey, just based off of some of the last model runs. My question is, with those hurricane models in particular, what would be certain factors that would pull that storm more to the north instead of the global models, which seem to be pulling it more to the south? Thanks.
So
thank you to Kyle for the question. This question came in pre-5 o'clock update.
Okay.
Very important to state.
I think he asked me about the halves B model yesterday.
I believe he did.
Because nobody else really knows what those... So basically what happens with the hurricane models is because the storm is so top heavy and there's so much rain in the northern eye wall of the storm, it kind of, those models kind of act like, all right, it's top heavy, so it kind of wants to graduate a little bit more to the north, right? And that's what those hurricane models pretty much do. And they do take into account the top heaviness of the rain in the northern eye wall compared to the south, while the global models don't really do that. And, you know, I do trust the global models a little bit more. Yesterday, if we did look at the halves A and B, even the HMON, it was almost in the Big Bend. I mean, it was Nature Coast. It was so far to the north, and it's like, come on, you know? And I've seen that trend in the past with a storm that, rain-wise, it's not really symmetric. Obviously, you don't see the same amount of rain on the north side and the south side of the storm. But I would tend to trust the global models better than the hurricane models, in my opinion.
Anything to add there, Rebecca?
I think the hurricane models do a better job with things like intensity,
yeah,
but not necessarily path. And so the in-house model that we have is probably the best blend between the two in terms of hurricane models, and the graph should be able to deal with those that thunderstorm a little bit better, and it kind of splits the difference.
We're taking in your video questions from WFLA.com/report it. You can, of course, scan the QR code on our screen. This is a tool that we will be using Thursday into Friday into the weekend to gather your, weather photos and videos, your damage report photos and videos. You can share areas that have been hit hard. You can show us flooded areas, down power lines. We just ask that you do so safely and responsibly if you're going to send it in to WFLA.com/report it. Next up in the queue, after Kyle in Tampa, we have next up Lewis in Sarasota.
Hi, WFLA crew. I am new to the area, and I'm new to hurricanes. And I just have a question about, we have so much technology and Elon Musk. Like, why can't we just nuke the center of the hurricane to get rid of it? Thank you.
Oh, wait, is this some...
I wonder, 100 years from now, if there's going to be a way that people kind of zap a storm out. But people don't understand how big these storms are and how many hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles,
He threw out Elon Musk and nuking a hurricane.
Yeah, I mean...
Then you just have radiation blowing around.
Yeah.
The power of a nuclear bomb would not change the low pressure system within a hurricane. That's how powerful these systems are. I forgot what estimation, if it was 30 or 300 nuclear bombs would have to go off to change it. Someone did a simulation on this because it gets asked a lot. Like, what if we bomb it?
Yeah,
What if we shoot it? Nothing happens.
So, sorry, I was not expecting that question even remotely. But you know what?
You haven't been on Facebook lately.
Yeah, I have not been on Facebook.
People have been talking about this for many years.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
Weather engineering is a favorite topic.
Yeah.
It's one thing to see it in a comment, and then to see somebody say, "Let's just do it." Can we do it? Is just not what I had on my bingo card for today. Lewis, you're. Let me just say this: you are not the first person to ask that question. How can we use modern day weaponry to assault a hurricane and send it in the wrong direction? I've seen things like as crazy as everybody in Florida get out your shotguns and point it at the storm to blow the storm away. I've seen every crazy Facebook idea ever thrown out, and I'm telling you, if it would work, it would be part of the discussion, clearly.
Yeah. Whenever I see something really, really odd, like man makes the biggest ball of twine in the world, I'm like, oh, he was somewhere snowy. Because when you can't leave the house and you can't do things, you do strange things. I think this is Florida's version of a snowstorm. We're all sitting at home. We're all like, well, maybe we should nuke it.
You remember Superman, the old movies? I mean, that's before your time.
Which one? No.
I want to say Superman 3. When the earthquake happened and Lois Lane is in the ditch dying in the car, and Superman spins around the earth. He flies around the earth, and the earth stops spinning and then spins in the opposite direction. Do something like that with a hurricane, right? Go clockwise around, and then next thing you know, it's spinning like a high pressure system, and poof.
We
need Superman. That's it.
Bottom line, that's what we need. Facebook. Less about nukes and shotguns and massive blowing fans.
Superheroes,
or
right.
Wind turbines blowing in the direction of the hurricane, and more about let's just summon Superman to save the day.
Yeah.
Next up, this is a video from I-4 in Kissimmee. This comes in from Russ. This might be coming in from the interstate. I will not be playing this video if it looks like the person is driving.
Unless they're in a parking lot.
Well, it could be a parking lot.
I-4
if it's at the wheel, I'm taking it down. Let's see.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your boy, Russ.
Should be passenger.
Just want to take a second to show you guys what I-4 is looking like right now. This has been like this the last 20 or 30 miles that I've been driving home. Just picking up some last-minute supplies, getting ready to go home and get the house prepared for the storm. Sending nothing but positive vibes, love to everybody. Everybody that's been affected, everybody that's going to be affected by this storm. Love y'all. Please be safe out there. Please.
All right. Thank you, Russ. So PSA time. It's time for JB's lecture
Here we go.
of the live stream. Do not drive and record video on your phone. Now, I couldn't tell if that was...
Well, he said he was driving home, so he had a bit. But
please don't do that, folks. That is just... recipe for disaster. So let's not. Russ, I really do appreciate you sending that in, and Rebecca too. You're also noting that. Look, I mean, traffic on I-4, see it a lot.
Yeah, I-4 can do that for no good reason, much less for a good reason,
Even
like evacuations. Yeah, but they have opened the shoulders, so you get an extra lane.
Oh, have they? Okay.
Yeah, on 75 and on 4, they've opened the shoulders, so basically you can drive on the side of the road.
People are saying, hey,
I'm surprised there's
could it have been a self-driving? Look, I don't even want to. Just do not.
Yeah,
use
it's not
your
a good
phone
idea.
At the wheel. That we have so many people on our roads right now. A lot of them know Florida roadways. A lot of them who have sent in. Look, there are people that have sent in videos to our stream that have admitted, I just moved here in the last few weeks or the last few months. We have people that don't know our roadways in Florida. People that are distracted. Emotions are high. Stress levels are high. Let's put the phones down, drive safely, and think about everybody else on the roadway, not just yourself. Russ, you might have been riding shotgun, Russ, but you just teed me up for a bit of a PSA. We're going to stop with the driving. driving selfies.
Speaking of that, I
I
wonder.
just told my team no more driving videos and to report it.
Is there a way to show or find out like what gas stations still have gas? Is there any?
It's such a moving target because
Yeah,
they're escorting the fuel trucks in with police cars in some cases to get through the
Oh.
traffic. And in the press conference, DeSantis was prioritizing getting those stations back up and running.
Yeah.
All right,
They
so
temporarily run out of gas.
let's try to get reported. Can we get back on track here? Maybe with these next 2 questions that we can get in, and let's go next to Lauren, who's in South Carolina.
Hey JB, hey Eric. My name is Lauren. I am from Florence, South Carolina. My question, I'm curious what you guys feel that Milton's going to do once it passes over Florida. I've seen some things and said it's going to turn back and go north with that warm water in the Atlantic. I was just curious your thoughts on what could happen with it.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely no Ian. It's not going to turn back into South Carolina or Georgia. This is going out to sea. It's basically getting dragged out by a frontal boundary, and it's going to join the front, so to speak. And those fronts are going well out into the Atlantic. So this is not going to break through the front and then move to the west. So you don't have anything to worry about.
And a lot of times the second big cold front of this month will shut down hurricane season for us completely. So this would be the first one. So hopefully,
Let's hope so. Yeah.
All right, and the last one that we have in the queue, this one comes in from B in Winter Haven. Let's go to B in Winter Haven.
Guys, I live in Winter Haven, and I noticed that the hurricane is gonna be weaker here than was previewed. Do I still need to put wood on my windows? My windows are not hurricane graded. Do I still need to put woods? Thank you.
All right, thank you for joining us.
I mean, I would say, I think Winter Haven being, I really have to zoom in to hit where there it is. Okay, you got that. So you can see where the track is, right through Lake Wales. If this is a Category 2 and you're going to be in the northern eye wall and you're going to be getting pounded with rain and wind for a couple of, several hours, I would say it's a good idea if you don't have a hurricane-proof glass to board up your windows. If it's a modular home, it's probably not a good idea to stay at all, but definitely want to board up your windows.
Anything to add there, Rebecca, before we get back to some of the hashtag-based comments?
Also, I just think about how comfortable you're going to be. Like what's your comfort level with being in a storm like this? And sometimes that answers the question for people if they should stay or if they should go or not. Because how long do you want to live without power? How comfortable are you going to be during this? It's right in the middle of the night.
All right. You can send in, we're done with the video questions for now, but we'll get some ready. Send in your videos to WFLA.com/report it. And we'll get to them later on in the live stream. We will get to more video questions at the end of the hour. Rebecca is getting back to her on-air responsibilities on WFLA News Channel 8. And that means it's back to you and I, Eric Stone.
All right.
Before we go back to hashtag-based questions and comments, can we just do a review of any new models that have come in? I can assure our audience that Wobble Tracker at this stage and where we are in the advisories, no wobbles off the track.
No, store's behaving right now. So if it does stay on track, I don't see this, I don't see the cone really shifting all that much more for 11 o'clock. But again, it's only not even 6:30 or pretty close to it.
Yeah.
New model data is not going to come in until at least 7:30, 8 o'clock. And the spaghetti plots will update around 9:15-ish, 9:15, 9:30, usually around 9:15. So that's still a good 3 hours away. So we're not going to get any new model data. The big news is really the model data that we already got, right? That showed all of those spaghetti plots moving off to the south. And now you see the cone has also shifted off to the south. And, we pretty much called it first when we saw this very south movement on the wobble tracker, well to the south and the east of the track. And I thought, well, the new models are going to initialize further to the south and east. So maybe the track will be further south and east. And yeah, that's what you see. That's what the track is, further south and east. So if I were to see the center of this still meandering off to the east, then I would say, uh-oh, here we go. It's going to keep on moving south. But for now, it's definitely corrected itself, and we'll see if this continues to follow that red line or the, NHC's track there. And if it does, there shouldn't be too much of a shift in the new models and the next cone, which, again, the new models aren't going to come out for another couple of hours.
So nothing else to share with our audience from a model perspective at this time?
Nothing new. Nothing new, no.
10-4. All right, so back to the questions and comments that are coming in from WFLA.com, or excuse me, from WFLA's Facebook and YouTube live comment sections. Let's do it. Hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric. Let's get to your questions now that are coming in. And Samantha says, hashtag HeyJB, with the wobble, will this be bad for Lakeland still? What do you got?
It's looking like the center is going to move right through Bartow, and Lakeland is close enough to get hurricane force wind and 90+ mile per hour wind gusts. All right. The further down south this goes, if it makes its way toward Wauchula, Frostproof, Fort Meade area, then we'll start to talk about maybe only hurricane force wind gust in the Lakeland area. But for now, I wouldn't be surprised if you still got Category 1 hurricane force wind in Lakeland and gusting over 90, maybe briefly to 100, but I would say more like 90, but a lot of rain. I mean, we're talking 12+ inches of rain north of this system. So a lot of freshwater flooding is possible in Lakeland.
Okay. Next up, we've got Jessica saying, hashtag HeyEric. When a hurricane is strong, like it is now, does that make it more unstable and easier to wobble? It's a fascinating question.
I don't think so. I think when it's weaker and it's strengthening, like we saw with Helene, we saw that eye that we couldn't tell whether it was a real eye or if it was just dry air. Remember that? But when you see a strong storm like this, the eye is like I said, it's like a well-oiled machine. You see the convection just flaring from the center of this, and the eye is well-defined now that it's undergone that eye replacement. And so I wouldn't say it's easier to wobble. I think a weaker storm may be easier to wobble. This storm, I would say, would be easier to maybe go off track as it did because it's got its eye going in one direction, right? And it needs something really, really significant to steer this thing in a different direction because it's so strong. And maybe the jet JB was starting to steer it, but it was just too strong and it kind of pushed eastward over the past several hours before the jet was strong enough to really overtake it. And now you see it moving a little bit more northeast than it did earlier.
All right, next up. Fast car enjoyer. Okay, yeah, all right.
All
Hashtag,
right.
Hey, JB, is a Cat 3 at landfall really bad? How does it compare to previous storms?
So,
it is a major hurricane.
Again, a Cat 3 that's weakening from a Cat 5 is a lot less dangerous than a Cat 2 or a Cat 1 that is strengthening into a Cat 3. When a storm weakens and then it makes landfall, it's already got that momentum to weaken, right? It's already starting to lose its steam. And then once it makes landfall, it loses its steam pretty quickly compared to Helene, which was a Cat 2, then a Cat 3, and then a Cat 4. And look how long Helene stayed over land as a Cat 3 and a Cat 2. Now, I'm not talking about the fact that it, affected southern Georgia as a Cat 2. That's because it was moving so fast. But if Helene was decreasing from a 5 to a 4 to a 3, it wouldn't have been as strong in southern Georgia. So, yes, a Cat 3 is a bad storm at landfall, but a weakening Cat 3 is a much better scenario than a strengthening Cat 3 right before landfall.
Welcome back in. WFLA's chief meteorologist, Jeff Baradelli. Jeff, any observations in the last half hour?
No, actually, no. I mean, I think we mentioned, I was saying before, Eric, the GFS, the Icon, and our in-house graph model all are right over Tampa Bay, despite the fact that a lot of those hurricane models have shifted south. So I just find it interesting And it just leads me to the same conclusion, which is it's still too early to call.
Of course.
And by the way, we talked about the average track error at the National Hurricane Center at 24 to 36 hours is 50 miles. Well, 50 miles is the distance from Clearwater to Sarasota. Not to say that we think it's going to Clearwater, most likely not go in there, but it just goes to show you it still could shift. It could shift 50 miles further south. Not out of the question. So, we're going to be, this is a nail biter, and we're going to be watching this up to the very moment that it makes landfall.
Fact or fiction? We have model consensus at this point.
No, we don't. I mean, we're kind of. It seemed as though we were reaching more model consensus during the 12Z.
Yeah.
And then there seems to be a divergence a little bit at 18Z. And who knows what the reason is. The models are so complicated. It could be that some of the models got some of the information from NOAA hurricane hunters and others didn't.
Right.
It could be that some of them
picked up the track that was further east.
Further south,
further south.
But others didn't. I mean, So we'll see what happens. We'll continue to just dig to find clues.
I think it's pentagrams with this comment. It didn't show up in the queue. Hey, JB and Eric, I got family in Cape Coral. I was wondering if Milton was going to hit that area. Can't seem to find anything. Is there a possibility that Milton can shift its path over there? Can you bring up Cape Coral on the map there, Eric?
Yeah, so right here, so basically you have the Caloosahatchee River, and on one side is Fort Myers, and the other side is Cape Coral, and I can't believe...
That's the edge of the cone, right?
Yeah. I'm not sure what I said.
That's not the middle. That's not the middle of the cone. That's the edge of the cone.
That white line
It is the edge of the cone.
The edge of the cone.
Cape
Wow.
Coral is right in this area. Again, maybe if I come over here, you'll see it.
It's a very 3D model.
This is Pine Island over here, and so it's kind of right in the middle of this white, and you can see where my mouse is. Anyway, that's Cape Coral on the northern side of the Caloosahatchee, and there's definitely going to be storm surge.
Yeah.
There was a lot of storm surge in Cape Coral with Hurricane Ian via the Caloosahatchee, and even the southernmost end of Charlotte Harbor, really the northwestern portion of Cape Coral saw some flooding as well. So this could very well move a little bit further to the south. If it does, then boy, Cape Coral, you'd be looking at hurricane force wind and the possibility of gusts at least over 90. But for now, you'd be on the outer edge. So I would say at worst, you'd have hurricane force wind gust, maybe, and moderate to strong tropical storm force wind.
Can you bring up Bradenton on the map next?
Yep.
And Jeff, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, remember in Hurricane Ian, they weren't even in the cone in Naples, and they still ended up with 6 feet of surge. They weren't even in the cone.
Yeah.
So the impacts extend far outside the cone, is what I was going to say.
Yari G, hashtag AJB and Eric, how far inland can we expect storm surge for Bradenton? This was an area that we were really honed in on yesterday. What do you got, Eric?
I mean, I always say that, if you're a mile away, then you're okay. Most likely, if you're within a half a mile from the coast, I would say to evacuate. I know the Fort Myers Beach area, it made its way about a mile in.
Yeah.
But that was 18 foot of storm surge. And you know what? If this moves to the south, then the water's going to be pushed away from Bradenton. Right now, it's pretty much over SRQ, really, Sarasota Airport, which is pretty close to Bradenton, Manatee County. So, again, I'd say if you're a mile or more away from the Gulf, then you're not going to worry about storm surge.
With one exception, right? If you're near a river.
A river, right, exactly.
And there's the river's right there. So it depends on how close you are to the river.
Yeah.
Jeff, you like Mo money?
Sure. Does it bring more problems?
It does.
You're right on it. Mo money. I lived on Davis Islands, but I'm now displaced and staying with family in San Antonio, Florida. Question, what time will Pasco County start feeling tropical storm conditions? I know Eric's moving up to
I think
Pasco
it's
now.
mid-afternoon, right, Eric?
Mid to late. Isn't San Antonio like
San Antonio is right near Dade City.
Yeah.
Right near St. Leo, that area.
Yeah.
It'll come up eventually.
Yeah. Yeah, you just have to.
We have a graphic that shows the beginning of, I don't know if it's loaded in there, but the graphic
somewhere
that shows the beginning of tropical storm force winds, although it's not on this source. It's on.
No. Yeah, right. And it was along the immediate coast. It was like 2:00.
Was it 2? Okay.
Yeah, but
that's right. Yeah, that's right. So it's probably like 6 or
right.
something
But
like that.
as these models have kind of pushed landfall later and later, I wouldn't be surprised if the coast didn't really see that until maybe 4. and then a little bit further inland around 7 or so. But either way,
So when
sometime
it starts to get dark.
Yeah, late
Yeah.
afternoon into the evening, definitely.
David Alonso, hashtag Hey Eric, do you see Milton dropping below 900 millibars again?
I'm looking to see.
It could. I guess we'll see the 8 o'clock update. You said the Hurricane Hunters were at 902?
I'm looking to see if there's anything anything new here. Hold on. Let me see what they'll do.
Now that it's being influenced a little bit by the jet starting to pull this to the north, if I had to bet, I'd probably say no. But I wouldn't be surprised if the wind did catch up, because you saw, Jeff, the pressure went down.
904.
The pressure went down 13 millibars, but the wind speed is still the same.
Yeah.
So the wind hasn't caught up yet.
Oh, see, the latest vortex message just came out, 904 millibars, although there was a sound that a drop sound that was 902.
Okay.
So it would be, I mean, if it's 902, I guess it could briefly get to 899. We'll see. It'll be close.
Yeah, but I mean, now that it's starting to get influenced with the jet pulling this, it's not going to strengthen much longer. Maybe at 8 o'clock, it'll catch up with the pressure.
Yeah.
And then after that, I think it'll hold steady and then slowly start to decrease.
Yep, and it is starting to take more of that turn there.
Yeah.
Sharon wants to know, hashtags all around, is Hudson out of the woods?
Well, no, you're not out of the woods. You're not even close to being out of the woods. You're north, so you're not going to deal with storm surge, but 12 inches of rain or so being on the north side of the storm, and maybe the possibility of hurricane force wind gust anyway, not sustained necessarily. Did you notice the radii graphic that we have? Tampa is barely in the hurricane force wind now with this track.
This new track.
Yeah,
you mean
it's barely in the hurricane.
Oh, you're talking about the National
circling.
Hurricane
Right,
Center.
right.
Yeah, rather than the our model. Which,
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not saying gust. I'm saying sustained.
Right. So that red. Do we have that? Do we have the ability to look at that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got both. I've got both computers going.
Yeah,
so.
I think it would be good to show everybody that. So when you look at the wind radii that Eric's about to pull up, it's going to show a red, blob that's going to move right across Tampa Bay
This is
and
source
south towards
120,
Sarasota.
JB.
I'm sorry?
Source 120.
Got it.
Yep.
And you're going to notice the red blob is going to kind of make its way right through. So now it's right from Tampa. So that's sustained 75 plus mile an hour.
And it's barely, it's barely here in Tampa. So if this moves any further south, we may not even see sustained hurricane force wind. Obviously, we'll see gust over 90 at least, maybe even 100. But
that's right. Yeah, and that's important to mention. Whoever ends up right near the center there is going to see those winds probably gusting at least to 110, I would say.
Right. So when you look at Hudson, you're looking at least 60, 65 or so miles an hour.
Brooke wants to know, hey JB, Grand Island, Florida, what are we looking at for rain and winds? Please, can't get any coverage. I was unfamiliar with Grand Island,
now.
Florida.
Isn't that on the East Coast?
It is on the north side of Lake Eustis.
I see it.
And really northwest of Orlando.
Lots of heavy rain.
Like Claremont area?
It's south of Ocala. It's just north of Apopka. So it is north of Claremont. It's it's probably about, 10
near
miles
Leesburg
or so.
Probably why
here's
she's
Eustis,
had difficulty finding coverage. It's hard to find on a map.
Right. Exactly. Well, here's Eustis.
Oh, you're looking at you're not showing anybody that.
I'm sorry. Which?
No.
Switching back?
I'm looking myself on Weather 4. I'm just looking to see where.
Oh, there we go.
So there's Eustis,
and then Grand Island's right there between Lake Eustis and Lake Yale. So right, basically the fort in Fort Mason.
Okay, so it's right near there. Yeah, it may not show up.
Yeah, it's
but
there it is.
Oh, there it is, Grand Island.
Wow, we found it.
That's a nice area. It looks surrounded by lakes.
Brooke.
I'd be worried about
because of the rainfall.
Because of the rainfall.
Yeah.
You're going to be in that northern portion of the storm that the models seem to be saying is going to generate 12 to 18 inches of rain, maybe a little less as we go inland. But
yeah.
So I'd be concerned about that, and obviously some gust to about hurricane force.
With hashtag Hey Eric and JB, what would be the wind gust for Lake Wales, and what category storm is expected there, you guys?
Yeah, so this looks like it's going to go pretty much right, like the center is going right over Lake Wales. So
as a cat 2,
right? Yeah. So I'd say a good 85, 90 miles an hour sustained, and then gusting 105-ish, maybe 110.
I mean, there's going to be what? I'm just going to say there's 3 million people in the Bay Area. and then add Orlando, and then add areas north and south, there's going to be like 10 million people without power in the state. I mean, maybe I don't think I'm exaggerating. I think it's probably going to be more than that.
I think it's at least that.
It's going to take so long to get some people's power back. Some of us will have power back in a day or two, if we're lucky, and then others might not get it back for a week and a half. You know, luckily it's going to be cooler after the storm passes. I do worry about August storms and the elderly people who really need, you know, a lot of people who need air conditioning.
Right.
We see so many of those post-storm fatalities. Oftentimes it's more than in the storm itself.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
We have apparently a growing fan base for the WFLA in-house model.
Can you bring the graph
up? It says, I prefer your model. That's the graph, by the way. I prefer your model over the others, says Anthony. What is your model predicting? What source, Eric, do you want?
120.
Got it.
Our model is just north of the National Hurricane Center track. But it's consistent with its earlier run. The earlier run had it exactly there. In fact, you know, if you were watching before, it was almost funny because myself and Eric and JB, we were like, that looks the same as it did this morning. That can't be the new run. It's the new run. It's just the same place. So you can see that the eye goes right over Tampa Bay. Now, again, this may correct when it gets new information at 0Z. So we may see it. We may see new information this evening. Which should be like 10:30-ish, something like that.
Well, this updates every 3 hours, right? I believe. There's 21Z.
I don't. Yeah, maybe.
I think so.
It's possible.
Yeah.
But the 0Z is
7:30.
really what I'm waiting for because that's
10:30. Yeah. And the model plots, the spaghetti plots themselves, is what, about 9:15, I think.
Yeah,
is when they
sounds right.
Is when they update. Yeah,
that sounds right.
All right, next up, let's go to your video questions that are coming in to WFLA.com/report it. You can send in your selfie video questions and a tip. If you can show us where you're watching from and point to your location and talk about your surroundings, that helps us understand and better answer your question. Next up in the queue is Ian. Let's go to, not Hurricane Ian, the person Ian joining us here next.
So the 5 o'clock track has Milton going south, a little bit further south than was originally thought. My question is, around the Bradenton, Palmasola Bay area, how severe would the damage be from a direct hit versus the damage from potential storm surge if the track shifted back north? Also, you wouldn't hire Superman to fix this, you'd hire Storm.
Oh,
very
good.
X-Men. Yeah, there was a question earlier, you know, could you put a nuclear bomb in? And you'll appreciate it. And I said, well, you remember Superman 3 when the earthquake happened and Lois Lane was in the ditch and she was dying? And
Did it change the course of history?
No. But
he had to go backwards,
remember when Superman spun around the earth to go backward? And I said, well, that's what you do to a hurricane. Have Superman spin around the hurricane, so now it's going clockwise like the earth was. Yeah.
You know,
but anyway.
People always do ask those questions, and you know, the thing is every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
Right.
So if you somehow could steer the storm in a different direction, it's heading towards somebody else.
Right,
you know what I mean?
right.
So the question was Bradenton, right? And in the case of Bradenton, yeah, if the storm were to make a direct hit on you and you didn't get the surge because you were, like, say, on the northern side of it, then you would see a lot less damage from surge, assuming you're near the water. But you'd be hit head on by the storm. But the truth is, the strongest winds are really at the center of the storm and south of the storm. So either way, you're seeing the same winds. I don't think the winds change very much from a storm that moves over Tampa Bay and you're on the south end of the eye wall, or the storm hits you directly on. I don't think there's much of a difference in winds. So really, you'd almost rather be hit almost directly head on than it be north of you, because then you don't have to deal with the surge.
Yeah, and I mean, in this case, it looks like that 125 plus stays on the west side of the storm. I'm assuming because it's over the open water.
Oh yeah, the gust, the blue gust.
Blue.
You know what, JB? Can you take that full for a second so people can see?
Absolutely.
I think it's hard for people to see. So yes, that's exactly what happens. Friction reduces, as soon as the storm hits land, friction reduces the winds by about 20 or more %, even more than that, actually.
Yeah.
So that's what you're seeing. You're just seeing that friction has reduced the gust. But yes, west of Clearwater. And by the way, I put the city of Clearwater over the water. That was my fault. You see the
I know
that was me. I gotta correct it and put Clearwater back over Clearwater. Sorry, folks. I didn't mean to put you in the Gulf of Mexico. But you're right, Eric. There are some wind gusts over the water that are 125, but once they hit land, they're reduced by about 20%. And so that's why we're only registering 100, 110 mile an hour wind gusts.
Yeah.
Next up on WFLA.com.
Thank you for fixing Clearwater.
Clearwater is now not underwater.
All right, you're on the coast again, you guys. Next up on WFLA.com/reported is Natalia.
Hi guys, thank you for everything you do. Have a quick question. I relocated. My home is north of Clearwater, the coast of Newport Richey, and I'm 3 miles inward. On evacuation D, a little uphill, but still very close to the storm. My question is, how far inland can water storm surge travel with that incoming winds and that monster coming in? And how far inland can that water go? Thank you.
It's an easier question for Newport Richey than it is for, let's say, Sarasota.
Right, exactly.
Because we don't think that you're going to get storm surge in Newport Richey. So that's the simpler answer. But still, 3 miles is really far. I don't know that this storm's going to be pushing water 3 miles inland unless you're near a river, and then it pushes all the way in.
All right, next up in the queue. Thank you, Natalia, for the question. Charles in Lakeland. Let's go to Charles up next.
Hey guys, thanks for all the work that you're doing. I have a question for you. I live in Lakeland. Most people in Central Florida probably asking this. How long is the worst of it going to last? I've heard anything that this, can move pretty quickly, so it'll be basically 4 hours. I've seen 2 hours. I've seen 6 hours. And I know that the storm's kind of a duration of a day, but how long is like the absolute worst of it going to happen before we start seeing a lessening of the wind, provided you're not on the eye wall?
So real quick, I just want to compliment Charles because that is a question that we haven't really. That's a great question.
Yeah.
That we kind of have breezed over, pun not intended. Is how long when people are in the thick of it, you guys? How long?
Yeah. We had one question, and I think I said about 6 hours. But since I have this map up, let's take a look. So this is our in-house model. So 1 o'clock in the morning, according to this model, we're in hurricane force wind gusts, and I do expect in Lakeland, and I do expect that to be the beginning of the worst, right? And now we're at 4. Now it's in the eye, 5, 6. So there's 5 hours later, and are we getting out? So
it's like 4 to 5 hours.
4 to 5 hours within the hurricane force wind gust in Lakeland.
But along the coast, it's probably just a little bit longer because the winds are stronger. So probably 6 hours for the coast and 4
on
hours
our coast,
further inland.
Yeah.
All right. Next up in the queue is we have. I think it's Junior. Is it Junior from
Sopranos?
Is it? Man, look at you.
He's not around anymore, is he?
No, I don't think so. Junior from Jacksonville, you are up next on Reported.
I have 2 questions. I have a RV that's parked at Flagler Beach that I have enclosed, and I am now presently in Jacksonville on Port 32 up to St. John's near Otega River. And I chose the Otega River and Jacksonville because obviously it's a little further north. But how secure and what do we expect for Flagler Beach as far as flooding? And like I said, it's right off of I-95. And what am I expecting in Jacksonville?
Yeah, I wish this is the time when I wish Rebecca was here because Rebecca worked at Jacksonville for 15 years.
I mean, there's going to be some storm surge at the beach up there.
I know,
so.
but it's just so tough to know. We're not experts on. You know what I can do? Let me look at the National Hurricane Center and see what they're saying, because I'm not
here's
an
the
expert on
radii.
Jacksonville.
I mean, you're probably looking at 40 to 50 mile per hour wind at most, gusting maybe here and there to 60.
And the forecast, by the way, for surge, Eric, and I'm looking at it right now.
Is it 3 to 5 or
it's
2?
3 to 5.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at the model, not the forecast.
Right.
But it looks to be 3 to 5.
And I mean, Jacksonville's further to the north. It's further away from the center. I mean, I would almost argue, maybe a little bit less than that, 2 to 4. But he says his RV is directly on the beach. So 2 to 4 for storm surge, depending on how close to that beach you are. that may be a problem. But the wind, I don't think it's going to be a huge issue. 40, 50 miles an hour at most. And that again is if it holds the track and intensity that it's at right now.
All right, we've got a few more coming in, you guys, and we're approaching the top of the hour where we will be setting up Jeff's 8:30 stream, provided that's still happening.
I mean, at 8:30, 8:45 or so.
Okay,
does that work? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. You want to be exactly 8:30? That's fine.
No, I just want to be able to tell our audience what to expect.
Yeah, Rebecca and I are both going to be a part of that, and I think 8:30 will be fine. We're not going anywhere, so yeah, 8:30.
So Jeff does a solo Max Fender 8 stream, or in this case with
I'll have
Rebecca
Rebecca too. Mm-hmm.
In the 8:30 half hour. So close to 8:45 is what you're saying. Just to let people know.
Yeah, actually, it may be. Well, we finished at 7:30. Yeah, it's probably going to be 8:45.
Okay.
Just because we need time to actually eat dinner and
eat dinner.
Can you believe it?
No.
We're going to do. I didn't really even eat lunch today, so I.
There's
and by
pizza
the way,
there.
a little bit more, a little bit more inside baseball. I have to get downstairs to do the 7:00 show.
All right, Jeff Gardell. You'll see him tonight at 8:45 ish.
Yep.
And thanks, Jeff, for
thank you.
And we'll
joining
discuss
us
tomorrow.
Yeah.
How we're gonna do things. Yeah.
All right, you guys, back to a few more as we get to the top of the hour, and then we'll be taking a dinner break and getting things ready for Jeff's 8:45 stream. In the meantime, let's get back to WFLA.com/report it. Next up in the queue, we have this is Jonathan. Let's go to Jonathan here on WFLA.com/report it.
Hey guys, just wondering if I know it was forecast at 10 to 15 feet in South Tampa. I'm wondering if that's still the case, or how bad it's forecasted to be.
So that's the storm surge he's talking about. And given the track right now, there wouldn't be really a storm surge in Tampa Bay because the wind would be coming from the northeast, right? And so, you'd be able to actually walk in parts of Tampa Bay, or at least, the Hillsborough River or whatnot, because it would be completely dry. The water would be blown out into the Gulf of Mexico. So right now, given this track, we're not expecting any storm surge. But again, as Jeff said, looking at the wobble tracker, boy, it almost looks like the last couple frames there, the center is still just a tad bit right there. See it, JB? The center is still right there, a tad bit to the right of that line.
I mean, we're splitting hairs there.
Right.
No?
But,
I mean, what do you think?
But we're looking at the center line, and then, and again, I didn't think it would take a complete northeasterly turn yet. I figured it would gradually go that way. But boy, that eye sure looks impressive there. But yes, it might.
It has a well-defined eye at the end of the front. Look at this.
Yeah.
Look,
yeah. But you can tell it is off center. It is off center by just a little bit. But again, yeah, it's still early to tell. But if it does continue, and we'll see more of this 8, 9, 10 o'clock to see if this completely goes off the track, because you see what a latitude longitude line is. It's headed right for it. That is off the track. So we will see if this does, continue to go slightly east and south of the track.
All right, Jonathan, thank you for yours. Next up in the queue is Tristan in Largo. Let's go to Tristan up in Largo.
Hey, JB. Hey, Eric. This is Tristan in Largo. I'm just curious what you guys think tomorrow will be looking like in Largo around 4 p.m. because that's normally the time I would be picking up my daughter from her mother. And I'm hoping to get her to a non-evacuation zone where I'll be staying with boarded windows in a sturdy house. She's currently in an evacuation D zone, which isn't a mandatory evacuation area. But it does get some flooding with the rain, especially around Belcher area and Ulmerton, that part of Largo. Just wondering if you think it's worth it to make the drive around 4 p.m. tomorrow, or for her to stay put where she is.
Yeah, I mean that's kind It's kind of pushing it. I have the wind gusts at 4 o'clock, and of course Clearwater would probably be the best, to look at in regards to being close to Largo. You're looking at 35-mile-an-hour gusts, so it's going to start getting bad mid to late afternoon. But with that short of a drive, and 18 plus inches of rain, JB, that's a lot of rain. There's going to be a lot, even though we don't have the surge, there's going to be a lot of freshwater flooding because of this. And remember, all weekend and all week, we've been talking about we're either going to get a lot of storm surge or we're going to get a lot of rain. And I'd always said, to me, the rain is better than the storm surge because, 15 foot of surge is going to directly impact, I would say, at least 1 million people around the bay. Now, the rain is going to impact a lot of people too. But I don't think we'll see the mass devastation as 15 foot of water being blown all around Tampa Bay. So keep in mind, if you are in a zone where flooding occurs, chances are it is going to flood. And if you have cars and vehicles, your car, unfortunately, JB, there's going to be a lot of cars that are totaled and flooded out. Unfortunately, that's just the nature of the beast. And people aren't going to even maybe think about that. They're going to think about, saving themselves, which is number one. You want to save yourself first, and then you want to try to save your property second. But if you are in a flood zone and you can get out of there, I would definitely do so because you don't want to lose your car, and a lot of people are going to.
We lost count of how many cars were thoroughly, just watered out and decimated.
And there was no rain there
during Helene.
That wasn't even rain. That was only
surge.
Only storm surge. Storm surge only. If the bay had beach all around it, JB, all that sand, imagine, would be around homes, all around Bayshore, all around everywhere. Pinellas County, Manatee County. Imagine if the bay had beach sand all around it, 100% of the way around. It would look just like Clearwater Beach, St. Pete Beach, Paso Grill, and places like that. Yeah, just crazy to think about.
As we look here at the graph model, we'll really focus on this tomorrow, as will Wobble Tracker. We have a few more in the queue, and then we're going to be wrapping up the live stream. It's up to our audience if we want to end our live stream with a selfie segment. I'm going to just put in a quick poll. Sometimes the selfie segment makes people smile. Other times, we can just, do it maybe once a day and not multiple times a day. So let's just do selfie segment to end the stream, to end the show, or to end the hour. Let's see. Yes or no? We'll just quickly see what people are saying. Because we did, I think, one of those already today. So
yeah,
sometimes it brings people joy to see people smiling out there and show different, how people are following Tracking the Tropics. Some people are on the road. Some people are in the living room. Some people are watching from out of state or out of country. We'll keep that poll up here for a little bit longer. Next up in the queue, after we had Tristan, is Brian from Bartow. Let's go to Brian next up from Bartow.
Yeah, if the storm were to
Hey Eric, hey
direct in on
JB.
you and you didn't get the
How
surge
long
'cause you're
will
like,
we
say, in the
experience the
northern
eye
side,
in
then you
Bartow?
would see a lot.
Oh,
Yeah,
good question.
interesting.
Yep, right to the point.
So, yeah, I would say, Bartow, well, of course, this model is a little bit north of the track, but I would say maybe 30 minutes or so at most. Again, it really depends on how big the eye obviously shrinks when it makes its way on land. So, Lakeland, right about there, it starts to get in the eye at 4 o'clock, and it's pretty much out at 5. So maybe 30, 40 minutes, if that, depending on how fast it moves. I'd say 30.
Yeah, Bartow's right there represented on this map. So
yeah, and
helpful.
the tracks actually go right through the NHC track. Again, this is our in-house model, which takes the storm a little bit further north toward Lakeland. The NHC track is right over Bartow. But I really think that these other models, JB, are going to correct itself based on the movement to the south and east of the track earlier today. I think they just have to initialize in the right place, and these models are going to correct.
All right. Next up in the queue, Hari, I believe is the correct pronunciation. Let's go to her next.
Hi, I was just wondering how much rainfall and damages we can expect in New Tampa. We get so much about the Tampa Bay area. I just want to know about New Tampa because it looks like it's going right through there, specifically Wesley Chapel and Lando Lakes area. Also, I want to know how much effect that the clear water, like near the St. Petersburg airport, is also getting as well. Thank you. Hi, I was just wondering.
Okay, so
Yep, appreciate it.
I think she means, and I brought up the graphic of rain. She spoke about New Tampa, which is very close to Wesley Chapel, so to speak. It's further north of the bay. And, we're looking at 12 to 18 inches of rain with a given track. As far as PIE is the Clearwater, St. Pete Clearwater Airport is what she's talking about. There's going to be a lot of rain there. And I believe the airport is pretty close to the eastern side of the bay, right? PIE, I believe, is, the water in the bay is to the east. So I wonder if some of that, there'll be some sort of surge, so to speak, from the northern bay water kind of being blown into the eastern portion of Pinellas County. So I don't know if she has a flight Friday. It may not happen. There may be a lot of water and a lot of debris out there. So there's definitely going to be a lot of standing water after this thing goes through.
All right. And we're going to wrap up the video segment. But really quickly, it's really important for me to note that this tool, we're using it for video questions today, but this is how we collect our weather reports, our damage reports from around the Tampa Bay area and beyond when we cover a storm with this much focus. So on Thursday and into Friday and into Saturday, as you have weather photos and videos, damage reports to share via photos and videos, please send it in to wfla.com/report it. Be as specific as possible. Tell us where the video is coming from. Give us a timestamp and let us know where the damage is coming from, or the flooding, or the down power line, the road closure, whatever it may be, something that you want to share. But again, massive PSA, please do so safely and responsibly. No piece of content is worth your safety or your family's safety. If you're going to shoot video and send it into the news, or if you just have video, just please be safe out there, folks. That's the number one thing. But we will be sharing a lot of your weather photos, videos, damage reports, photos and videos over the course of the week as we get more into landfall coverage and really damage coverage here in the state of Florida. All right, so one more in the queue, and it's a cute one. So we'll end out here on this, and we are going to St. Petersburg for this.
Hi, my name is Augie. I live in St. Petersburg, Florida. If the hurricane doesn't hit us, are we still in danger? How far south does it have to go till we're safe?
How far?
How cute.
It's great. Beautiful dog. Cute dog.
I didn't even see his lips move. Must be ventriloquist.
Wow. Yeah, extremely impressive. I just love the final frame here. Just kind of like, huh?
Yeah.
But yeah, to the question, how far south does this have to go for St. Pete to feel a whole lot better about their situation?
I mean, I hate to say it, but this would have to go down to Fort Myers if you want to talk about St. Pete getting out of the severe 60-plus mile-an-hour wind. That's not going to happen. I don't believe it's going to happen. But as far as it goes, as far as rain goes, there's a lot of rain on the way to Pinellas County, a good 12-plus inches of rain. And, the eastern shores of Pinellas will still get some water kind of blown into, right? But for the most part, you're not going to deal with bad storm surge with the given track right now, which is well off to the south. But, as far as hurricane force wind go, if the storm moves another 30 or so miles to the south, you definitely won't have that 75 mile per hour sustained hurricane force wind. But you would have wind gust over 80 miles an hour. It would have to move probably 75 or so miles further to the south for things to be a lot less hectic for your neighborhood. But again, the wind field is so broad, and so is the rain. I mean, you got the northern end of the storm is going to pack a punch in regards to rain. So if this moves 75 to 100 miles to the south, which I really doubt it's going to, that's about where it would have to go to where you wouldn't get real significant bad impacts.
All right. That brings us to the end of this session here from the Stream Center. We'd like to thank our audience who sent in video questions with WFLA.com/reportit. Eric, a final assessment of our situation, plus a look at the wobble tracker. Just kind of take us through key observations as we wrap things up here.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously meandering a little bit to the east of the given track, just a little bit, but and that's not a wobble. That's a steady motion. You can see it. So again, if this does equate to a more southerly movement in the actual track, that is, we have to wait to see. That would happen at 11 o'clock this evening. I don't see a major shift coming, JB, but because obviously between 11 this morning and 5 this afternoon, the eye of this was clearly well off the line. The whole thing was off the line. Now, the center is close, right? It's close, 2 hours in since 5 o'clock. So we will see. I do think that the 8 o'clock update, JB, will feature a stronger wind. I bet this will get back up to maybe 175 because of the pressure drop down to 905. So we will see, but eventually this is going to level out, and it is going to start to weaken because of the interaction with the jet. And once that begins to happen, which I think will happen overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning, then we're going to see this thing start to weaken, and then weaken a lot more rapidly as it makes its way to the coast. But again, my forecast initially was central Sarasota County, and it is getting closer. It is right now SRQ, right by the airport, northern Sarasota, close to Sarasota, Manatee County. That's where the center line is. We will see if there's any shifts to the north or to the south. But again, given the wobble tracker, maybe moving slightly to the east of this track, if there is any shift in the 11 o'clock cone, I think it would move southward. But again, we'll see where the 0Z models come in. That'll be about 9:15. And once they come in, then I think we'll get a good idea of where, the cone may shift if it does.
Meteorologist Eric Stone joining us. Folks, don't go anywhere, because if you're joining us on YouTube Live, WFLA.com, the WFLA app, or trackingthetropics.tv, Chief Meteorologist Jeff Barardelli will be streaming at approximately 8:45 Eastern tonight. The only place where we'll be restarting the stream is Facebook Live. It's just a little bit different on Facebook because we relaunch the post when we have a new stream session to bring you. And so Facebook Live will be ending. All other platforms will be staying live, so you can monitor the Milton Forecast HQ. Let's show the Milton Forecast HQ. Again, you can send in your video questions to WFLA.com/reportit. We also have the real-time wobble tracker streaming all the time on WFLA.com. And, of course, the latest statistics with the latest forecast cone from the NHC on Category 5 Hurricane Milton. We are a little bit more than an hour and a half away from Jeff Barardelli and Rebecca Barry doing a stream right here on this live stream. For those joining us on Facebook Live, you will see a new live stream start at approximately 8:45 Eastern. For meteorologist Eric Stone, I'm JB Buno. Tomorrow is an enormous day for Florida and for Hurricane Milton. We will, of course, be monitoring the progress all day long tomorrow from the Stream Center as we prepare for landfall coverage in the overnight hours into Thursday, October 10th, 2024. Thank you so much for joining us. For everybody who commented along, sent in video questions to WFLA.com/reportit, and a special thank you to our moderators. Be safe out there, folks. Of course, we'll keep it posted on everything Hurricane Milton related tomorrow, and be sure to look out for Jeff Barardelli's Max Defender 8 live stream with special guest Rebecca Barry at 8:45 Eastern. Good night, folks. Hello there to our audience still joining us on WFLA's Tracking the Tropics. JB and Eric still here with you. We've been asked to provide a segment for the newscast tonight on WFLA News Channel 8 and the CW Tampa Bay. So, in true stream fashion and in true YouTube fashion, we are going to be recording a segment here that features some of the questions that we've received from you. So, just stand by. It's going to be about a 2-minute segment, and then we're going back to the Milton Forecast HQ, and that will be a wrap for Eric and I this Tuesday, October 8th. So stand by. We're going to be recording a segment now for the WFLA newsroom. And in 3, 2. Here in the Stream Center, we've been monitoring the progress with Hurricane Milton all day, including the spaghetti models, which we've been breaking down with meteorologist Eric Stone here on Tracking the Tropics. And Eric, we've got a lot of questions that have been coming in, even into the evening, nighttime hours tonight. Let's get into it if we can. We have Colton asking us this question. #HeyJB. Do you think it has any chance of making landfall as a Cat 4? Of the latest update, we have it weakening to a Cat 3, but is there any chance, Eric, that it maintains that strength to a Cat 4 to landfall?
Yeah, you know, there's a slight chance, but I would say no, because this is going to interact with a jet stream. There is a lot of wind shear that this is going to be trying to maneuver through. So I do expect, even though right now we're looking at a pretty strong storm, I do think that this is going to weaken into a 4 and then eventually a 3 by landfall. Could be a very strong 3, but again, I don't see it being a 4.
All right, we're going to have to redo the segment only because I have to take down the breaking section of the banner. Stand by. We're going to do that one more time. And in 3, sorry again. And in 3, 2, here with meteorologist Eric Stone, I'm JB Buno. We have been tracking Hurricane Milton all day long on Tracking the Tropics, streaming right there in the palm of your hand on WFLA's website and on social media. We noted the shift south in the 5 o'clock advisory tonight, and we've received a lot of questions about the most recent movement with not just the NHC's track, but also, too, the spaghetti models that have been widely popular on stream. Let's get to some of the questions that are coming in, Eric, on social media. On YouTube Live, Colton asked this question, #HeyJB, do you think it has any chance of making landfall as a Category 4? We've been talking about weakening for several days now ahead of landfall, but is there any chance it hits the Tampa Bay region as a Cat 4?
So I don't think it's going to. It's going to be interacting with the jet stream, and there's a lot of wind shear as this moves northward into the eastern Gulf. And I really think that wind shear is going to kind of disrupt this storm. And even though it's a pretty strong Category 5 here on Tuesday, I do think it's going to gradually weaken and then weaken a little bit more substantially as it makes its way to the coast. So I think it'll be a pretty strong Category 3 when it does make landfall.
So there's a lot of folks joining us on Tracking the Tropics from Hillsborough County wanting real-time updates on the storm. So we go to Miguel with this one saying #HeyJB, do you believe that Hillsborough will be spared? Hillsborough is not out of this yet.
No, not at all. I mean, right now, given the forecast track, Hillsborough would be spared out of storm surge from Tampa Bay. The northeast wind on the north side of the storm would actually blow the water out of Tampa Bay into the Gulf of Mexico. So in regards to storm surge, at least with a given track right now that's pretty much right over Sarasota Airport, Manatee-Sarasota County line, we would be spared with storm surge. But we could see 12 to 18 inches of rain on the north side of the storm, hurricane-force wind, as well as the possibility of 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So just because it moved to the south doesn't mean we're going to be spared in regards to rain and wind, but definitely in regards to storm surge if it does hold this track.
Do you want your question answered on Tracking the Tropics? We, of course, take questions out of the Facebook Live, YouTube Live comment section as we stream interactively off of WFLA.com. We will do our very best to answer as many questions when our coverage resumes here from the Stream Center on Wednesday as we get closer to a landfall event with Hurricane Milton. For now, we'll send it back to you. And that's the segment for our newscast tonight. Thanks, everybody, for bearing with us. We get you back to your Milton Forecast HQ.
Live on MaxDefender8.com, here's the Max Defender 8 weather team.
All right, everybody, Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli alongside meteorologist Rebecca Barry, and we are here. We're going to be here throughout not only the length of this storm, but for the cleanup too, which unfortunately is going to take quite a while.
I'm worried about extended power outages. I'm worried about the cleanup because oftentimes statistics show that all the deaths and injuries, or at least the broad part of them, occur after the storm, whether it's electricity, generators, sorts of things.
Yeah, lately we're seeing more deaths after the storm than during. Probably it's because people have so much awareness that the storm is coming nowadays. But then afterwards, there's always accidents. What's going to help after the storm is it's going to cool down and dry out.
Yes.
So we'll be without power, a lot of us. But at least through the weekend and early next week, it's going to be in the 80s during the day. At night, it'll be in the 60s, right?
Yeah, that's windows open weather down here.
Yeah.
We don't get that very often.
We'll take 60s. So why don't we go through these graphics?
Yeah.
You can just press the button there. So this is a strong storm. I mean, it's a Cat 5 again. And actually, we just did a little stat. It turns out this is the only hurricane that has ever dropped below 905 millibars twice in its lifetime. I mean, it's crazy to see in October in the Gulf of Mexico, Cat 5 hurricane heading right towards the Tampa.
Yeah, and you can go through a whole season without seeing one drop below 900 millibars.
Yeah, or even Cat 5 sometimes.
Yeah.
You know? So by the way, we're going to be taking all your questions. Rebecca, so I'm going to leave in about 5 minutes because I have to be on television for 9 o'clock. Then about 9:05, I'll come back. So you'll be alone with Rebecca. But, you know, this was an interesting shift early. And I do wonder, did we get the zero-Z models? I think we did, didn't
Yeah,
we?
the consensus was just south of Sarasota. So the black lines, they were just south of Sarasota with the afternoon model run, which we were excited and surprised by. And now it's even further south. It's closer to Venice.
Yeah, the consensus moved south, but some of those other lines moved back north.
Yeah, closer
Near
to
the
that
bay.
Bradenton, which is what you were talking about earlier with the HAFS model and the GFS.
Right. Well, we have that actually. I just drew this manually, and so this tells kind of a different picture because GFS, the American model, and the German model are right on southern Pinellas County. Crazy as it seems.
Yeah.
18Z run. The average of the HAFS A and B, which are the best hurricane models we have, light blue, they're now south of where they were. They were over southern Pinellas. Now they're over northern Manatee around Bradenton. Europeans right over SRQ.
Yeah.
So is the AI European, which are in line. And then the Canadian, which honestly hasn't been. So it's really weird, right? The consensus of some of the models that we use are south. So it remains to be seen. I mean, I think it's safe to say that there's been a formidable trend south.
Yes, absolutely. And we've talked about a couple of different reasons for that. When we watch hurricanes, especially ones that don't have strong steering currents, like with Helene, we knew exactly where Helene was going for a long time because there was a strong system to the east of it and a strong system to the west of it, and so there was nowhere else for it to go. But that's not the case with this. So with the weaker systems like this, we watch the turning points because a lot of times forecast models don't forecast the timing of the turn perfectly or the angle of the turn. And so it started turning northeast today about 6 or 7 hours later than forecast models.
Right, and we saw it on our wobble tracker, which, by the way, is live right now on WFLA.com. And I think we're going to have to watch these wobbles literally up to landfall. Because even if the storm looks like it's headed into Sarasota, just a wobble 20 miles puts it back into Tampa Bay again. And wobbled at least a few times 20 miles.
Absolutely.
You know? So let's go to the next graphic. This will be the cone from the National Hurricane Center. Pressure's down from 905 to 902 millibars. It doesn't look like it's going to go lower than that. I don't think we're getting to 890. It's good.
Yeah.
we don't need it to get any stronger. I know people freaked out yesterday when they saw it was a 5. Now they're probably freaking out again. They see it at 5. But we are certain that this is going to weaken. Now, could it briefly still be a 4 at landfall for a second? Yeah, maybe but probably not.
And you know that you've talked about it a lot, how hurricanes that are intensifying upon landfall do so much more damage than they're weakening. That's one thing working in our favor.
Totally true. Usually storms that are weakening at landfall, their winds and they're are decreasing, and as soon as they hit land, they go straight off a cliff. That doesn't seem to be happening though with this, and I think the reason is it's weakening because of its interaction with the jet stream. But at the same time, the jet stream, as it kind of starts to expand its wind field, the jet stream's also providing some called diffluence or breathing to it. So it's weakening it, but then it's supporting its ability to retain its intensity far inland. That's what we're seeing here.
And it's going to be moving so much faster across land than some of the other systems. It's moving at about 10 miles per hour right now. That will almost double by landfall.
That sounds about right. Which will hopefully, keep their rain totals low. But our high-res model, and Rebecca's probably going to show you that, it's forecasting like 10 to 8. Honestly, there are little spots that are, and I think it's going to surprise people. Of course, most people focus on the surge because it's most deadly, although the past 10 years, rain flooding has been just crazy.
Yeah.
But the rainfall north of this, so people in Ellis and Hillsborough and Pasco, we're not expecting water. You may end up with water in your house because of rain. So if you're going to be north of this track, we're expecting surge. Pick up your valuables. I mean, I want to give people advice on what.
Yeah.
Pick up your valuables, put them on the counter, because you may flood. All right, I'm going to leave you in capable hands. I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Okay, and if you end up needing the weather source, just take it out of play and I'll know. All right, and so thank you so much for joining us. If you're just now joining us, that was Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli. He's going to step downstairs because he's going to do a little cut-in at the top of the hour at 9 o'clock to our TV programming, but we'd like to bring the long format programming here so that if you do want to watch The Voice, you can watch The Voice, and you can also have us going to get your latest information and even ask us some questions. And so we will be combing through the comment section and answering some questions once he gets back, and we have 2 hands on deck. But what we saw with that 5 p.m. track update was that incremental shift southward. Now we've seen the models incrementally shift southward as well. And so it will make landfall as a Category 3, and this is early Tuesday morning. We're talking like 2 a.m. Thursday morning. But unfortunately, it does retain hurricane strength until it enters the Atlantic again as a Category 1. So we're going to have a swath of hurricane force wind damage across the state. It'll be 40 to 60 miles wide, maybe even a little wider than that at the onset, and then it'll get more narrow as it gets closer to Sebastian. And so that's what we're looking at on the latest with track. Now we do get a new track at 11 p.m. And so just so you know, they update the track at 5s and 11s. So 5 a.m., 5 p.m., 11 a.m., 11 p.m. In between then, they update the position and any other pertinent information they found out from Hurricane Hunter aircraft, like if they've gotten a lower pressure or they've gotten stronger winds. Those are at 8s and 2s. So 2 a.m., 2 p.m., 8 a.m., 8 p.m. So we're basing off of the 8 p.m. update of the position, but we still have that 5 p.m. track. So this is the wobble tracker. And if you've never seen this is really cool for when we're seeing a system make small motions that may end up with bigger repercussions. Like if you look earlier in the line there, that jog southward, that was today. And so instead of continuing with that northeast trajectory, it moved south. And that's part of what moved the entire track south a little bit, because a little wobble down here makes a big difference in where it ends up. And it could overcorrect at some point, especially since it's such a top-heavy storm. That's another thing Jeff and I were talking about on air a lot today, is all of the rains on the north side of the storm. And that's why we think some of the models that are hurricane models that deal more in intensity are they're keying in on the fact that all of the rain and convection is north of the eye to pull the track a little bit further northward, making it kind of a top-heavy system. And now our in-house model should deal more basically naturally with thunderstorms activity like that, and it's not making as north of a landfall. So we think that that's probably how it's going to end up, because all the hurricane models are a little bit further north than our actual forecast models like the GFS and the Euro. But our in-house model, which should do both of those, should forecast both of those pretty well, is right down the middle. And so the wobble tracker is not as exciting right now because we just got that position update, but within the next couple of hours, we'll see if that eye is following that red line, which is the forecast track there, or if we could potentially see some more deviations in the track and get a better idea of where it's going to end up. And so with the current center of the track being closer to Sarasota, this is kind of what we expect, because if you remember when we first started talking about this, we talked about how the storm surge for 10 to 15 feet wasn't going to be for the entire area. It's most likely going to be to the south of the eye. And so right now, if the eye were to make landfall in Sarasota, hold on one second, then we would see it right from Sarasota southward all the way down to Northport, all the way down to Punta Gorda. And so that's who's going to see the record surge. It'll be Sarasota southward if this landfall were to occur. And so that's when we're looking at the potential for that. The strongest wind gusts, they'll be in southern Pinellas, Hillsborough, Polk County, Manatee, Sarasota, as well as Hardy and DeSoto. And so that's where we could see wind gusts over 100 miles per hour. And then we could see the heaviest rain to the north of the eye. So we're talking Pinellas, we're talking Hillsborough and Polk County, maybe even Pasco County there as well. And so we just saw a question scroll by. What about north of Tampa? And so north of Tampa, most likely wind damage and power outages, but we're not expecting storm surge out there. And so that also applies to Carrollwood, Raphael. So I think you'll have a lot of trees down in Carrollwood. It's so beautiful up there with all those oak trees, but unfortunately, you could see 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts even in Carrollwood. And so certainly 60 to 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So that typically knocks over a lot of fence panels. It knocks down tree branches, those sorts of things as well. And Shelly's asking about storm surge in Port Richey. With the current trajectory, you would get reverse surge because, see, air goes counterclockwise around a low pressure system. If you look at your screen, that's where the wind will be blowing offshore in Newport Richey. So that's good. And so, yes, answering a question about Northport, we are expecting the storm surge in Northport. And unfortunately, it could be very high right along the coastline especially. And so I saw another question about Waimama. Waimama is probably going to get some very heavy winds and possible power outages in Waimama. The eye could pass over Waimama based on the current track and trajectory. Got a question about Tarpon Springs going by. And so Tarpon Springs gets the most improved award for storm surge. Yesterday they were expecting 9 to 12 feet of storm surge in Tarpon Springs. And if the current track, the center of the current track holds, it means you would see offshore winds in Tarpon Springs. You would not be seeing onshore winds in Tarpon Springs. And so if we were to look at an offshore winds in Tarpon Springs scenario, you're not going to see those higher levels of. And so I see another question going about Pine Island or Matlacha. That's probably looking at 10 to 14 feet of storm surge down there, unfortunately. I know they were really hard hit last year, and unfortunately it looks like round 2 of storm surge for that area as well. And then D asking if we'll have sustained winds or just gusts. And so it will start getting gusty tomorrow afternoon. The gusts will become more frequent, and then the sustained winds will start to build as well. And so we have the potential for sustained winds in the severe to low end hurricane. So like 60 to 80 mile per hour sustained winds are possible over the coastline. It's really hard to maintain that sort of sustained winds over inland areas. So it's probably more of a 50 to 70 mile per hour sustained wind once it makes its way right along the coastline. But the gusts will still be up there. The gusts will be 90, 100 miles per hour there in our coastal counties. And we could see some 80, 90 mile per hour wind gusts over inland counties as well. This thing is not going to weaken. It is going to continue to maintain that hurricane strength all the way across the state. And so I think that's what people, especially in our inland areas, might be worried about. I talked to my friend Karen that she evacuated to Orlando because she lives right on the water down here and just knew that she was in an evacuation zone. So when they told her to leave, she said bye. But she's in a home, a well-built home in Orlando and outside of Orlando. And she was worried about the windows and the roof and those sorts of things. Most structures, especially ones that have been built in somewhat modern times since the storm codes were developed, are built to withstand hurricanes. You may have some shingles off the roof, that sort of thing. Broken windows could be one of the bigger problems with this storm purely because of the debris. We all know that those poor people that got storm surge in their homes from Helene, they took everything out of their homes and started to clean it out, and it's all sitting there, and most of it has not been picked up because of time constraints. And so that we're just going to have a ton of debris. This is going to be a debris storm. Now, the only thing that's really working in some people's favor right now is the current track means that we'll have offshore winds. And so at least some of the debris will be blown offshore and out of our area. Instead of, if we did have onshore winds, we would have the ability to spread that debris, almost across the state as it moved onshore. So offshore winds limits the number of people that all of that debris can slam into. And so unfortunately, it's just one of those things that we'll have to deal with. I saw a couple of questions scroll by about our inland areas, like in Highlands County. And so I think you're in for a really rocky night. And I think some of you will lose power. But as long as you're not in a modular home or a trailer home, or a tow behind like RV or something like that, we don't want you to ride this storm out across any of the area in a structure that is not a building. And so anything that would qualify that, like an RV, we want you to be in a building. That's what storm shelters are for. You can go there and spend the night and then go back to, your home, and hopefully everything is safe there as well. Got a question about Spring Hill. I think you'll see 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Spring Hill and lots of rain. You're one of the areas that could get that 8 to 12 inches of rain. Bookie Bow asking about St. Pete. And so St. Pete's most likely going to lose power. Parts of St. Pete will flood from rainfall because they're right in the middle of that rainfall as well. But right now, only eastern St. Pete has a chance for a storm surge, because if you think about it, the wind is blowing off of the bay, across the bay, and kind of slamming all of that water up into the eastern edge of St. Pete. So areas like Shore Acres, areas like downtown St. Pete will have a higher volume of water than normal, especially during times of high tide. But it's going to be nothing like that 10 to 15 feet of storm surge if we had the winds blowing from the other direction. And so that is good news as well. And so we're watching the latest with this major hurricane. It's a Category 5. Unfortunately, it's probably going to maintain that strength for at least the overnight hours, maybe even into most of tomorrow. But by about 2 o'clock tomorrow, that's when we expect those winds to start to come down. And so that's when we'll see the Category 4 status again. And then pretty quickly after that, and right before landfall, we're threading the needle there, expected to get down to a Category 3 storm, which is 125-mile-per-hour sustained winds. And so lots and lots of damage will occur, lots of wind damage with this storm. But what the current track avoids is funneling all of that storm surge into the bay, because it did move a little bit further south. So now the storm surge epicenter is Sarasota, Venice, Fort Myers, Punta Gorda. Those are the areas that will see that very high storm surge of about 10 to 15 feet. And so, unfortunately, those are the areas that will probably see the most devastating storm surge damage. The wind damage, though, it will be in Pinellas and Hillsborough as well, even into Pasco and Polk County. Manatee and Sarasota counties will also have very high wind damage. The good news, the only good news, is that it's moving fast. And so the winds will start to come down by midday on Thursday. And it's ushering in some cooler, drier air. So we are going to get a break from the heat. Basically, this last tropical system of the season, hopefully, is ushering in our start of fall. So we haven't really seen the 60s much here in Tampa yet in terms of the morning temperatures. We've been in the 80s for most of the summer, and then 70s just for the past month or so on the nicer nights, although a lot of the nights we didn't quite get down too far into the 70s. But it is one of those phenomena of a hurricane because of that counterclockwise wind. It's dragging down the cooler, drier air. And so I got a question about Sun City Center. I think you'll see winds of 60 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts, and you'll probably lose power, but you don't have to worry about any flooding from storm surge. And unless you get caught in one of the big rain bands that are just training over the area, you probably don't have to worry about rainfall flooding either. I think you'll get a manageable amount of rain. And so got a question about the Brandon area. I think you'll see a lot of tree damage. Brandon has beautiful trees in those neighborhoods too. A lot of the neighborhoods in Brandon have the buried power line systems. And so I think that you have a better chance to keep power if you're in one of those areas, but there's going to be so much wind and tree damage that most likely we're going to lose power, because it might, the power lines in your neighborhood might not be buried, but we might lose it somewhere else leading up to, we might see a disruption somewhere else leading up to that. And so unfortunately, I think everyone needs to be prepared to live without power for a couple of days, maybe even weeks in some cases, especially the more rural areas with a lot more tree damage. For example, my parents live in southeastern Georgia, and they lost power for almost a week from Helene, even though it didn't really come anywhere close to them, but it's just a very rural area. And so they had to cut down lots of trees to get their power back on. And so people asking about Temple Terrace, I think you'll get wind gusts of 60 to 80 miles per hour, lots and lots of power outages, a little bit of wind damage, structures that like sheds and those sort of things, they don't tend to be built as robustly as homes. And so a lot of times we see some damage to those yard structures with those types of winds. But I think most homes will largely be okay in those areas. And so the overview is we are looking at a Category 5 storm currently. It's moving to the east-northeast at 10 miles per hour. And we're just getting comments, one comment after another, about certain areas. So why don't we're going to go county by county because I can't mention every town, but you know what county you live in. So let's start northward. Let's start in Citrus County. And so Citrus County, you're going to see some 60 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts. You'll probably see sustained winds between 30 and 50 miles per hour. You'll get some rain bands. You'll get some rain, I think 8 to 10 inches of rain, but you don't have to worry about storm surge unless the storm were to shift significantly north because you'll have offshore winds. And so that's Citrus County. Moving down to Hernando County. We're going to stick with the same range of 60 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts and sustained winds between 40 and 50 miles per hour for Hernando. You'll also be right in the middle of those rain bands, so you could get up to 8 to 10 inches of rain. And for storm surge, you also don't have to worry about anything unless there's a significant shift north because you'll have offshore winds. Let's move down to Pasco County now. We have to up the winds up a little bit for Pasco because you're going to be very close, if not part of the eye wall for southern Pasco County. And so southern Pasco County could see wind gusts between 80 and 100 miles per hour, widespread power outages. You're also going to be on the edge of that rain, but we're going to up it to 8 to 12 inches of rain for Pasco as possible. And in terms of storm surge, you're also going to see reverse storm surge. So you're going to have offshore winds. So we're not expecting any unless the eye were to shift significantly north. But with the current trajectory, you wouldn't have any storm surge in Pasco. Let's move down to Pinellas. Pinellas is going to see the worst of the wind. And so you'll see some wind gusts of 100 to 110 miles per hour at most. You'll see sustained winds around 70 or 80 miles per hour at most. You'll also be right in the epicenter of rain. One forecast model calls for 16 to 18 inches of rain across Pinellas County. So that would cause some freshwater, road flooding. But in terms of storm surge, because with the current trajectory, we expect the winds to be offshore, it's going to create a little bit of a storm surge along the East Coast. So Shore Acres down to downtown St. Pete, those areas like Safety Harbor might have a little bit of storm surge just because of the onshore winds, but we're not looking at anything like if we had the offshore winds. If we had the onshore winds and the eye were to be, the southern edge of the eye wall were to be north of the Skyway, that's when we'd have to change the scenario up. But as far as western Pinellas goes, we're not really expecting anything. In Hillsborough, we don't have to worry about storm surge with the current trajectory. We'll see those sustained winds between 60 and 80 miles per hour with wind gusts of 100 possible. And then widespread power outages. And also, especially along to the north of I-4, really, really heavy rainfall totals are possible, just like we saw in Pinellas. And so moving over into Polk County now. Polk County will see sustained winds of 60-ish miles per hour and some wind gusts, especially as the eye pushes upwards of 80 miles per hour. And those would be isolated. That would be the upper end. So you'll see widespread power outages, rain, especially in northern Polk County, but we're not expecting much. There's an isolated risk for tornadoes, but it's not widespread. So that is the good. And Jeff is back from his cut-ins.
Sorry it took me so long. We ran into some technical issues.
Oh.
No, just the break roll when we did.
Gotcha.
All right. I'm sure we have a lot of questions here.
We have been just going through area by area. I've gone, since we got so many questions about people, I started in, I worked down the Hernando, Pasco, Pinellas, and we just finished off with Hillsborough and Polk. Still have Minnesota and our inland.
What have you been using for that?
I hadn't been because you had the
Yeah, I know, I figured. All right. Sorry about that, folks. But now we're back. And, I think Rebecca probably talked about how I think the surprise of this event, or it's not a surprise because we're telling you, but the surprise of this event might end up being the rain.
Yes.
To some degree, because our model is showing, and here, I don't think we've
we
pulled
haven't
this
got
up.
that yet.
Let me pull this up for you. So, this is our high-res model. First of all, the National Weather Service, the National Weather Service, Prediction Center, they issued a high risk for excessive rainfall across all our area, basically. But the heavy stuff's going to be north of the storm. And since now we think that if you're north of Tampa Bay, you will be north of the storm, well, our computer model is spitting out some places getting more than 18 inches of rain. Now, that's a lot of rain for a storm that's moving that fast, but that's because that's a lot. Look at this. Just look at where you are located. Northern half of Pinellas County, 18 plus inches. Northern Hillsborough, 12 to 8 inches of rain. Pasco, 12 to 8 inches of rain, 18 inches of rain. That's a lot, and it's going to fall very heavy. I mean, I think at times it'll fall 3 to 4 inches an hour. So
That's going to cause flash flooding in neighborhoods and maybe inside your house. So don't be surprised by that. Let me show you why. We saw this with Ian, and I think it's makes sense that it would happen during these fall storms because Ian was at the end of September.
Yeah.
This being beginning of October, when these storms start interacting with fronts or jet streams, where there's a convergence between the wind of the jet and the counterclockwise flow where they converge. So you'll see that, look at the rain is kind of not equally dispersed around the eye, but kind of. But watch as we go along in time how the rain is very lopsided. Look at how it's just on the northwest side now, the heavy stuff, but it's really heavy. And it's all concentrated in the same area just to the northwest of the track through Pinellas, especially the northern half, but that could change.
And I was thinking about, like, look at Clearwater Beach. It starts raining in Clearwater Beach, it never stops because they're on kind of the outer edge rain band.
That's
So
right,
it's
north side. So they're the whole time they're in the rain. Yeah.
It's just a amount of going to overwhelm. So it starts raining at 5 o'clock on Wednesday.
Yeah, like, or maybe even earlier. Let's go a little earlier here.
Yeah,
so
so
like 4,
Yeah.
3:30. Okay, and then you're right. Here it is at 5. Here it is at 6. Here it is at 7. Here it is at 9:30 and 11. Still raining in Clearwater. Still raining in Clearwater at midnight. Still raining in Clearwater at 2. And it's finally starting to taper off at 3 a.m. So that's 12 hours of heavy tropical downpours. So you know what? Our model's showing some places getting 24 inches of rain.
Yeah.
Not completely out of the question. And I think that is going to be the sleeper story, although it's no longer a sleeper story because we're awake to the possibility of this. I mean, the thing is most of the time when we talk about hurricanes, we concentrate on storm surge because it seems to be the most deadly, and the wind because everyone's scared of the wind.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't get as much fanfare, the rain, but these systems, like, look what happened in North Carolina. I mean, we talked about it actually a lot. Now, of course, us talking about the horrible situation that was about to unfold in North Carolina doesn't that much help for the people in North Carolina because for the most part, they're not watching. Some will. But these storms are all overproducing. They're all producing more rain than they should and they used to. We've seen flash flooding so many times this summer, and I know I bring it up all the time, but it's really amazing what's gone on this summer in terms of the amount of flash flooding we've seen in different places and here in the Bay Area.
It's been incredibly wet this summer, and I am worried about trees falling because of ground saturation when we add the winds to that. I'm worried about that.
Yeah. Remember, there are a lot of untested trees. That's another thing. The Bay Area really hasn't been tested with any kind of measurable hurricane in a really, really long time, with the exception of Sarasota County, which saw a lot of strong winds with Ian.
Yeah.
But think about the big oak trees in South Tampa. Think about the big oak trees in downtown St. Petersburg.
Carrollwood.
Or even Clearwater.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, there's a lot of trees that are simply untested. Now, the people in Polk County would beg to differ.
Yeah.
Because every hurricane seems to go. Polk County is like a magnet for hurricanes.
I was moving all my valuables from the first floor of my house to the second floor of my house because originally, especially with the first track, it looked like we were going to have about 3 to 6 feet of water in our house. And I came across a patch that I got, and it said, "I survived the 2004 hurricane season." Had Charlie, Francis, Ive, and Gene on there. And I was like, no, not again.
No.
No.
We do not want to do that. Sure. Yeah, no. And you know, it's interesting because it looked like this season had just like shut. It literally went to sleep. It took a siesta for like a month and a half.
Yeah, right in the middle.
And now it just really came alive. All right, so let's now. Did you want to? You said you wanted to hit more than Hillsborough County, go down to like Sarasota and
yeah.
Bradenton?
So we left off on Pasco, on Polk County, and we talked about how the rain was going to be really heavy in the northern edge of it. You'll get about 5 inches of rain to the south of I-4, but you're probably going to get closer to 10 inches in the northwestern corner there, excuse me. But it's Manatee and Sarasota counties that we probably should concentrate on the most because it looks like they're the ones that might see the worst of the winds and the worst of the surge.
Yeah, so if it takes this track, and that's pretty close to what the National Hurricane Center forecast is actually, then you're going to see 10 to 15 feet of surge from the Manatee County Sarasota line, so around SRQ south, all the way into Port Charlotte, really. I think that's very possible. Now, obviously, that track varies. If it heads into Tampa Bay, then all that surge also heads into Bradenton and maybe even further north. I do wonder what's going to happen in eastern Pinellas County, because we're going to have that strong northeast wind blowing the water from the east part of the bay to the west. I don't think it's going to cause that much surge, but a few feet of water, I think is
I think
plausible.
during high tide will be the main times that we have to worry about the eastern edge of Pinellas County. And we did touch on that a little bit, but it's such a better looking picture than if we had the 10 to 15 feet of surge in the bay, that I think it's a more routine level of flooding for that area. Places like Shore Acres,
Yeah, they're used to that.
oftentimes see.
I don't know if I told you, I was talking to John Morales earlier, in Miami, and he was saying, this is such a tough forecast, Jeff. We literally, it could be 15 feet of surge. He just said it could be absolutely catastrophic, or there could be no surge at all. It's like flipping a switch.
Just based on the location.
Just based on a 15-mile change in this track. That's why we're going to be watching the wobble tracker until this makes landfall. Because any wobble, and wobbles could easily be 20 miles, can take the storm off. So watch it. You could see that it made some wobbles. See the past track? It's a grayish blue. So it made wobbles, and that's probably why the computer models have shifted to the south a little bit. What's to say that it doesn't take a wobble to the northwest and all of a sudden it course corrects? It's possible. It's not very likely, but it's certainly possible.
Yeah, it's possible, and that's why we watch things so carefully and so closely, especially once it gets a little closer to land. You know, we talked a lot about, during last year's storm, about the possibility of some of the rain bands. It was approaching kind of from the south, and when the rain bands started to move on shore, it seemed to turn early like Charlie did. But this system's not taking that similar of a track. It's kind of moving directly toward the side. I don't think the friction from the rain bands that we talked about with that is going to be as much of a factor with this.
Yeah. Okay, well, why don't we you want to talk about the wind gusts, right?
Oh, goodness, yes.
So I think we start to see the kind of gusts that you probably don't want to be driving on the bridges, causeways, and really anywhere close to the coast by 2 p.m.
Yeah, 2 p.m.
Yep. And then by 5 now, you just want to be inside.
Yeah, you don't want to be out in this. I mean, think about if 50 mile per hour wind gusts, think about when you're going 50 miles an hour down the road and you stick your hand out the window, how that feels.
8 o'clock, winds are starting to gust to 60 to 70 or so. Venice has a wind gust of 71.
And so when we get this winds above 60, that's when we really start talking about power outages.
Yeah. And, it's conceivable that by the time the worst of this hits, most people won't even have power. So that it kind of gets scary. People who've said they're going to stay, and there are a lot of people who are staying. I just think it's going to be a scary 6 hours.
Absolutely.
About a 6 hour stretch with winds that are like, oh boy, I hope a tree doesn't fall into my house kind of stuff.
And if you do lose power, we'll of course be here streaming, but we'll also have our iHeart radio station simulcasting us. And so you could go out and maybe watch on your phone or something like that.
Yeah, we'll be available wherever you can find us, but I hope we don't lose power. You just never know in hurricanes. It's so difficult. So moving on to 10 p.m. Now the strongest winds are moving on shore. Gust to 90 in Bradenton, Sarasota, 100 down to Venice. And obviously that's, within an hour, that's all the way up through County and Hillsborough County. 5 in St. Pete, 102 in Sarasota. This is midnight. So it's kind of scary. It's literally the middle of the night. And the storm's landfalling according to our model. And you do notice that our model can't pick the side of the bay that it wants to be on. It's literally right in Tampa Bay.
Right in the middle.
But if it did take this track, Tampa Bay would still probably avoid most of the surge. Maybe not all, but most of it. Because the circulation is bigger than the bay.
Yes.
Think of the circulation, if the eye was smaller than the bay, then, if the circulation went through it, it would force the water in. But because the circulation is so big, the westerly winds might actually be over land on the south side and not over the water.
Yeah, and that's going to make all the difference. If that southern edge of the eye wall is to the south of the skyway, the bay's okay.
Exactly. It's really just amazing and unfortunate for us. I was talking earlier about how we never put the center of the track on the cone. We haven't. Since I've been here, we put the cone on, but we don't put the center because we don't want people focusing on the center because it changes. But in this case, the center is so paramount. It's the difference between, and I said it yesterday, but it truly is the difference between a $150 billion storm or maybe double that.
Yeah, absolutely. The areas along the bay that would be impacted by that storm surge are incredibly highly populated. So much structure.
See, There we are. Out there. I'm just refreshing the page. We should probably start taking some questions.
Okay.
I think we got through most of the questions about our southern counties now.
Yeah,
Everything gets better like down there about 4 a.m. or 5.
Yeah, and so for Highlands, Hardy, and DeSoto counties, you're going to see some wind gusts in the 70 to 80 mile per hour range, and you're going to see sustained winds in that 30 to 50 mile per hour range. We're going to skip out on quite a bit of the rainfall because that is going to be mainly to the north of you. And of course, you don't have to worry about storm surge. So the only main concern would be wind damage and maybe an isolated tornado for Highlands, Hardy, and DeSoto counties. And that rounds out the county.
Yeah, but I mean, look at this. This wind field is everywhere from Citrus County all the way down to the southern part. I mean, it's literally our viewing area engulfed in hurricane force wind gusts. Not sustained, but hurricane force. Okay, let's take some questions. Four Corners in Polk County. So I think, correct me if I'm wrong here, Four Corners is like north of Haines City and Davenport. Yeah, how safe is Davenport? I think look, I've had people leave Tampa and go to Brandon. You know, I mean, and I sent my wife to the East Coast, but the storm's still going to go over her. I just know it's going to be weaker. I just think the further inland you are, the better. But look at this. Look at this. Lake Wales, Haines City, Davenport. Those are gusts over 90 miles an hour. You know, I don't know if they'll materialize. It may be closer to 80s, but still, that's the kind of gust that can bring a tree down in your house, unfortunately.
I do think that people that live in inland counties, you know, my parents are in a place that they would never need to evacuate from a hurricane because of storm surge because they're so high, but they've got these beautiful oak trees over their home. I'm like, you can't sleep at home on the impact night. Yeah. You just can't sleep under an oak tree.
Yeah. All right. What about Largo? Yesina wants to know. Sorry if I'm pronouncing Yesenia. Largo. Largo is going to have, I think, just everything.
Yeah.
Not the surge, probably.
Yeah.
Largo is. She's probably. I'm assuming you're inland, but you're going to have those wind gusts over 100 miles an hour, and you're going to be right on the northern edge there, so you might see 10 inches of rain.
Maybe so, yeah. I think rainfall flooding, you know, is a possibility that we're all going to have to deal with, but the storm surge is going to be the worst from Sarasota southward with the current track.
Yeah, and somebody just asked about Venice. So Venice could be right in line for 10 to 15 to surge.
Yeah, and so I did notice when I was looking at the storm surge mapping, because we've gotten a lot of questions about how far inland storm surge goes. And so storm surge goes as far inland as it can. Right. And so if it's a really flat area, it goes really far
Several
inland.
miles. National Weather Service said several miles, but that would be a very flat area.
So think about like up in Crystal River and areas in Pasco and Hernando counties, the storm surge can cross 19 in some cases, and because it's really flat and it builds. But the only thing,
but we should just make clear that we're not expecting that storm surge up in Pasco or north of that into Citrus County.
That's all reverse surge. But when you looked at the storm surge map for down in Sarasota and Manatee counties, and even down a little bit further than that, it was pretty limited to the coastline.
Right along the coast.
Yeah, it doesn't spread inland because the structure of the land there goes up, and so that stops the storm surge.
All right, let's see what other questions we have. Citrus rains. Yeah, let's go back to this. I think the heaviest will be just south of you, but you will be in the northern side, and you can see you're under this
5 inches?
Well, they're excessive rain forecast for them, but that's like about 8 inches on the border there. Yeah. So it could be a little bit less or more, but this shifts down, you get a little less. This shifts north, you get a little. All right. Let's see what other questions we have. Lindsay wants to know about Fort Myers. I do think they're going to see significant surge in Fort Myers if it takes this track through Sarasota.
Absolutely. And so I think that they are probably going to be on the lower end of that 10 to 15 foot range in terms of storm surge, just because it is a pretty compact hurricane force field with the tropical storm force there. I'm a little bit worried about Port Charlotte, just the way that it's approaching and those winds.
Yep, the water goes right into the bay there.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people watch us from Port Charlotte. I get messages every once in a while. So our viewing area technically ends in Sarasota, but now everybody gets TV in different ways. Yeah. And so people are saying they watch us from Port Charlotte, so I'm putting Port Charlotte on the map now. Yeah. And I am concerned about that too, Rebecca. Let's see what other questions we have. Spring Hill. A lot of people live in Spring Hill. A lot of people watch us are up in Spring Hill. Let's show you what we think in terms of max wind gusts. And we think you'll be in the hurricane force wind gust there, but probably barely. Like, probably, 80, 85, right? You would say?
Yeah, I
probably?
don't think the 100 mile per hour winds are making it up to Spring Hill. Now, it's still going to do a lot of damage. You have those beautiful neighborhoods. I would be prepared to live without power. I know that a lot of people are medically dependent on having electricity, and they need to find a backup location if it can.
Yeah, and as we mentioned before, and we'll mention it again, at least this is going to bring down cooler and dry air. So some of us will be without power for a week or two. It's not going to be cold.
No.
But it'll be in the mid-80s during the day with low humidity, and at night we'll be in the 60s.
Yes, and so the low humidity is probably going to make all the difference because we haven't really gotten to feel that in months. So I think it'll feel a lot better.
Yeah, that's for sure, although we'll be cleaning up and working hard.
Yeah.
That's for sure. USF and Tampa. So in Tampa, we think there's going to be gusts over 100.
Yep.
And we think near USF in Tampa, which is just north, maybe 10 to 15 inches of rain there.
Yeah, we could definitely see some flooded streets from rainfall, and then gusts and down trees, structure damage, especially those secondary yard structures that aren't built as robust as your home. A lot of sheds lose roofs in this type of wind. So
it's interesting you kind of describe it. As a meteorologist, I think I just take for granted, well, if it's a Cat 3, your home's going to, if it's a Cat 4, it's debatable. If it's a Cat 5, watch out, the whole home is going to be gone. But I don't think people know that,
Yeah.
So when a Cat 3 comes in, if you have a mobile home, it's a different story, right? Or an old home, it's just not built well. But it doesn't mow down homes.
No.
It'll cause damage to your roof. It'll compromise some of the structure, but not to the point where it's destroyed, usually.
Yeah.
Obviously, there are exceptions.
And I do think that the game changer with this storm could be to the debris, because that doesn't account for debris. Debris slams into your home, it does a little bit.
This might be interesting for everybody. Major hurricanes cause 85% of the damage. That's because major hurricanes' winds are so forceful, create a lot more of the destruction. So I always say this, and you know this, but I just think it's a way of describing it. Compare a 75-mile-an-hour storm with a 150-mile-an-hour storm. How much more damage do you think the mile-an-hour storm does than the 75-mile-an-hour? You probably know this because you've heard me say it a million times. So don't cheat, okay? All right. So comparing a 75-mile-an-hour storm, Cat 1 hurricane, to a 150-mile-an-hour storm, Cat 4, you might think, all right, winds are double, so maybe it's 4 times. 10, 15, 20. How about 250 times? 250 times is the correct answer. The reason is a 75-mile-an-hour wind blows off a couple of shingles off your roof. It may be a little siding. You spend a few $100s and you're back in business, right? 150-mile-an-hour storm knocks your structure apart. You may have to rebuild totally. That's how you get from 250 times more damage. It's 1,000 versus complete repair of your home, which is $250,000 or whatever, right? So that's the reason. Someone's saying, "Hey, cuz." We went by so fast, I don't know whose cousin, if it's mine, yours, or maybe 2 people that are cousins.
Yeah, it's probably not mine.
Okay. I think we have another 15 minutes left. Is your voice doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm going to let you continue this because you can hear that. I need to save
you're
my
fading.
voice.
Are we teaming the 10 or are you soloing?
It's both of us.
Okay.
You're just doing, I may actually sign you up for more.
Okay.
As long as the producer doesn't kill me.
Yeah, whatever works. Just let me know. All right, we got about another 15 minutes left, and so we have a lot more people joining us and asking questions. I just saw one from Shannon. What are the odds of a Cat 6? So there's no such thing as a Category 6 hurricane right now. We get a lot of questions and speculation about it, and certain scientists do believe in the future, since they think storms are getting stronger, that we may see the reason for a Category 6 storm to be created, but it's not in existence right now. I would think that we would have to start seeing routinely storms that a Cat 5 didn't describe the damage you could expect from it, and we haven't seen that yet. And so, not a thing yet. And so, let's talk about power outages. The red is likely power outages. The orange is widespread power outages. And then outside of our area, it starts to get spotty. And so, it is going to be probably days to weeks for power restoration for most people. We can talk about timing again too, and rainfall here. And so the way that you use this map and the way that it kind of help answer your own question, since I can't get to every comment, is when we zoom into the the area, and which will happen in just a second. The names will pop up and it helps you identify where you're at. But this is Wednesday at 2 p.m. Okay, and so now you're going to find yourself on the map. And so whether you're in Bradenton, whether you're close to Lakeland, whether you're close to Wesley Chapel, maybe you're splitting the difference between Crystal River and Spring Hill, you kind of watch that area as I advance the map, and it's going to stop every few hours, and you can see the time there right underneath the hour-by-hour radar banner. And so this is how it looks by 5 p.m. We are in the thick of things with a couple of rain bands, and the winds are really starting to pick up along the southern coastline only. And so by 6, 7, 8 o'clock, look how heavy the rain is near Bradenton, Tampa, Sarasota, Clearwater. And now those hurricane force wind gusts are in Sarasota and Manatee counties, as well as southern Pinellas and southwestern Hillsborough County. And so very, very heavy rain in those areas as well, but just moderate rain in Crystal River and Spring Hill, and just spotty showers in Sebring and Wauchula. They're kind of on the outer edge of the rain. Now they'll still get the wind later on. And so moving closer to 11 p.m., this is how it looks. And so heavier rain moving up the Nature Coast at that point, getting a break in the rain from the eye in Bradenton and Sarasota. But the winds remaining very, very strong in Pasco, Pinellas, Hillsborough, and really picking up in Lakeland, really heavy in Manatee, Sarasota, Hardy, and DeSoto counties at that point. Moving on through the night, this is Thursday at 2 a.m. And so keep in mind that this is our in-house forecast model, and it's a little faster than what the National Hurricane Service official track is right now. And it's a difference of about 2 hours. And so the National Hurricane Center has the eastern edge of the eye wall making landfall at 2 a.m. And this has the western edge of the so basically the eye is onshore by 2 a.m. with this forecast model. So this forecast model is a little faster. And so this is putting Sarasota right in the bullseye of the eye. The eye moves over the bay, but the southern edge of the eye wall stays south of the bay, which means the surge is all Sarasota southward. We finally start to get a break in the rain in St. Pete at 5 a.m. A lot of the rain's moved off into Orlando at that point. We've got another round of rain moving onshore in Sarasota and Venice. And then this storm moves on fast. Look how dry it is by 8 a.m. Now we've still got some spotty showers out there. We've still got some really rocking winds in eastern Polk County at that point, even down into Highlands County, but just a spotty shower or two left over. And then it just moves out. And so here's the rainfall totals we may see. We are under an excessive rainfall risk, but the epicenter of that is really Clearwater and Pinellas County, and all the way up into Safety Harbor, all the way over into West Shore. And so just really heavy amounts of rain overnight and into the morning hours. And so we've gotten a routine question about sustained winds in Zephyr Hills. I think you'll see sustained winds in the 40 to 60 mile per hour range, and then those wind gusts in Zephyr Hills could get as high as hurricane force wind gusts, 80 miles per hour, 90 miles per hour. And so Zephyr Hills, that does knock down trees, unfortunately, especially weakened trees that haven't been trimmed and maintained. And also purely because of how saturated the ground is, we could see uprooted trees with this storm. And so unfortunately, that's a factor as well. And so that's something we'll be dealing with as well, because especially like the water oaks, not necessarily the live oaks, but the water oaks in particular just get blown over. Their root structure isn't what the live oak root structure is. So when we have soupy, muddy ground from the rainy summer that we've had, and then you add rainfall like we're talking about here, that is when we're looking at the potential for uprooted trees. And so here's why I know you might be thinking, this is scary that it re-intensified it into a Category 5 storm. This is why we think this is why we know it's going to weaken. And so it's in a very favorable environment right now, but it's getting lifted up by that jet stream, but it also has a lot of wind shear across the northern Gulf, and that's what weakens the system as it moves it closer to us. It speeds up its forward motion, which in turn, most storms have a hard time intensifying while they're moving faster. And so it starts to spread the system out a little bit, spreading that energy out, and that's interacting with the wind shear. So wind shear is strong upper level winds, and storms are heavily dependent on vertical development. Basically, the energy moves up through the eye and outward throughout an entire hurricane. So when you have strong upper level winds, it kind of interrupts or cuts off that process. And so once it's not able to easily redistribute its energy and build off of that, it becomes a weaker system, and it becomes structurally, structural integrity is affected of the system. And so if you have just joined us, wanted to show you the new spaghetti models that have come in because they have shifted a little bit further south. And so we saw the first shift to the south this afternoon. The dark lines in black there, those are our consensus models. And they shifted from being kind of over Bradenton to being right over Sarasota and to the south of Sarasota this afternoon. And that was a significant change that we noted. But now it's made even more of a significant change down closer to Venice. And so if it were to take a more southerly track, we would have offshore winds to the north of the track, and that's where we would have no surge. And so the surge is all going to be to the south of the track, south of the southern part of the eye wall, and that's why we're watching this landfalling location so carefully and so closely, because it'll be the difference between no surge or minimal surge and catastrophic 10 to 15 feet of surge. And so here's how that plays out. With the current track kind of moving closer to Sarasota, the air goes counterclockwise around a low pressure system, which is a hurricane. And so the winds as it approaches our coastline would be offshore in Tampa and St. Pete and onshore in Sarasota and Venice. And it's the onshore winds that drive the worst of the storm surge up. And so if we were to see the storm wobble back to the north, we would be looking at a different scenario where we would have onshore instead of offshore winds in Tampa Bay, and that would drive a higher volume of water into the bay. And what's interesting about the bay is it's pretty wide at the Skyway Bridge, so a ton of water can rush in, but as it continues through the bay and it continues to move to the north, the area is not as wide, and so you get the land moving in, and so the water has to go somewhere. It goes up. So when you funnel in that water, it goes up. So the peaks of the storm surges would be up at Safety Harbor, at the Hillsborough River, at Davis Islands, areas where the water is getting funneled higher and higher. And so that's where that would be the worst case scenario for Tampa Bay. But once again, the current track has it a little bit further south. And so it has offshore winds for the Bay Area. So right now if the current track holds, we will not see surge in Citrus. We will not see surge in Hernando. We will not see surge in Pasco. The only surge we'll see in Pinellas is on the eastern edge from the water that's already in the bay getting pushed closer to the eastern edge of Pinellas by those offshore winds. And so it would be a manageable amount, nothing like the 10 to 15 feet that we're going to expect for parts of southern Manatee and Sarasota counties. That's where the worst of the storm surge will be, all the way down towards Port Charlotte as well. And so we've got about 5 more minutes. I'm going to take questions for that time. And Ruby says she's in Inglewood, and she's hoping with her little blind dog, and she's hoping for the best and everyone is safe. I think it sounds like you're in a safe area. I hope that it's not too bad of a night for you or your dog. Thank you for weighing in. I hope everyone's safe as well. Thank you, Ruby. And then John is asking about wind speeds again, so we will pop up that wind speed map. So this is the general threat. So this is the worst of the gusts that you may see in the magenta. If you live in one of these counties we have in magenta, it's from, we're looking at 110 miles per hour. If you're in the red, you're looking at 75 to 110 miles per hour. So these are the gusts. And so we can play them out hour by hour. Let me find that map for you here. And so everyone asking about gusts, look at your area. And these are the wind gusts that we'll see. This is at 8 a.m. This is at 11 a.m. This is when probably bridges will start to close down sometime between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. That's probably when we'll get those wind gusts that close the big bridges. And then we start to get hurricane force winds around sunset down in our southern counties. See Venice at 71 miles per hour, but all the rest of us are in the 50s and 60s. 60 miles per hour is considered severe wind, so that's when we start to see power outages. And so wind gusts getting into that severe range for our inland counties by 10 p.m. and hurricane along our coastline from Clearwater all the way down to Venice, which could see 100 mile per hour wind gusts on the edge of the eye wall there. And so that looks like St. Pete goes up to 105 mile per hour wind gusts as the eye wall passes at midnight. Tampa sitting at 85 mile per hour wind gusts, Clearwater 88 at that point. But even up in Spring Hill, you've got a 77 mile per hour wind gust at that point. It looks like Wesley Chapel 73 mile per hour wind gusts. And so the eye is passing over the Tampa airport, and this one it brings it down to a 43 mile per hour, but Clearwater's up to 100 on the back end. And we're seeing 97 mile per hour wind gusts in Lakeland and 90 in Wauchula, 70 in Sebring. And then moving out, Lakeland gets under the eye as well and brings those winds down, while Wesley Chapel's up to 100 mile per hour wind gust, 96 in and it looks like 74 down in Wauchula. So still seeing hurricane force wind gusts at about 6 a.m., but we're down to just severe wind gusts by Thursday morning, and it moves out really quickly, and things get a lot quieter as we move into Thursday night. And so it will bring down that cooler, drier air behind it. So we're going to be in the 60s. We'll end with some tropical takeaways. And so with Hurricane Milton, and the background here is kind of interesting. It's showing off that vertical structure. And so see how the air and energy travels through a hurricane, and that's why shear is so important to it. But the strong winds and the rain arrive late tomorrow afternoon. And so that's Wednesday. Sorry, don't know what day it is. So late Wednesday. And so then the hurricane force winds around 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. on the coast up to 110 miles per hour. Inland could see 90 mile per hour wind gusts. And we just showed you that map breaking it down county by county. And so moving into the rain, we're going to see 10 to 18 inches of rain just to the north of the track. To the south of the track sees 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. And so that's why we're watching these wobble so carefully. And we have the wobble tracker going on WFLA.com/wobble tracker. If you ever want to check it out on your own, you can kind of see how things are shaping up. But the way that you read this is the line is in dark gray. The dark gray line is the actual path that it took. So that's the past path. And then the little icon is its current position. Then we've got the satellite turned on so that you can see where it's moving along the red line, which is the forecasted track. So you can see it's kind of crossed the line there. When it started at the beginning of this cycle, it was on the eastern edge of the western edge of the line was on the eastern edge of the storm, and now it's the opposite. The western edge of the line is on the western edge of the storm as well. So just interesting to see, and sometimes it gives us a hint, like it did this afternoon, that the track might shift a little bit one way or the other because the storm didn't behave as it was exactly forecasted to. And so Adam says he's supposed to fly out of Tampa, but he got an update. Could there be cancellations or delays? Yeah, check with your airline, because before the storm, I was actually scheduled to be on vacation as well. So my flight's been canceled and rebooked and canceled and rebooked. And I'm probably just going to end up asking for a refund because I'm expecting to have a lot of fence panels down and other things to do around the house. So I don't think vacation is going to be appropriate at this point. And so one last question there at Disney on the 6th floor, you're fine. I wouldn't be out and about during the storm, but most structures are built to survive the type of storm that we're going to see. So thank you again so much for joining us. We love bringing you this long format information. Q&A, we'll be doing it throughout the storm as well. I hope that you have a safe place to go and you're there and you can enjoy the night as most as you can as we head into the evening hours tonight. Unfortunately, tomorrow night at this time, things are going to be getting rocky about this time. So I don't think we're going to get a lot of sleep tomorrow night. So I'm hoping that everyone gets a nice amount of sleep this evening. Thanks again for joining us.